Hey guys, I welcome you all to the live session on .NET Full Course by IntelliPath. This session is conducted by multiple experts who will be teaching you all about .NET from basic to advanced level, along with hands-on demo and interview preparation. But before we begin the session, make sure to hit the subscribe button and also hit on the bell icon so that you will never miss an update from us. .NET is one of the popular and most used framework in IT industry. .NET will continue to evolve and grow in upcoming years as well. So, saying that, let's see the agenda of the day. Firstly, we will begin with introduction to .NET. Afterwards, we will introduce you to OOPS concept. Then later on, we will see parameters and how strings are stored in memory. Then after that, we will be learning about boxing and unboxing. Post that, we will learn about static class, methods and variables. Then later on, we will see the difference between strings and string builder. Then post that, we will learn about exception handling. Then later on, we will learn about SQL commands. Post that, we will learn about lambda operators and delegates. Then lastly, we will be covering .NET interview questions and answers. So this is the agenda of the video. Without any further delay, let's get started.
.NET actually, if we are going to call it, is not a language. It is basically, we call it as a framework with respect to this. So that's why see what is .NET is. Microsoft introduced .NET for bridging gap between interoperability between applications for fine. So Microsoft introduced .NET for bridging the gap between this interoperability between the applications so far. And now see, so basically see it is a foundation on which where we can build, design and develop the application so far fine. So basically see it is a foundation on which where we can build, design, develop and as well as deploy the applications with respect to this so far. Because see the major problem actually we are going to do is see first point, see Microsoft introduced .NET for bridging the gap between interoperability between the applications. I mean the feature of language interoperability is important because in this what will happen is the .NET framework, as I said now, it contains more than 300 plus language characteristics are there. What are the 300 languages we have is VB.NET, ASP.NET, C#.NET, JavaScript, as well as HTML, jQuery, Angular, and as well as SQL Server, Bootstrap. So like that, everything are there. So that is the thing. So that's why Microsoft purpose is introduced .NET for bridging the gap between this interoperability between the applications and as well as it is a foundation because .NET is going to provide a foundation where we can design the application, build the application and as well as develop and can build, design, develop and deploy the applications for fine. So now, so basically it's a so it is a foundation where we can build the application, design, develop and deploy. Means what will happen, we have to install on the target system with respect to this, because why we call it as a deploy here is we never give any source code to any person, because once we are implemented now, only the working copy we have to give with respect to this so far. That process actually we call it as a deployment so far with respect to this. So that's why it is a foundation on which where we can build, design, develop and deploy the applications, and it is a framework we call it. It's a framework which contains more than 300 plus language characteristics have been formed as a single group where we can use one language features within another language for fine. So it is a framework which contains more than 300 plus language characteristics have been formed as a single group where we can use one language features within another language with respect to this. So that is the purpose of this .NET framework we have with respect to this. Why actually we are going to use the .NET C with respect to this is, before .NET people are using different languages for different purposes. Now I need a language that which implements any kind of application, console applications as well as Windows applications, and next we have this web applications, and next we have as mobile applications, and next we have as service oriented applications. So like that lot of things are there, because nowadays what is happening, people may use this web applications are more than 90% people are using the mobile apps only, isn't it? So I need an application which can implement any kind of application so far. That is the situation actually .NET is best, because by using .NET now basically we can implement console applications, Windows applications, web applications and as well as mobile applications, and next we have this service oriented applications. All the things actually we can make with respect to this so far. So now, and another important point is where I can use one language features within another language so far. So I need a place where actually I have to use one language features within another language so far. So that is the situation. Actually what we need is we need the help of this .NET. Example, see what will happen, see there. So if you now VB.NET and another person knows C#.NET, both will work in same project as both are .NET framework languages, and that is the advantage is there. So the thing is, see, till the time actually I'm not in the position to use one language features within another language so far, but whenever it comes to this .NET, there is, if it is identified by the .NET framework language with respect to this, so you can use one language features within another language so far with respect to this. That is the advantage actually we have with respect to this as .NET so far. Fine. Okay, so now see, so basically, as you know that .NET basically it's a Microsoft product with respect to this. .NET implemented with respect to this as Microsoft so far. Fine. So now, what are the .NET components are there? Because to accomplish this kind of the things, what are the things are there with respect to this, and what are the major components actually we have with respect to this so far, and how actually we are going to work with them. So let's see that. See, .NET components we have here is, first we have here as CLR, and next we have CTS, CLS we have, and next we have as JIT. These are the major components we have with respect to this. Okay, now next C comes into this, we have is, first of all we have is CLR. What is actually the CLR stands for? See, we have here, see, there is common at runtime we call it. So CLR stands for, see, we have here as common language at runtime with respect to this. So why actually we need the help of this CLR is, see, they're responsible for what are the things actually in this video is debugging. These are the four things are there. So CLR is responsible for what are the things, see, we have here is, first we have this debugging there. So debugging means what will happen, see, there is the CLR. CLR is going to send the corresponding compiler to compile the corresponding code with respect to this. Example, see what will happen, see there, your project is there. Once you create a project, in this we have C# code is there, and VB.NET code is there, and as well as ASP.NET code is there. Assume that now CLR is going to, but all are .NET framework languages. Then what will happen, CLR is going to send the corresponding compiler to compile this corresponding code with respect to this so far. So that is the thing we call it as, that is the thing is going to happen with respect to this as CLR so far. Fine. So that's why, see, CLR is responsible for three things as, so that is the debugging will happen, because corresponding code will be compiled by the corresponding compiler with respect to this. Now, next we have is exception handling. What are the runtime issues we have to handle? That is fine, but actually see how to handle the runtime issues, because see, that would be different scenarios, different ways. Example, see, if it is web application, if any error comes, then it will throw the error page, not the error message, isn't it? For suppose whatever the site you are searching in the internet is spelling wrong, then it will give HTTP 404 not found, isn't it? That is an error page. And in the same way, some of the program is wrong, then HTTP 505 500 internal server error we will get, isn't it? And in the same way, some security issues are there, then it will give HTTP 404 forbidden, something it will come with respect to this. Okay, these kind of the things will be comes with respect to this as exception handling there. So, and sometimes what will happen in your operating system level, how we are going to handle the exceptions? If any error comes now, we have a error log is there. So in the error log, actually we are able to, log file is there. In the log file, we are going to write all the entries with respect to this. That is the way we are going to handle this exception so far. So that's why, see, the exception handling, what we are going to make it is how to handle errors, how to handle runtime errors with respect to error pages, log file entry, etc. so far. That is the thing comes with respect to this as exception handling. That also we can handle there. And next we have is security we have. See, security is a key thing for any kind of application with respect to this. Because see, whether your application got authorized to run in the current environment or not, that kind of the things only comes with respect to this as security so far with respect to this. Because there are the different levels of the securities, whether your program is authorized to compile or whether your program authorized to run or particular class will be authorized to load or not. All the things will be comes with respect to this as security so far. Here, fine. So authorized to compile, all the things will comes with respect to this as security there with respect to this. And next we have is version support. What is actually the version support means? See, simple thing. For suppose right now actually I am doing with the .NET 5.0 framework, assume that. Okay, now if I have one program which is written in old framework with respect to this. Example, see, if I have one program which is written in 2.0 framework with respect to this so far. Now 2.0 framework 1 application, actually I have to run it in a 5.0 with respect to this so far. So that is the situation. What will happen? See there, no need to rewrite the code. Whichever the thing is there in the lower to higher, automatically it will upgrade. But higher to lower will not come back with respect to this. That is the rule actually we have with respect to this as operating systems there with respect to this. Same rule whatever there for operating system, same for languages. So that's why it doesn't mean that see lower version application will not run in higher version. What is there, whatever the program written in the lower version that happily can run in higher version also with respect to this. So that itself actually we call it as a version support there. So that's why see version support ensures that lower level the application which implemented lower version can be used and upgraded automatically to higher version so far. That is with respect to this. This is with respect to this. So see we have so version support in the sense what will happen ensures that the application which implemented in the lower version can be used and as well as upgraded automatically to the higher version. So that's why see lower to higher happily we can upgrade with respect to this so far. That is these are the things we have with respect to this as CLR responsibility so far with respect to this. So and in the same way see any language is set to any language actually needs to be recognized as a .NET framework language now. Then it needs to be all it has to support all rules and regulations that which are implemented by using this CLR there. If CLR identifies, then only we are going to say that it's a valid .NET framework language so far fine. So these are the responsibilities of the CLR so far here fine. Okay. Next we have is CTS. What is actually CTS stands for? See we have here as common type system we call it. Again this one again we call it as a standard type system also with respect to this. So CTS we call it as a common type system and as well as standard type system there. See in this what will happen is see all .NET framework languages needs to undergone one common state with respect to data types and ranges so far. Example see here we have integer in VB.NET takes 4 bytes, then C#.NET integer also needs to take 4 bytes so far with respect to this because that is the thing all .NET framework languages needs to satisfy these rules. All the .NET framework languages needs to undergone one common state with respect to this data types and ranges with respect to this like see integer in VB.NET takes 4 bytes and as well as C#.NET integer also needs to take 4 bytes with respect to this so far. So that itself we call it as common type system as well as standard type system so far fine. And next we have is the CLS. What is actually the CLS stands for? See we have here as so common language specification actually we call it. What is actually the common language specification is we call it as language interoperability so far fine. So what is actually the language interoperability means? See there you see the code one .NET framework language can be used in another framework language. That itself actually we call it as a so that we call it as a common language specification and as well as language interoperability we call it. So the code which is there in one .NET framework language will be used in another .NET framework language so far fine. Okay. The example see what will happen in the same project VB person and as well as C# person can work there. And in the same way see if I implemented one project in VB there, the same project happily I can use it in C# also with respect to this. That is the thing we call it as a common language specification and as well as language interoperability so far fine. Okay. Now next we have is MSIL. MSIL stands for see we call it as Microsoft Intermediate Language. So what is actually the Microsoft Intermediate Language? See there with respect to this. See when you compile .NET application at first, instead of converting that into CPU specific code, first it is converted into MSIL so far with respect to this. So then actually so this is actually we call it as managed, this we call it as a managed code we are going to call with respect to this because see then what will happen is see so it is converted into this MSIL. So then it becomes language neutral, then it becomes neutral so far because once it is in MSIL format now we can use it in any place with respect to this. So any programming language happily we are able to use with respect to this. See there. So how it will come see there, see we have this is a VB.NET code we have, C# we have there. So first we have this VB.NET code is there and as well as C# code with respect to this. Then after that see through compilation. So first we have this VB.NET code and as well as the C# code is there. Through compilation, automatically what will happen is it would be converted into this MSIL we call with respect to this. This is the thing will happen. So then what will happen, see there, first of all, see we have the VB.NET code is there and next we have the C# code. Now through compilation, now see first what will happen. So through compilation, so first it is converted into so VB.NET with respect to this VB.NET compiler and as well as C# code with respect to this C# compiler it is going to come. So now let me depict the diagram in different way. So VB.NET through VB.NET compiler, C# code with respect to C#.NET compiler, na, then it would be converted, then automatically it's going to this MSIL so far with respect to this. It's converted into this MSIL so far with respect to this. So the VB.NET code through VB.NET compiler and as well as C# code with respect to the C#.NET compiler, it would be converted into this MSIL so far with respect to this. Now this is known as, this is called managed code with respect to this. Managed code, which is known as metadata we call it. This is actually we call it as a managed code because once it is there in with respect to this MSIL, now see once it is in MSIL format, then language neutral and the code will run in any .NET framework language for with respect to this. So then it becomes a language neutral and the code will run in any .NET framework language so far with respect to this. So that is the purpose of this MSIL so far fine. So that's why see once you compile this application, first of all it would be converted into this instead of converted into this CPU specific code, first it would be converted into this MSIL with respect to this. Now once it is in MSIL, then automatically it becomes a language neutral, which is known as metadata we call with respect to this. Okay. Now next comes into this we have with respect to this, see there JIT compiler. What is actually the JIT stands for? Just in time. So why actually we need the help of this JIT? What is the full form of JIT stands for? As just in time we call with respect to this. So why we call it as a JIT? Let us discuss, see there. Because what is the English meaning as the time is just in time means the runtime which is there, that only I have to touch. Remaining thing don't touch. Okay. Example for this, see before JIT, what is the drawback will happen? Let me tell. You people are well versed with C language, now. In C language, what is the first file you will write? #include stu.h. Now, so simple hello world program you are writing, assume that. Now what you will do, #include stu.h and main and as well as block and as well as printf hello world, isn't it? But see there, what is happening with respect to this? Even you write one line of code, whenever you compile, it will compile nearly 300 to 400 lines, isn't it? So that is unnecessary, it is compiling because I'm not at all using entire header file content, but unnecessarily it's keep on compiling everything, isn't it? That is a drawback actually we have to overcome there. In this actually the JIT compiler is there because see in this what will happen, if I have a namespace and as well as in that I have 1000 classes, but I am only using the 3 classes there, then only the 3 classes will be loaded into the memory. Remaining things it will not touch into the picture with respect to this. So that is the purpose of this JIT. That's why see as the name says JIT means just in time. By means in the runtime which are the classes you are using, only those classes you please load. Remaining things you don't use with respect to this so far. So that kind of the thing is comes with respect to this as JIT there. So JIT purpose what will happen? Use it to convert this MSIL into CPU understandable format. So MSIL purpose JIT means what will happen is if you want to convert the MSIL into this CPU understandable format with respect to this, so that thing can be done with respect to this what it calls as JIT so far with respect to this, as the name says, because see till that time it is in MSIL format. If it is in MSIL format, only the .NET framework only can understand with respect to this. Okay, now that is the thing actually you have to. So now what we have to do with respect to this is whatever the code actually we are writing now, that needs to be understandable by the CPU, then only I can run. That thing can be done with respect to this as JIT so far. And as the name says, JIT in the sense just in time means all the classes it will not touch. Whichever the classes are there at runtime, only those classes will be loaded into the memory. Remaining things it will not touch with respect to this so far. So that is the thing comes with respect to this as JIT so far with respect to this. Okay. And next concept we have here is we are going to discuss about as namespaces so far. So what is actually the namespace and why actually we need the help of this namespace? Let's see there. See namespace purpose see we have here is see contains group of related classes that which belongs to one common group, and if you want to overcome the naming conflicts between classes, then we need the help of namespaces so far fine. So if you want to overcome the naming conflicts between the classes, then only what we need is we need the help of this namespaces so far fine. So that's why see the namespace purpose is contains group of related classes and interfaces that which belongs to one common group. Now, if you want to overcome the naming conflicts between the classes, then actually what we need is we need the help of this what it calls as namespaces. So far fine. So now see how actually the namespaces are going to work with respect to this. Let's see there. So which situation actually we have to use the namespaces? Let me give a simple example. Okay. See for suppose let me give without namespaces what is the problem is going to happen with respect to the namespace, how we are going to overcome that. So let's see there with respect to this. So for suppose see if I have a class as Lokesh as a class I have there, Sahil as a class we have with respect to this. Okay. Now, so Lokesh is having a class as .NET so far. Okay. Now see in this we have see there how it will comes. Lokesh as a class is there. Lokesh is having a class as .NET and Sahil is also having a class as .NET. Now, if you create an object to the .NET class, whose .NET class will be called? Either Lokesh .NET class or Sahil .NET one. Ambiguity is there or not? Come again. In this case, if I create an object to the .NET class, whose .NET will be called? Lokesh .NET or Sahil .NET? Now, another example, see for namespaces, real life also we are using. Simple see, if you say that I got a message, then clearly I will ask what message you got. Mobile message or WhatsApp message or something Viber message, something I will ask, isn't it? Because message is a common thing in WhatsApp as well as Viber and mobile. So then you say that no, I got WhatsApp message or I got Viber message. So something you will get with respect to this, isn't it? That is a namespace. It is going to overcome the ambiguity because if you say WhatsApp message, then WhatsApp is acting as a namespace there with respect to this, isn't it? The same way if you say that as Viber message means Viber is acting as a namespace there. In the real life also see we are using that, isn't it? Because lot of ambitious things in the real life we are handling, isn't it? Got? That is the purpose of this namespace so far. So which situation? Because right now actually why .NET came into the picture, another reason is before .NET now actually see Visual Basic is a language people are actually used, but nowadays nobody is using the Visual Basic with respect to this because what is the problem with respect to this Visual Basic is in Visual Basic actually we have a problem called DLL hell. That DLL hell problem means the same one. If two people are making the two DLL files, na, that time actually I cannot overcome that ambiguity there. So such kind of the problem actually clear way actually we are going to handle them. So that kind of the problem in clear cut way actually we are going to handle in Visual Basic .NET by using the concept of this namespaces and assemblies so far. That's why see here what I said. See contains group of related classes and interfaces that which belongs to one common group. And if you want to overcome the ambiguity between the, if you want to overcome the naming conflicts between the classes, then actually what we need is we need the help of this what it calls as namespaces so far fine. So now which situation actually we have to use the namespace? So another example let me give for this namespace what we are using. For suppose see I have a project. My project contains 4 modules. Assume that now I gave the 4 modules to 4 different people and I asked them to execute with respect to this. Then your end actually it is working fine. But whenever I am trying to integrate the 4 modules into the single module, na, that is the situation actually it is throwing an error because so whatever the class are used by the one person, na, the same class are used by the another person for different purpose with respect to this. So such kind of the problem actually you have to overcome there. That is the situation what we need is we need the help of this what it calls as namespaces so far. So here also what is happening there, Lokesh is having a class as .NET and Sahil is also having a class as .NET. Then let me put one namespace on top of them with respect to this as N1 with respect to this. See here we have, so this actually I'm giving a package as N1 there and N2 we have with respect to this. Then see what will happen if I give N1.NET, then Lokesh class will be called, and if I give N2.NET, then Sahil class will be called with respect to this. So this is the purpose of this what it calls as namespace so far here fine. Okay, and this is the way it comes into this picture. Now next see comes into this we have see there so that is the way it comes into this picture fine. So now next comes into this we have see there is how actually a program, so how the .NET program will be compiled and executed. So compiling and executing procedure of this .NET framework. So let's see with respect to this. See compiling and executing procedure of .NET now see, and so when you compile any .NET application, so when you compile any .NET application, first step what will happen is first instead of converting that into CPU specific code, first it would be converted into MSIL so far. So first step what will happen now, instead of converting that into the CPU specific code, first it would be converted into this MSIL so far fine. So then what will happen now, see there based on this one, see either exe or DLL file will be created. So that time what will happen now? Based on the type of content now, automatically see either exe file or DLL file will be created with respect to this so far, because whatever the type of template actually you are going to select, based on that one either exe file or DLL file will be created with respect to this. Then automatically see what will happen, then it would be sent to class loader, because see in that actually we have a component called class loader so far there. So now what are the types of class loaders? See we have here, see there are two types of class loaders known as. So first we have with respect to this as primordial class loader, second we have here as class loader objects. So like that, these are the two things are there with respect to this. So there are two types of the class loaders we have with respect to this as. First I have with respect to this as primordial class loader, and second we have with respect to this as class loader objects. So like that, these are the two types are there. So then it would be sent to this class loader, and there are two types of the class loaders as. First I have the primordial class loader, and second we have this class loader object. So like that, these are the two types we have with respect to this. Now what is the purpose of primordial class loader? Now see there, primordial class loader use it to load all system classes required to run the program, and class loader objects, now see we have there, use it to load all custom classes which are required to run the program so far with respect to this. So there are, so these are the two types of the class loaders we have here as. First I have this primordial class loader, and second we have this class loader object so far with respect to this. Okay, so now third step, see what will happen is in class loader we have JIT compiler is there. JIT compiler converts the MSIL into CPU specific code. So in class loader actually see we have as JIT compiler is there. JIT compiler purpose, what will happen is converts the MSIL into this CPU specific code so far with respect to this. So what is actually the CPU specific code is that actually we call it as a managed code with respect to this, because then only once it is in CPU understandable format, then only we can run the program with respect to this. So JIT compiler converts the MSIL into this CPU specific code so far. Then automatically what will happen, see there, then it would be sent to execution manager, which contains queue of programs which are ready to run, where we can, so which contains a queue of programs which are ready to run and where we can execute the program so far. Now see here what will happen, see before execution it needs to undergone the security authentication with respect to this. So before execution actually what we need is we need to before execution it needs to undergone the security authentication, because your program authorized to run or compile or debug all the things we have to make the things. So it needs to undergo the security authentication with respect to this time. So this is the way, this is the compiling and executing procedure of this .NET application with respect to this. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of .NET by answering this question. What is CLR responsible for? A. Garbage collection. B. Code access security. C. Code verification. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
What is actually the object-oriented programming? So let's see with respect to this. See, coming into this, see object-oriented programming. Now see, object-oriented programming is not at all a new word with respect to this so far. See, in daily life, whatever actually we are going to do now, those things actually have to represent it in programmatic way so far. So such kind of the thing actually we call it as an object-oriented programming there. Because see, right now the iPhone 11 series is going on. Now the manufacturer wants to make 1,000 iPhone mobiles. He will not write the code for 1,000 times. So he is going to write the code once, and as well as he is going to make the 1,000 copies to that. So such kind of the approach itself actually we call it as an object-oriented programming there. Means reusability to be happen in terms of this object there. So that's why see object-oriented programming. Now see, it is an approach that provides a way of modularizing programming that which can be used to create small partition memory area for both data and objects, now which are to be used as templates for creating copies of such modules on demand. So such kind of the approach actually we call it as an object-oriented programming there. Means reusability to be happen in terms of this object so far with respect to this. So that's why see It is an approach that provides a way of modularizing programming. Means traditional programming actually we have to implement that, which can be used to create small partition memory area for both data and objects. Means the combination of these data members and as well as member functions are there. For this actually we have to make a template there, so which are to be used as a template. So first of all you have to make a template there. Now for the template we are going to create the copies of such modules on demand. So what will happen for the template now, based on the demand we are going to make plenty of the copies with respect to this. So such kind of the approach means what we are going to do, that don't execute the program directly, just make a program as a template there. Now for the template now, how many copies actually we have to make, that many copies you have to do with respect to this. So such kind of the approach actually we call it as an object oriented programming. So far fine. Okay, now next we have is see what is meant by an object comes into this picture. Coming into the see object, see we have see there a person we call it as an object, and as well as a place we call it as an object with respect to this. So with respect to this, see what is actually the object. See there, an object is a real world entity that which possess three characteristics known as identity. So far fine. So an object is basically it's a real world entity that which possesses the three characteristics as SBI we call it. So state as well as behavior and identity. If these three things are there, then only we are going to say that it is an object with respect to this. So with respect to this, see what is meant by an object. Let's say there. So assume that car is an object so far. So what is the state of the car? See, either moving state or parking state would be there. So that itself actually we call it as a state. So far fine. And next we have behavior. So in behavior, see what is going to happen. See there, left turn, right turn, reverse direction, so something we have to make it. That itself actually we call it as a behavior there. And next we have identity. So what is this identity we call? See there is each and every car will have one unique registration number so far with respect to this. So that itself actually we call it as an identity there with respect to this. So that's why see state, behavior, identity, these three things are there. So that itself actually we call it as an object so far with respect to. Next we have is what are the OOPS features see we have with respect to this. Coming into this see object oriented programming features, now see we have encapsulation, abstraction, and next we have inheritance, and next we have polymorphism. So these four are the object oriented programming features we have with respect to this. So what are the four object oriented encapsulation, abstraction, and next we have inheritance, and next we have this polymorphism. These four are the object oriented programming features we have with respect to this. So first of all comes into this, we have encapsulation means what will happen now, data binding we call with respect to this. See data binding means what will happen. Till now I have number of students, but today I'm not, you are also my students with respect to this so far. So I have to bind your data to the existing context here. So that itself actually we call it as an encapsulation so far. So we have wrapping up of data and functions into a single unit known as encapsulation so far fine, because we have to bind the data to the existing context there. So that itself actually we call it as an encapsulation so far with respect to this. So wrapping up of data and functions into a single unit, that itself actually we call it as an encapsulation there. Now next we have with respect to this is abstraction means what we have to do now. See, hiding the irrelevant details of an object that do not contribute to its essential characteristics known as abstractions so far fine. So hiding the relevant details of an object that do not contribute to its essential characteristics. So that itself actually we call it as an abstraction so far. That's why see both encapsulation and as well as abstraction, both the things are existing side by side with respect to this, because some part of the data actually I have to make it visible, some part of the data I have to make it hide. Okay, example, see for suppose you are my students, if I ask please give your name and email address, so for the trainer context you are going to share the things to me with respect to this. But if I ask please give your address and as well as your bank details, these things are irrelevant to the trainer, you are going to hide it from me with respect to this. So that's why see some part of the data you have to make it visible and some part of the data we have to make it hide. So visibility thing comes with respect to this as encapsulation there, and hiding thing comes with respect to this as abstraction with respect to this. So focuses on showing the relevant details, where abstraction focuses on hiding the irrelevant details with respect to this. So encapsulation focuses on showing the relevant details, where abstraction focuses on hiding the irrelevant details with respect to this, because both the things are existing side by side so far fine. And next we have comes into this is inheritance. So what is actually inheritance? See we have see there, see deriving a new class from already existing class known as inheritance. So through inheritance we can reduce the size of the program, because see, through inheritance now we can reduce the size of the program with respect to this, because without writing the code again and again, through inheritance is there now, through inheritance actually we can reduce the size of the program with respect to this. Fine. Okay, now polymorphism. So what is actually the polymorphism? See, comes into this picture. See, there is, see, polymorphism is a Greek word we call with respect to this. So the main purpose of polymorphism now, see, the ability to take more than one form known as polymorphism with respect to this. Okay, the ability to take more than one form, that itself actually we call it as a polymorphism, which is known as one entity that which is available in different forms with respect to this. So that itself actually we call it as a polymorphism so far. So the best example for polymorphism now, see, humans are the best example for polymorphism, because see, right now you are in the student role, but you will not be in the student role for 24 hours, isn't it? In you a student is there, then you are working in some place, then you are an employee, you are participating in some games, and you are a player, but at the end of the day you are a family person with respect to this. So that itself actually we call it as a polymorphism so far. Fine. So that's why, see, the ability to take more than one form, so that itself actually we call it as a polymorphism so far. Fine. Okay, now next we have is what is meant by class here. Let's see there. Coming into this, see, class, let's see, we have a class is just like, see, we call it as a class is a template or blueprint that which contains the combination of data members and member functions so far. Now members of the class can be accessible by using the instance of the class so far. Fine. So that's why, see, we have class name we have there. So in this, what are the things we have? See, so this is the one we have there. So class name we have with respect to this. In this we have this data members and as well as member functions. Everything we have to make it as a class with respect to this. So that's why this class actually we call here as a template with respect to this, that which contains a combination of the data members and as well as member functions so far with respect to this. Fine. So now members of the class can be accessible by using this. You have to create an object. By using this object only we have to access them with respect to this. So that's why it comes into this picture. Okay. In the object oriented programming means what will happen? Data needs to be available, but all data will not be available to all the people with respect to this. So that is the way you have to ensure that. So see how actually what are the different access modifiers we have here. So let's see there. Coming into this, see, access modifiers, now we have, see there, we have as public, protected, and next we have as internal and protected internal. So these are the different access modifiers actually we have with respect to this. So first of all, say private means what will happen. See there, see here, allows you to access members within the current class so far. Fine. So allows you to access the members within the current class with respect to this so far. So outside the class it cannot be accessible with respect to this. So that itself actually we call it as a private so far with respect to this. Now public means actually, see what will happen. We don't have any kind of the restrictions for that. So public means what will happen. See there, see here, allows you to access members in entire application with respect to this. So that itself actually we call it as a public so far. So public allows you to access the members in entire application with respect to this. Fine. So now next we have is protected means, see what will happen. See there, allows you to access members current by derived classes so far. Fine. So if you want to access them within the current and as well as derived class with respect to this so far, that actually we do with respect to this as protected so far. Fine. So protected allows you to access the members within the current and derived class with respect to this. Fine. Okay. Now internals means, see what will happen. See there, see here, see, allows you to access members within all classes of current namespace. Means internal means it's a public to namespace, not to the application. By means I have a namespace is there. In that namespace actually I have to access all the things with respect to this. That is the situation actually what we need is we need the help of this internal so far with respect to this. So allows you to access the members within all classes of current namespace with respect to this. Okay. Next we have is protected internal. What is actually the protected internal? See we have, see there, allows you to access members within all classes of current namespace and other namespace derived classes so far. Fine. So allows you to access the members within the all class of current namespace. So within the all class of current namespace you have to access and other namespace derived classes so far. Fine. So these are the different access modifiers we have with respect to this. So we have private, public, protected, and as well as internal and protected internal. So like that, these are the different access modifiers we have with respect to this file. Okay, got. So now next comes into this, we have see there with respect to, so these are the different access modifiers we have with respect to this file. Now next, what is the output statement we have there, and what are the input statements we have with respect to this? So let's see there. See, the top level class for .NET is system.object. So system.object is a top level class. So system.object is basically, it's a top level class actually we are going to have with respect to this. So which is going to, so top level class with respect to this is system.object is a top level class, because all the methods will be different from this top level class with respect to this as system.object only with respect to this. Now there are some more concept actually we call it as BCL and as well as FCL. So BCL stands for what it calls is base class libraries. FCL stands for, see, we have here as framework class libraries so far with respect to this. So BCL stands for, we call it as a base class libraries, means what will happen, what are the top level, which are the libraries which are coming from the version 0 onwards. I mean, see, .NET started with 1.14 version with respect to it. Since 1.14, what are the classes are there, all the things comes with respect to this as base class libraries with respect to this. So same way FCL stands for, say, we call it as framework class libraries. What is actually the framework class libraries now? Framework to framework, what are the classes will be added with respect to this, that would be comes with respect to this as FCL so far with respect to this. So these are the two types we have here as BCL and as well as FCL. So like that, these are the two types of the classes we have with respect to this file. So now see how actually we are able to, what is the output statement is there and what is the input statement. See, we have, let's see there. See, we have console.writeLine display any value or message with respect to this. So see, we have console.writeLine. So same way, see, we have here if I and what are the data types actually here we have with respect to this. There coming into this data types, now we have, there are two types of data types as, so first we have with respect to this as value types, and second I have with respect to this as reference types. So like that, these are the two types we have with respect to this. Now what is the difference between value types and reference types? See, we have, see, there is value types will be stored in the stack memory, value double character, boolean, etc. all will be comes with respect to value types. Now in reference type, see, what are the things we have is, we have this object as well as string. These are the things that comes with respect to this as, and custom classes are comes with respect to this as reference types so far fine. So these are the various types actually we have with respect to this. These are the various data types actually we have here as value types and as well as reference types with respect to this file. So now why actually here I have a question for you, that why we classified this memories as stack and heap? Why can't we put everything in stack, isn't it? What is the purpose of dividing them as a value types and reference types, and why we have to put it in a stack memory and why we have to put it in a heap memory? The very simple thing is, stack cannot store large amount of data, okay? Because see, what will happen if I want to store your details, for suppose right now 4 students are there, Lokesh, Sahil, Shivam and Vikas, isn't it? So for you 4 people actually, what are the things, your personal details as well as your academic details, job details, everything I have to store. Nearly 40 to 50 variable data I have to store. Now one object 40, second object 40, like that. Assume that I have 100 students, 100 into 40, that much of large amount of the data I have to store. That is the situation actually, stack memory is inadequate to handle this kind of situation. That is the situation actually, that's why actually we classified these things as stack and heap, and as well as in the heap memory we are going to store all the things with respect to this. Okay, so now what are the output statements see we have here? So let's see there. So coming into this, see, output statements, now see we have console.writeLine. Console.writeLine purpose now use it to display any value or message. So if I want to display any value or message, so such kind of the thing, please go for this console.writeLine so far. So see here how it will come, see there, console.writeLine, welcome to .NET programming. This is a static verb I have to make with respect to this. Now same way, see you have here is console.readLine, use it to read data from the keyboard with respect to this. So if you want to read the data from this keyboard with respect to this so far, please go for this console.readLine with respect to this. So see how it will come, see there, if I have string name, we have there name equals to, here we have to give readLine we have with respect to this. So name actually we have to define like this. Name equals to console.readline we have with respect to this. So this is the way we are able to make it. Now next comes into this we have with respect to this. So name equals to console.readline we have file. So now next comes into this we have see there with respect to this yeah, how actually we are going to write a simple hello world program. Now how to define the main method. See, you can define method main as static void main. This is the way how to define, because main method must be static, because no class object supposed to call the method main. That's why what we have to do is here you have to make the main method here as static so far with respect to this. So
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides .NET online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
main method will be static because no class object supposed to call this method with respect to this. Okay, so now see how actually we are going to write a simple hello world program. See there. Now please open the Visual Studio Wala. Otherwise in the type devenv in the developer environment in the run menu. Now this is a window will come into this picture. Okay, now in this, see what you have to make it. See there, first file new project you have to make it, because here not the files you have to make it. First you have to do a project there. File new project we have. Then after that, see we have console application is there. Select the console application .NET framework we have to select. Now in this you please use the location there. What is the location? See we have .NET underscore. Now give the application name as hello world. I have there. Got. So now click on OK. Then automatically it will create a project. See, automatically this is the template will be created. Okay. This is actually comes with respect to this as FCL there, because see with respect to the recent framework, this is a template will be generated. These are comes with respect to this as FCL with respect to this. Okay. Here actually I have to write console.writeline. Na? For console.writeline we have a shortcut there. Just use CW and press 2 times tab. Then automatically see it's giving console.writeline comes into this picture. Now you please write it as welcome to .NET programming. This is the first thing we have there. Now after that, see here how it will comes, how to run it now. Just go to this debug and start without debugging. You have to give okay, debug and as well start without debugging there. See automatically this way we are able to. So now if we run the, see this is the output we are getting. See welcome to .NET programming so far fine. Okay, so now but actually see this is not the way actually we have to write the program, because see we have to implement with respect to this object oriented programming there. So see how actually we are able to make it. So now please create a new project there. So now see we have here class data we have with respect to this. This is a data class is there. Now after that, see in this data class, now see how it will come. See there. Let me have one public method. So here see always class name and as well as method name needs to start with capital letter there. Okay. That is the naming standard we have to follow. Without that it will execute, but with respect to this coding guidelines, now this is the one you have to follow. Now public void, see we have here as Shravan I give. Then I'm putting one public method here. Now see we have hi, I am Shravan we have. This is the one first we are making. Now same way, see let me write one more method here as see internal void Shivam I give. Now see we have, now let me have one private method also here. Private void so like that is that. So see here what is happening here. Data as a class we have with respect to this. In this I have one public method, one private method, one internal method we have there, isn't it? Now I have to create an object to this. So how will create an object? See we have can create an object to the class as this is the way you have class name object equals to new class name we have with respect to this. So like that we made it. So you can create an object to the class with respect to this as class name object equals to new class name with respect to this. So now see how we will make it. See there, see here. So what is the class name? See here we have data as a class we have there. So what is the syntax? See here we have class name object equals to new class name. This is the way you have to make it. Data obj equals to new data so far with respect to this. So this is the way you have. So data obj equals to new data we have with respect to this. Then after that, see we have obj dot. Now see Here I'm getting Shravan method and as well as I'm getting Shivam method, but I'm not getting the Lokesh method because Lokesh method here it is a private. So private methods we cannot access them with respect to this. Okay. Now debug, start without debugging. Now see here we are getting like this. Okay. Because one basic rule actually how to follow here is in main method you please don't write any kind of the business logic. Always you have to write the business logic in a separate class, and that class actually we have to create an object and as well as we have to call it. Okay, that is actually the way of writing. You have to habituate in this with respect to this. Okay, now next see how actually we are going to read the data with respect to this. So if you want to read the data with respect to this, so far now see there, see program to something we have there. Now see in this we have string name. I want to read your name and as well as I have to print it. Now see we have CW, enter your name we have with respect to this. Now see we have name equals to console.readline we have to give, because console.readline which is used to read the data in string format. Okay, now I have to print the name. What is the syntax to print the name? See name is, and in this plus name, this is the one way we can print it by using the concatenation operator. Now see here debug start without debugging. Now enter your name Lokesh. If you enter, see automatically it's giving here as name is Lokesh with respect to this. Okay, now but apart from that, see here how we will make it. See there, see, because see I have to print only one argument, that's why see argument count is going to start with respect to this index 0 with respect to this. So far name we have to make with respect to this. Okay, so see we have enter your name equals to console.readline. Now console.writeline name equals to so and so thing we have with respect to this. Now if we run a see next in this, so this is the way we are able to make it here. Fine. So now so next part see comes into this. We have see there how to do the simple sum of two numbers program. So let's see there with respect to this. So if I want to do the sum of two numbers program, now see there, see okay. Now next part see we have see there, see here we have with respect to this, see class calculation as a class we have with respect to this. Okay, now after that, see in this what we have to make it. See there, see here I want to read the variables and as well as I have to do the sum with respect to this. So far, so see how we have to make it in a comma b we have there. I want to read two numbers there, but see console.readline actually use it to read the data in string format. So if you want to convert the string into integer, now we have to use convert.toInt32 or toInt64 method. We have to use it. See we have CW enter two numbers we have there. Now first of all see how it will comes. A equals to convert.toInt32 of console dot readline we have with respect to this. So first of all see this one we have A equals to convert.toInt32 means what will happen, it would be converted into the 32-bit integer with respect to this. So if you give 64 now, it would be converted into the 64-bit integer with respect to this. So this is a built-in method we have there. So convert.toInt32 means it's used to convert into this integer there. Now same way see we have B equals to convert.toInt32 of console.readline we have there. So this is the way we have to able to make it first. Okay, so now after that see here how it will come. See there, see here now let me add a method here, public void add of int a comma int b we have with respect to this. So add is a method which returns nothing. So that's why see add is a method which takes the two parameters, because from the main method now we have to pass the two parameters. That's why actually I am giving add method with respect to this int a comma int b with respect to this. Now after that see we have int c equals to a plus b with respect to this. So int c equals to a plus b with respect to this. Now CW sum is, this is a way. Then what will happen, in place of the 0th argument now a will be coming into the picture. In place of first argument b comes into this picture. Now in place of 2 now c comes into this picture with respect to this. So that's why see sum of 0 and 1 is 2 with respect to this so far. Now see here, see how it will come. See that calc obj equals to new calc we have with respect to this. Then after that, see we have obj dot add of a comma b we have with respect to this. I need to add a and b numbers there. So now see here, if we run this now, see this is the way we are getting. So sum of 56 and 22 is 78 with respect to this. So that is the way we have to make it. Okay. Now next thing, see how to do that is I want to calculate the area and circumference of a circle with respect to this. Area actually we have to give it as pi r square and circumference will be 2 pi r, isn't it? Okay. Now I have to read the radius. Radius will come in decimal, that's why please take the double there with respect to this. So now see we have double radius we have there. So console dot write line, enter radius with respect to this. Now radius equals to convert dot 2 double of console dot read line we have with respect to this. So that's the first thing we have there. Okay. Now after that, see here we have, so please create a class as class demo we have with respect to this. Then after that, see we have public void calc of double radius we have with respect to this. Okay, public void calc of double radius with respect to this. Now in this actually you please calculate like this: double area comma circumference we have there. Now area equals to pi r square, circumference equals to 2 into radius we have. So I'm just making this area equals to so and so thing and circumference equals to so and so thing we have. Now see we have CW area of circle we have as, so see this is we are getting area of circle is so and so thing and circumference is so and so thing so far with respect to this. Okay, next. So same way, see we have to do is I want to convert the centigrade to Fahrenheit with respect to this. So see how we will make it. See there, C2F we have to make it double. See we have here, fine. So CW enter centigrade value with respect to this. Now C equals to, so now after that, see we have, see there, public void calc of double C we have with respect to this. Then after that, see we have double F equals to 9 star C by 5. So now comes into this, we have, say the demo obj equals to new demo we have with respect to this. Then obj dot calc of C we have here with respect to this. Okay, got. Now just give here debug, start without debugging there. Now please give here as 37 so far. Now see here we are getting Fahrenheit value we are getting here as 98.6 with respect to this. So this is the way we can ensure it. Okay. So now next in this, say we have, see there with respect to this, see up to this time actually what we are doing is we are just doing all the programs with respect to this as input, process, output, such kind of the things we are doing with respect to this, isn't it? Okay. Now next part, see here we have to make it, see there with respect to this as see yeah. So next part, see actually we have to do with respect to this, see there how we are going to work with so how actually we are able to work with respect to this control structures. See what is actually the control, what is the purpose of control structures. So let's see there. See control structures purpose now, see use it to define the flow of the programs for fine. So if you want to define the flow of the programs, so such kind of the thing that actually we do with respect to this, what it calls as control structures with respect to this. So control structures use it to define the flow of the program so far. Now see what are the types of control structures. See we have, see there are two types of control structures known as, so first we have with respect to this as branching control structures, and second I have with respect to this as looping control structures. So like that, these are the two types of the control structures we have with respect to this. Now first of all comes into this, say branching control structures. Now what will happen, see there in this we have with respect to this as if else control structure with respect to this. If else purpose now, see use it to execute statements based on the condition with respect to this. So see how it will come, see that if condition set of statements are there, some set of statements we have to make it. This is the way you have. So then what will happen, see there if condition is true, then first set of statements are executed. Now if the condition is false, then second set of statements are executed with respect to this. So that's with respect to this as if else control structure with respect to this. Okay. So now next simple program, see what I want to do is I want to check whether the given number is positive or negative. So how can we say that a number is positive or negative? Less than 0 it's negative, greater than 0 it's positive, isn't it? Okay. So give it here. In 10 we have there CW, enter n value with respect to this. Now n equals to convert dot to int 32 of console dot read line we have with respect to this. So now see here how we'll make it, say that if n greater than or equals to 0, then please give here as CW. Now next we have, see there, if n greater than or equals to 0, then please give it as negative number with respect to this. Okay. Now please create an object, see there, how we will call C demo obj equals to new demo we have with respect to this. Then after that, see we have here 5 if I give, it is giving as positive number with respect to this. Now same way, see here I have minus 6 we have there, it's going to give here as negative number with respect to this. So this is the way we have to make the things. Okay. So now same way, say next we have to do is I want to check whether the given number is even or odd with respect to this. So see how we are able to make this one. See, so even or odd, see how we are able to make it, see there with respect to this. See, so what is the condition for even or odd? Now see we have if n percentage to w equals to 0, then please give here as even number. Okay, this is the way you have. So public void check of intent we have there. If n percentage to w equals to 0, print it as even number, else we have to give it as odd number with respect to this. Now see we have demo obj equals to new demo we have with respect to this. Then obj dot check of n we are giving with respect to this. So n value we have to print it there. Now see here debug, start without debugging there. See enter n value 9, it's giving here as odd number. Now n value minus 8 we are giving, then it is giving here as even number with respect to this. So this is the way we are able to make it. Okay. So now next another program, see we have to do is I want to display the maximum of 3 numbers program. Now see we have, say there class demo we have, then in this we have in a comma b comma c we have there. Now CW, enter 3 numbers we have with respect to this. Okay. Now after this we have a equals to convert dot to int32 of console dot read line, b equals to convert dot to int32 of console dot read we have. Now c equals to convert dot to int32 of console dot read line with respect to this. Okay. Then after that, see we have c there with respect to this. Now right check of in a comma in p comma in c we have. So here actually I have to make the things as in comma in c with respect to this. These are the things we have to make it. Now after that, see here how it will come, see there, see here, see. So now how to display the maximum of 3 numbers, see there. Assume that first number is maximum int m equals to a. I'm assuming that first number is maximum so far. Then after that, see what it becomes. If m less than b, then m equals to b with respect to this. If m less than c, then m equals to c we have with respect. So now after that, see here how it will comes. CW maximum value is plus m so far with respect to this. M is the maximum value, we have to print it. Now create an object and print it, see there. So please give here as demo obj equals to new demo so far with respect to this. Now obj dot check of a comma b comma c we have with respect to this. So I'm just defining them with respect to this. Now please give a debug, start without debugging. That is the way we are able to make it. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of .NET by answering this question. What is boxing in .NET? A. Which converts value type to object. B. Converts reference type to value type. C. Converts primitive type to value type. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPath to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
We are going to discuss about this looping control structure so far. So the looping control structures, now see we have here is see while loop we have. First of all, see we have while loop with respect to this. So what is the purpose of while loop? Now see there, this loop executes all the statements repeatedly until the condition remains true. Now, if the condition remains false, then it comes out of the loop. So far, fine. So, if the condition remains false, then actually it comes out of the loop with respect to this. Now, see here, see for every loop, basically there are three phases as. So first we have with respect to this as initialization, and second we have with respect to this as condition, third we have with respect to this as increment or decrement. So for every loop basically there are three phases we have here. First I have this initialization is there, and next I have this condition, and third we have this increment or decrement. So like that, these are the three phases we have with respect to this. Now see, we have here initialization performed at the beginning of the loop and condition performed at the conditional part of the loop. And first of all, see, we have to do in this picture is I want to display your name 5 times with respect to this. So see how we are able to make it see that, or I want to display your name n times with respect to this so far. So see how we are able to make it. Okay, now see in this we have static void main we have there with respect to this. Now in this next, see we have to do in this picture, see there, see here and we have to first read the n value, cw, enter n value so far. Now n equals to n value we are reading with respect to this. Then see here we have, see there, show of intent with respect to this. So public void show of intent with respect to this. Then after that, see we have, see there, so public void show of intent we have there. Now after that, see in this we have, see there with respect to this int I equals to 0. This is the initialization first we have there. Then after that, see we have while I less than or equals to n. This is the condition we have to make it. So first we have this initialization, next we have this condition. Now CW, welcome to .NET we have there. Now this is the increment we have. I plus plus is there. This is the increment we have with respect to this. So this is the thing. So this is the initialization is there, and this is a condition, and this would be increment with respect to this. So see how actually we have to make it. See that demo obj equals to new demo so far, then obj dot show of, and we have to make it with respect to this obj dot show of, and there. Now see in the picture with respect to the, see if you run a debug, start without debugging. So now see here we have enter value 6, then automatically see 6 times it is printing here as welcome to .NET so far, fine. Okay, same way, see next we have to do is I want to display the even numbers of given range with respect to this. So see how we will do that. See there, even show we have. Now in this I have, see int n, you please read the data cw, enter n value with respect to this. Now n equals to convert dot to int32 of console dot line we have with respect to this. Okay, then after that, see we have, see there, show even numbers with respect to this, fine. Then even numbers, see how we are able to make it. First you please initialize to this, say int I equals to 0. This is initialization we have. Then I less than or equals to n. This is the condition I have there. So int I equals to 0. First we have there while. So I less than or equals to n. This is the condition we have. Then after that, see we have cw less I there. Now increment it here. I equals to I plus 2. We have with respect to this. Now see in this we have, see that demo obj equals to new demo we have with respect to this. Then obj dot show up, and we have there. These are the things we have to make it. So these are the even numbers we are able to make the things here, fine. Okay. So next in this we have to make it, see there with respect to this. See, this is the way we are able to make the things here, fine. So now next part, see here we have to do in this picture with respect to this. Then I want to display the factorial of a given number. So what is a factorial means? What will happen? See there, for suppose, see if I give the number as 5, I have to print 1 into 2 into 3 into 4 into 5. That is the value actually I have to print with respect to this. So see how we will make it. See there. Now see here we have int n we have there, enter n value with respect to this, n equals to convert dot to int32 of console dot read line we have there, demo we have. Now public void calc of int n we have with respect to this. Then after that, see we have int f equals to 1. So now see here we have, see there, for int I equals to 1, I less than or equals to n, I plus plus is there. Then after that, see here how it will come. See for int I equals to 1 now, f equals to f star I we have with respect to this. I'm just calculating, I'm just making the calculation for the while loop. I'm sorry. Now in this also just give int I equals to 1. This is the initialization we have. Then see we have while I less than or equals to n. This is the condition we have to make it. Then after that, see here we have, see there, f equals to f star I. This is the calculation we are doing. Like, see what will happen, 1 into 1, 1 into 2, like that. Then after that we have to give here as I equals to I plus 1 we have with respect to this. And just incrementing I plus plus we are making there. Then after that, see here how it will come, see there, CW factorial value is plus f so far with respect to this. So factorial value equals to plus f we have with respect to this. See there, demo obj equals to new demo we have with respect to this. 6 we have with respect to, now see here we are getting factorial value is 720 with respect to this. So this is the way we are able to make it. Okay, so now next part, see here we have to see there with respect to this. See, this way we are able to make it fine. Now next we have is for loop we have. So what is the purpose of this for loop? See, let's see there with respect to for loop now executes the statements. So for loop also iterates the, this loop executes all the statements repeatedly until the condition remains true. Sorry, if condition remains false, then it comes loop. So far fine. So see how it will comes. For we have there initialization semicolon condition semicolon increment or decrement. So like that we have there. Now in this we have to write statements we have to write with respect to this. So we have their initialization and as well as condition, and as well as next we have this increment or decrement. So like that, these are the things we have with respect to this. So see how we are able to make the things see there. Now for suppose, see I want to print factors of a given number. So how to print the factors of a given number? See, if I have the number as 20 there, what are the factors of 20? 1, 2, 4, 5, 10, 20, isn't it? All the things actually have to print it out there. So see how we will do that. So now see public void factors we have there with respect to this. Now factors of intent. Here the n value have to pass. Now in this, see we have, see there. Now how actually we are going to define the factors? We have to give the percentage. When you see, if I have the n value is 10, 1%, so 10% is 1, 10% is 2, 10% is 3. All the things you have to make it there. See here how it will come. See now for int I equals to 1, I less than or equals to n, I plus plus. Then after that, see how if n percentage I double equals to 0. Then after that, see we have if n percentage then factor plus I so far with respect to this is equals to new demo so far with respect to this. Okay. Now obj dot of n we have with respect to this. Okay. Now we will start with our debugging. Now see we have, see that 20 we have. So what are the factors of 20 with respect to this? See, this is the way we are able to make it. Okay. So now if I give here as 90 there with respect to this, then after that, say we have here as factors. So 90 factors are we are able to print like this with respect to this. Okay. Now the next part in this we have to make with respect to this. See there, see here. I want to check whether the given number is prime or not. Okay. So we have public void check of int and we have there. So now after that, see here we have, see there. So for int I equals to 2, I less than n, I plus plus we have. Then after that, see here how it will come. See there, if n percentage I double equals to 0, then here now see, because see I am starting with 2 there, I have to start because except 1 and itself no other factors. That's why I have to start dividing from 2 onwards with respect to this. Now here we have boolean flag equals to false we have with respect to this. Now here I am just making flag equals to true we have. Now in this, see what I have to do. If flag equals to true, then we say that it's a prime number because percentage I equals to 0 is happened. So that's why, see, if a flag equals to true means it's a prime number. If the flag equals to false, we say that it's not prime number with respect to. So see we have flag double equals to true, CW prime number so far, else CW not prime number with respect to this. So like that we have that. Now demo obj equals to new demo we have now obj dot check off and with respect to this. So now see here, see automatically it's giving here as not prime number with respect to this. So now see here we have 6 with respect to this, it's giving here as prime number with respect to this. So this is the way we are able to make it. Okay. Now next part, see we have to do in this picture, see there with respect to this. What is actually the array so far and why actually we need this array, that we are going to see with respect to this. An array is the finite ordered set of homogeneous elements, means all the elements belongs to same data type. So finite ordered set of homogeneous elements means what will happen, all the elements belongs to the same data type perform. So that's why see the group of related data type elements set itself actually we call it as an array so far fine. Now all elements of array are stored in successive memory locations so far. Now see how to declare an array. See int a equals to new int of. So define the elements with respect to this.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides .NET online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now in this case what will happen, see there, see here a of 0 equals to 12, a of 1 equals to 4, a of 2 equals to 7, a of 3 equals to 67, a of 4 equals to 34. So like that all the elements we are able to make the things here with respect to this. Okay, so a of 0, so first element, second, third, fourth, all the elements we are able to print like this with respect to this. So see how actually we are able to define the array here. So let's see there. This is the thing we have. So int a equals to new int of, these are the values we have with respect to this. Now after that, see here how we are able to make it, see there with respect to the c. So for loop I want to print all the values, so that's why we have for int I equals to 0, I less than a dot length, I plus length is a predefined property we have there. Okay, so I equals to 0, I less than a dot length, and as well as I plus plus is there with respect to this. Now see we have, so cw a of I we are putting with respect to this and just printing the array index with respect to this so far. So see how it will come, see there demo obj equals to new demo so far. Then after that, see we have obj dot, so we have with respect to this. Then what will happen is, see automatically, see here debug start without debugging with respect to this. Now see automatically these are the values we are able to make the things here fine. Okay, 12, 66, 23, 88, 33, 24, all the values we are able to get it. Okay. रिवर्स आई गया it's prime and I give here as 6 there. Now in the same way, see if I want to store the string names with respect to this so far. So see now, but actually see here apart from this one, we can print them with respect to this. See here we have another loop called for each loop with respect to this. For each int I in a we have there. Then after that, see we have cw I with respect to this. Then automatically see it is also print the same way with respect to this. Okay. So next in this, see we have to make with respect to this. So next in this, see we have to make it, see that, see here how actually we are going to display the values with respect to these strings here. So let's see there. So string, see we have, see there string array we have to make it. So string names equals to new string of, see what are the things actually we have, see there Sahil, Shivam, and because, so like that these are the things we are getting with respect to this. So now after that, see in this we have, see there with respect to the C demo obj equals to new demo so far with respect to this. Okay. So now I have to print the things with respect to this. Now see, we have, now one thing actually I want to tell, traditional for loop we are not supposed to use in our programming with respect to this, because mostly more than 95% actually we are going to use the for each loop only here. So string s names we have, now please print it. So CW as we have with respect to this. Then after that, see, we have, see there, debug start without debugging there. Then automatically, see, this is the way we are able to make it. See, this is the way it comes into this picture. Okay. Now next, see, we have in this is how we are going to work with respect to the string methods. Now I just write a simple program. You please credit the output for this program with respect to this. What is the output we are getting? By hello is strings basically immutable. Since strings are immutable, means once they are assigned, we cannot change by using any string methods with respect to this. So that's why, see, what will happen? Store that value in another string, then it would be hello world there. But in the current string, the value will not be appended with respect to this. Okay. So strings basically in .NET are immutable. What is actually immutability in the sense? Once they are assigned, they cannot be changed with respect to this. Okay. Let's see how actually we are going to work with respect to reference parameters. So let's see that. So if you want to make a simple program as factorial of a given number using the reference. So see how we are able to make it. So now, see, in this we have, see there, int n, and we have there CW, enter n value, converted to int 32 of console.readline we have there. Then after that, see here I have with respect to C calc of int n comma reference int f so far with respect to this. So now see, we have public void calc of int n comma reference int f with respect to this. Then after that, see here how it will come. See there, f is a value. By default, I'm giving the f value as 1 so far there. Now after that, see, we have for int I equals to 1, I less than or equals to n. So now see here we have, see, with respect to this, see there, see here, see new demo so far. So we have obj calc of n comma reference f we have with respect to this. So now see in this, see how it will come. See there, calc is a method we have int n comma reference int f with respect to this. Then after that, see here we have, see there, obj dot calc of n comma reference f with respect to this. So this is the way we are able to make it. Okay. So this is the call by reference we are going to make it, because see here what I are giving f equals to 1 value, actually I'm just inputting there. Then actually in this method now, this is the calculated value we are getting there. That's the reference actually how to get with respect to this. So that's why I'm using the ref keyword with respect to this so far. Okay. Now next we have is out parameters. See how it will comes. Out parameter purpose now, see, if you want to return more than one value to the corresponding function, then we need the help of out parameters for find. Okay. So if you want to return more than one value to this corresponding function with respect to this, then actually what we need is we need the help of this out parameters with respect to this. So see how we are able to make with respect to this. So for suppose, see here, now example we have there. Now what I want to do is I want to read, let me create a class here as employee so far. Okay. Now see here we have int empno we have. Then after that, string name comma double basic we have with respect to this. Public void show of int empno comma. Now here what I have to do that is I want to send the values with respect to this as if employee number equals to 1, I want to send some values to this main method. If employee number equals to 3, I want to send some values. Else actually I have to give here as not found with respect to this. So that situation what I will do is please make them as an out parameter here. Out string name and out double basic with respect to this. Then after that, see here how it will come. See if employee number double equals to 1. So if employee number double equals to 1, now see what I have to do. That see there name equals to something we have, basic equals to something we have with respect to this. Now else if empno double equals to 3 we have there. Then after that, see we have name equals to Shivam and basic equals to something we have. Else what we have to do, see here is see name equals to not found and basic equals to 0, something we have with respect to this. These are the else if block with respect to the else if ladder actually we are doing there. Now what will happen? The show method actually it will return more than one value. So that's why see, because normally a method will return only one value at a time with respect to this. But if you want to return more than one value to this corresponding function with respect to this, so that is the situation actually what we need is we need the help of this what it calls as out parameter so far with respect to this. See here how it will come see there. So see how actually we are able to make the things see there. So employee equals to new employee so far. Then after that, see we have employee dot row of. So first actually I have to read the employee number. No? So enter employee number. Now see in the C we have EMP equals to convert dot to int32 of console dot read line we have there. Then after that, see here we have to give employee dot show of EMP comma out name comma out basic we have with respect to this. So now what will happen? Employee number actually I'm just taking as an input with respect to this. Then actually I'm just taking the name and as well as basic values with respect to this fine. So now if I print now see there name so far and basic is just basic with respect to this. So like that we have there. Now if we run this now see there debug start without debugging. Now see employee number if I give 1, it is giving us name equals to location, the basic so on something so far. If I give 3 with respect to this, name is Shivam, basic equals to something we have like this, we are able to make it. Okay. This is with respect to this as out parameter so far fine. So these are the types of parameters we have here as first we have this in parameter and next we have this reference parameter and next we have with respect to this as out parameter. So like that we have with respect to this. Okay. Now so next in this we have to make with respect to see there see here see this is the way which comes into this picture fine. So now next thing we have to do that is I will write a simple program. Now see in this we have class demo is there. Demo obj1 equals to new demo. Now what would be the output for this program? 13 is correct answer. See 13 actually I'm giving fine. See there are two types of memories as what are the things we have stack and second we have with respect to this as heap so far. Now value types will be stored in stack memory and reference types will be stored in heap memory so far with respect to this. So value types will be stored in the stack memory and reference type will be stored with respect to this as heap memory with respect to this. Now in this case what will happen with respect to this? Now see demo obj1 equals to new demo and obj1 dot n equals to 12 so far with respect to this. Okay. So what will happen? See in this picture, see there, see here, see this is with respect to this as stack so far with respect to this and this would be with respect to this heap memory we have there. So now see in this what will happen see with respect to this see that see here. Now in this what demo obj1 equals to new demo and as well as obj1 dot n equals to 12 we have. Now in this case what will happen? Now see obj1 will be declared in the stack. obj1 will be declared in the stack and it will be pointing to this one memory location which is there in the heap with respect to this. So obj1 will be declared in the stack and it would be pointing to this one memory location which is there in the heap. Then after that see in this we have I equals to 12. The value 12 will be stored with respect to this. Okay. This is the thing is happening in these two lines. Now the 16th line see what I am doing obj2 equals to obj1 we are giving. Then what will happen? Both object1 and object2 both are pointing to the same memory location with respect to this. So that's why see here I have. So this is the one we have. So both object1 and object2 both are pointing to the same memory location. Now in this see here I have I value here it is coming here as 13 with respect to this. So then what will happen? Both object1 and object2 both are pointing to the same memory location and inside the memory the value gets changed to 13 with respect to this so far. Okay. See here now that's why see here we are getting the output as 13 there with respect to this. But I am telling both are pointing to the same memory location. Now if you want to print the memory location address number, now we have a method called hash code there. Get hash code method if you give. Then it will display the memory location address number with respect to this so far. Okay. So get hash code is a method that which is going to display the memory location address number there. Now see here debug start without debugging. it is giving the same memory location. See there, 46104728. That is the same memory location address it is printing with respect to. That is the thing. So this is the way the object-oriented programming is going to work with respect to this. Now, next see comes into this. We have see there how the way the strings will be stored in the memory. So let us see there. S1 equals to Lokesh, comma S2 equals to Sahil, and S3 equals to Shivam, comma S4 equals to, because we have with respect to this Lokesh, we have there, fine. So now after that, see in this how it will come, see there with respect to the C. So CW, now CW S2 dot get add 4. Now with respect to this so far. So these are the things are there with respect to this. Now after that, see how debug, start without debugging with respect to. What is the thing you identified here? First value and as well as last value both are same, isn't it? With respect to this, what is the conclusion actually we have? See there, here how it will, with respect to this, what is the conclusion we have? See why actually both are having the same value? Because S1 string S1 equals to location, S4 equals to location also so far. That's why it is giving like this, isn't it? So with
Yes,
respect to this, what is the conclusion we have there? Because strings are basically it's a reference type, but will be used for value type operations, isn't it? Okay. So how the way the strings will be stored in the memory? Let me give a simple example. Whenever you declare a string, at first it checks the value is available in the heap memory or not. If the value is not available, so if the value is not available, then it would be pointing to this. If the value is available, then it would be pointing to the same memory location. But if the value is not available now, then it would be pointing to the different memory location with respect to the so far. Means same value will not be stored by multiple memory locations with respect to. Okay. Now I will write one block of code. We tell you which line is going to execute. Okay. Now, next see we have in this picture, see there with respect to this, see in this case now, which is the line will execute. Show of string name we have with respect to this small I will give. In this, whichever the thing will execute first. With respect to this, what is our drawback actually we have? See, I can't pass the varying arguments. I only, because if the show method takes one argument, strictly I have to pass one argument. I can't pass the varying arguments, isn't it? But
Yes, sir.
sometimes actually I have to handle the varying data, na? Because you take an example, Facebook is there. Facebook post, I can't predict how many likes you will get for a Facebook post, isn't it? So such kind of the data things, see how we have to handle, because certainty is there, happily we can handle. But actually see, whenever we have the uncertainty things are there, we how actually we have to handle that we need to know. So the uncertainty data you have to handle with respect to this. That is the situation actually what we need. So that is the situation what it comes into this picture there is we need the help of the params keyword. So which situation actually we are going to use the param? Let me give a simple example with respect to this. For suppose see, I'm conducting the class, assume that, and daily I have to take the attendance. It doesn't mean that every day everyone will attend, isn't it? Assume that day 1, 5 people join, day 2, 20 people will join, day 3, 15 join, day 4, 5 join, day 6, 40 join. So like that, the uncertainty levels are there, isn't it? So such kind of the uncertainty things actually how to handle with respect to this. Then what we need is we need the help of the params keyword with respect to this. Okay, params keyword purpose here is if you want to pass the arguments from 0 to n number of arguments with respect to this so far, that actually we do with respect to this as params so far with respect to this. So see how the params is going to work there. Last demo we have with respect to this. Now after the say we have public void show of string name we have there. Then show method takes how many arguments here? One argument. Now for this it will give params string array name we have with respect to this. Okay. Then what will happen now? See params string will then automatically take them. So now just let me as for each string as in name. So see we have demo obj new demo we have now obj.show. So with respect to this 0 arguments, happily it's supporting. Now see here we are getting, sorry, nothing is there. Now if I give here as obj.show up, see location name is coming. Now same way see we have here console.write here. Now after that see we have obj.show up location. This is also working there. Now same way see we have, so now see in this we are getting, see there Lokesh, Shivam, and as well as Sahil. All the values we are getting with respect to this. After that, see we have obj.show up. See automatically see this is the way we are able to get. So see here what is happening there. See with respect to this, see there show method is there. Show method is actually accepting arguments from 0 to n number of arguments, happily it is accepting with respect to this so far. Okay. Next part comes into this. We have see there. This is most important topic actually we have here is to see boxing and unboxing. So what is actually the boxing and unboxing? See we have see there see here. See the concept of converting value types to types known as boxing and reference types to value types known as unboxing so far. So value types to the reference type is known as boxing and reference types to this value types is known as unboxing so far. Fine. Now object is type that which can be used for boxing and unboxing so far. Fine. So object is basically it is a type that which can be used for boxing and unboxing with respect to this. Fine. So see how actually we are going to use see there. For suppose if I have int x is there. Now see if I give what are the statements it will run. In this case, what are the statements it will run? Third one x equals to 12. So here what is happening there? I'm not in the position to convert one type of value. So I need relevant data type to store the relevant data, isn't it? So here what I
Yes.
want is I want to store relevant data types. So relevant data types you have to store. I need the relevant data there. But actually see that we have to overcome there. If you give has object, then everything will work with respect to this. Okay. Now, but actually see if you have object x equals to 12, but x is coming in integer value there, then if you want to unbox now, then the syntax is int x1 equals to int 32 of x so far 5. So this is the syntax for this unboxing there. So int x1 equals to, because x contains the integer type, isn't it? That's why integer type, integer object, object you have to typecast to integer now. Then this is the way you have int x1 equals to int 32 of x with respect to this. Fine. So now next see here we have to make it see there with respect to this. See how it is now. So now see how to implement the boxing. See here. See here we have how to implement the boxing. See here. See there. Object ob1 equals to x. Now object ob2 equals to y and object ob3 equals to name we have. So this is the way first of all actually we implemented the boxing with respect to this. Fine. Now after that see here what I have to do is I want to unbox that one. So see unboxing how we are able to make it. Now see we have int x1 equals to int 32 of ob1. This is a now same way see we have. It's not static binding and dynamic binding here. Actually, it is actually the boxing and unboxing concept with respect to this. Because boxing and unboxing means what will happen? Take your company there. In your company, the entry gate is there. Entry gate will be common for everyone. So they are entering as an object format. Then after that, they will go to the corresponding blocks once they are finished with respect to this. Okay, that is the thing comes with respect to this. Okay, here your unboxing double y1 equals to double of O2. Now string s1 equals to string type of O2. This is the way we are able to make the things here fine. So this is the boxing and unboxing there.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of .NET by answering this question. What is CLR responsible for? A. Garbage collection. B. Code access security. C. Code verification. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Next in this, see how to make with respect to this. See there, see here we have with respect to this. Now my example. But suppose if I have a class as employee, and employee will have the different values with different property values are there. Then I have to assign the values and as well as I have to print them. So see how we are able to make it. So let's see there. Now see there. Okay. Now see in this way, if I have a class as employee with respect to this. Okay. Now in the employee class, now see, let me have the properties as in the employee number, string name, double basic. So like that, these are the things we have with respect to this. Now after that, see in this how we are going to make it. See there, create an object like this, employee equals to new employee we have there. Now please give the value employee dot empny equals to 1, employee dot name equals to location and employee dot. So like that we have with respect to this. So now after that, see in this how we have to make it. See there, I want to print the values. So now how actually we'll print the value by using the C console.writeline 3 values we are printing. But actually see every time for one object, actually we cannot make these kind of the things. That is the situation. Actually what we have to do that is we have to override the toString method. So see, we have public override if you type, and in this we have see toString is there. So select the toString method, because this toString method will be executed automatically. So toString method will be called automatically once you are going to print the object, because see, as soon as you print the object now, the code which is there in the toString method will be executed with respect to this. So see, here we have return, here we have employee number plus CMPNO plus name plus. So now let me print the object there. So as soon as you print the object, now the code which is there in this toString will be executed. So now see, we have debug, start with debugging with respect to this. Then see, here we have now next thing we have is see what is actually the method overloading. So method overloading purpose, see, we have see there the concept of using the same method name with respect to different data types or different parameters, method overloading. So using the same method name with respect to this different data types or different parameters, so that itself actually we call it as method overloading with respect to this. Now here the method name must be same, but number of parameters or type of data types are different so far with respect to this. So here the number of parameters are the different, are data types are different with respect to this so far. So that itself actually we call it as a method overloading with respect to this. So using the same method name with respect to this, a different number of parameters and as well as different data types. So that itself actually we call it as a method overloading with respect to this. Fine. So see how actually we are going to implement this method overloading here. So let's see there. So suppose see we have, so now see here we have demo is a class we have there. Then after that, see in this how it will comes into the picture. See there. Now let me implement them. So now demo is a class we have there. Then in this, see we have public void show of int x. Then see we have here cw show method with respect to integer so far plus x with respect to show method public void show of string x with respect to this. So cw show method with respect to string so far with respect to this. So now see this is the way we have see there. So show with respect to this integer, show with respect to this integer, and as well as show with respect to this double, and next we have show with respect to this string. So like that we have with respect to this. Now see there, see here demo obj equals to new demo so far with respect to this. Then after that, see here how it will come, see there. So here actually see the overloaded method. So here what will happen if you give show with respect to this integer na, then automatically integer method will be called. Show with respect to this double means double method will be called. Show with respect to this string means string method will be called with respect to this. Now see we have obj dot show of 12. Now show with respect to this integer will be called obj dot show of 12.5. Show with respect to this double is there. Now obj dot show of, see we have here as .NET we have show with respect to this string. So like that we are able to call with respect to this. Now debug, start without debugging. Now see there, see automatically, see this is the way you have show method with respect to this integer, show method with respect to this double, show method with respect to this string. So like that we have with respect. So same way, see this is with respect to different data types actually we worked. Okay, now the same one we have to work with respect to this different number of arguments. See how we are able to make it. So let's see there. Last demo we have there. Now see here we have public int sum we have there. Now return 5 we have with respect to this public int sum of index comma return x plus y so far with respect to this. So now next see we have with respect to this, see there. So in this what will happen, sum with respect to this 0 arguments, sum with respect to this 1 argument, sum with respect to this 2 arguments. So like that we have with respect to this. Now see there with respect to this, see there, now create an object, see there demo obj equals to new demo we have with respect to this. Then after that, see here how it will come, see there. So now cw sum with respect to 0 arguments, see we have here as obj dot sum we have with respect to. So now sum with respect to 1 argument we have there, obj dot sum of. Now in the same way, see we have cw sum with respect to 2 arguments we have there plus obj dot Now debug, start without debugging there. Then see automatically this is the way we have sum with respect to this 0 arguments. Then that will be called sum with respect to this 1 argument. So this one will be called sum with respect to this 2 arguments. So this one will be called with respect to this. So this is the way it comes into this picture. Okay. Now I will write some block of the code. Will it work or not? Class demo something we have a equals to 5 and b equals to 7 we have. Now will the code will compile or not? But actually it's throwing the error. A class is there. In a class actually you cannot write the code because in a class you have to define the method. In that method only you have to write the code. Now this line is actually throwing the error because this is an assignment statement. But what actually the class contains? Combination of variables and methods, isn't it? Class never contains any kind of the direct statements there. So this kind of the thing you have to overcome. Then actually what we need is we need the help of this constructor so far, because see, as soon as the object created, that time actually I have to give some default values with respect to this. So that is the situation. Actually what we need is we need the help of this constructor so far. Fine. So see, what is actually the constructor and why actually we need the help of constructors? Let's see that. See, a constructor is a special member that which used to initialize the member variables of the class, and it is special. It has the same name as that of, so which is used to initialize the member variables of the class, and it is special because it has the same name as that of the class name with respect to this. So the class name and as well as method name both are same. So that itself actually we call it as a constructor so far. Fine, because it is special because it has the same name as that of the class name with respect to this. Now see, what are the rules for constructors? See, we have, see there, it will not any return type and it will not return any value. It will be invoked automatically once the instance of the class created. And next we have is constructor can be overloaded so far. Fine. So like a method, a constructor can be overloaded with respect to this. Fine. So now next comes into this, see, we have here is what are the types of constructors? See, we have, see there, see here, constructors known as, so first we have with respect to this as static constructor, and second I have with respect to this as instance constructor. So these are the two, there are two types of the constructors actually we have as, first I have with respect to this as static constructor, and second I have with respect to this as instance constructor. So like that, these are the two types we have with respect to this. So now what is actually the static constructor means? In .NET any time if you find the keyword static means, please ensure that it belongs to the class, because static members are the default members of the class with respect to this. See, class constructors which are used to initialize the static variables of the class. So these are called class constructors which are used to initialize the static variables of the class, and these constructors are invoked automatically once the control reaches the entry point. These constructors are invoked automatically once the control reaches the entry point, and these constructors cannot be overloaded with respect. These are called class constructors which are used to initialize the static variables of the class, and these constructors are invoked automatically before control reaches the entry point. What is actually the entry point? Main method, isn't it? So before the control reaches the entry point, the code which is there in this will be executed, and these constructors cannot be overloaded with respect to this super fine. So that is with respect to this as static constructors with respect to this. Now instance constructors means what will happen? See there, these are the constructors that which are invoked automatically once the instance of the class created with respect to this. So, and these constructors can be overloaded with respect to this. So you can overload these constructors with respect to the so far. So now see how we are able to work with respect to the static constructors here. So let's see there. Suppose see here we have static test is there with respect to this. Now here we have constructor. This is a static constructor there. Now CW. This is the general constructor we have. Okay. Now see here. Am I wrote any code in main? No code I wrote in main, isn't it? But actually what I told about static constructor, before control reaches the entry point, it would be called. So that's why before entering into the main, see, just debug, start without debugging. Then see, automatically this is the code which is there in the static constructor will be executed, isn't it? So where actually the static members will be stored is in heap memory only. We have some memory which is reserved for this static variables and static members. That is called static pool, we call it. Okay, the heap area, actually we have pool of memory will be allocated to store the static variables or static methods with respect to this. From there only all the static members will be stored, and from that we are able to get the things with respect to this. Okay, now you please create an object C with respect to this test obj equals to new test. We have that, then automatically see what will happen. This code will be executed. The code which is here, that would be executed with respect to this debug. Start without debugging. Now see there. So here we have static constructor, and next we have this instance constructor. So like that, various things we have with respect to this. Okay. Now same we see how we are going to give the default values here. So let's see with respect to this. So default values, see we have, see there. So now in this, see we have, see there, let me create a class here as employee so far. In this we have the variables as see int empno string name double basic we have with respect to this. Now please make a constructor here. So see we have right click. Now see automatically the constructor will come like this. Again I am telling how we are going to make the constructor is see right click snippet, and next we have insert snippet is there. Please go to this insert snippet. Now in this we have Visual C#. Then in this C we have constructor, we are able to make it. Now in this, what are the default values? Actually we have to make it, see there, just give here this start empno equals to 1, this start name equals to, so like that we have. So this is the default constructor is there. Now let me make the overloaded constructor. See we have public employee of int empno string name, this start empno equals to empno, this start name equals to name, start basic equals to basic we have with respect to this. So this is the thing is there. So employee as a default constructor and employee as a overloaded constructor. So like that we have there with respect to this. Now public override, and here we have see toString method is there with respect to this. Now in this toString method, now let me print them with respect to this return. So now see this is a class employee we have there, employee number name basic. So like that we have public employee we have there. Now after that, see we have this start empno equals to 1, this start name equals to so thing, this start basic equals to so thing so far with respect to this. Now after that, see here we have public employee there, int empno string name double basic with respect to this. This is the thing we have there. Now employee number name basic with respect to this. Employee equals to new employee we have with respect to this. Okay. Now after that, see so employee equals. Now what will happen? See there, start without debugging. Then after that, see we have employee number so thing, name equals so thing, basic equals to so thing we have with respect to this. So this is the way we have to make the things. Okay, employee of, see here we have second constructor is there, employee number 12. This is the second one we have with respect to this. Then see how it will comes, employee emp2 equals to new employee of so thing we have CW. See we have with respect to employee number 1 name equals to so thing, basic equals to so thing. Employee number 12 name equals so thing, basic equals to so thing with respect to this. This is the way we are able to make the things are fine. Okay, this is with respect to this as constructor overloading so far. Now next we have with respect to this is see static classes, so static methods and as well as static variables, those we have to see there. See what is the purpose of see static variables? See we have see there for static methods. See at any time if you find a keyword as a static, means it belongs to class, not to the object. That is a basic thing we have to ensure. Okay, so now next we have see static methods purpose. See what will happen now. See these are the methods that which are to be called by using class name. So static methods are the methods that which are to be called by using this class name with respect to this. Now object not required to call these methods so far. Okay, no object required to call these methods with respect to this here fine. These are the methods. So no object will be so which are to be called by using this class name, and object not at all required to call these methods with respect to this so far. So see how actually we are able to make the things see there. Now in this we have sb dot insert 4 comma. Okay, now it will come, see it will update that one. Hello world will be added to that. See hello is added there, isn't it? String builder is there. So basically see strings here actually they made it as immutable, but actually string builder and as well string buffer is there, because when we have to use the string builder and string buffer now, whenever we are writing the plenty of lines of the code with if I want to return some error messages, example, say take the Gmail based an example, or you're creating an account. In that 5 validations are failed, then 5 error messages will come at a time, isn't it? So such kind of the things actually you have to ensure with respect to this. That is the situation actually what we need is we need the help of this kind of the string builder we are able to use with respect to this. Okay. Next we are discussing about the static method. See what is actually the static method. Now see these are the methods that which are to be called by using this class name. Now object not required to call these methods with respect to this so far. So see how we are able to make the things see there. Now in this see how it will come see there. For suppose see if I have class data, so something we have with respect to this. Now in class data what are the things see we have see there public void. So we have now data class we have with respect to this. Now in the same way public static void display we have with respect to this CW display method from data class with respect to this. So now see here we have with respect to this see that see here create an object to this data class there data obj equals to new data we have with respect to this. Then after that see here we have obj dot show we have there obj dot. So now see but obj dot display is not coming because it's a static method. Na? Static method how we will call by using this class name. So data dot display we have with respect to this. So automatically see this is a display method will be called with respect to this. So now see here we have debug start without debugging. So show method from data class with respect to this display method from data class also with respect to this so far fine. Okay. So now, because see the example, see what are the static methods we are using? Console.writeLine we are using. That is a static method because console is a class and as well as writeLine is a method. But I am not at all using any kind of the object to this console class. Directly I am writing console.writeLine. That's it. Okay. This is the way we are able to make the things here fine. Next we have is static class. So what is actually the static class? Huh? Static class contains only the static methods. See, contains only static methods. You cannot create an object to static class. So you cannot create an object to this static class with respect to this sign. So see how we are able to work with respect to this static see there static class test we have with respect to this. Now after that see here I have see there public static void so rating we have now CW welcome to now public static void. So this is the way you have there with respect to this. So now static class test is a class which is it is a static class there. So static class is going to contain the static methods only with respect to this. Now see we have public void demo. See automatically it is giving what is the error it is giving see there cannot declare an instance method inside the static class. So clearly it is telling it is a static class there. That's why inside the static actually I can't make the non-static wala with respect to this. Okay. So now see here how it will come see there test start creating test start topic we have with respect to this debug start without debugging we have there. So automatically see this welcome to .NET training and as well as object oriented programming is going on with respect to this. So like that it would be there. Okay. So now next in this so this is the way we are able to make it fine. So now next in this we have to make with respect to this either. So now what is the purpose of this is with respect to static class and as well as static constructor we did and as well as static methods we did fine. Now next we have with respect to this either is static variables so far. See what is the purpose of static variables see we have see there these are the variables that which retains the values irrespective of type of object so far fine. So irrespective of type of object if you want to retain the values that actually we do with respect to this as static variable so far. So because at any time if you find a variable as static variable means it belongs to the class not to the object with respect to this. And see when actually we have to use the static variables, let me give a simple example. Assume that the cricket match is going on. So in cricket match see what will happen, even the first batsman scores or second batsman scores or extras are counted, that would be reflected in total score with respect to this so far. So total score is independent of all these things with respect to this. So such kind of the scenarios actually what we need is we need the help of this what it calls as static variables so far fine. Okay. So now see how actually these static variables are going to work. Let's see there. So now next see we have see how actually we are going to work with respect to static variables. Let's see there. See static variables now see we have class demos or something we have there. Now see here what we are going to make it see there. See Let me take one variable here as class cricket we have there. Static int score we have with respect to this. Then after that, see here how it will come. See there, see here cricket fb equals to new cricket we have there. Now let me write some code for incrementing public void incr of index with respect to this score plus equals to x we have there. So score actually have to increment like this with respect to this. So now after this you have cricket fb equals to new cricket sb equals to new cricket with respect to this. Now cricket ext equals to new cricket with respect to this so far. So these are the things are there with respect to this. So cricket fb equals to new cricket sb equals to new cricket ext equals to new cricket with respect to this. Then sb dot incr of something is there, ext dot incr of 8 we have with respect to. So now after that, see we have here, so total score equals to total score is comes with respect to this here, fine. So now see here, so normally if it is normal variable, now what will happen, it will contain the individual data with respect to this, but as soon as I'm giving here a static with respect to this, see what will happen is it's going to contain. So now see we have debug start without debugging there, then automatically see here it will return the old value and as well as it will display the total sum with respect to this. So see there, let me see the result. See, total score I am getting here as 35 with respect to this, like 12 plus 15 plus 8 na, that is the total score we are getting here with respect to this so far.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of .NET by answering this question. What is boxing in .NET? A. Which converts value type to object. B. Converts reference type to value type. C. Converts primitive type to value type. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPath to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Next in .NET, now one of the new concept actually we are going to discuss here is we are going to discuss about extension methods. What is actually the extension methods? Let's see there. Forget about .NET for some time. Let us discuss generally. In your home, na, actually you purchased any, so you purchased a refrigerator. Now for that refrigerator plug point, actually wire is not sufficient. Then what you will do? Can you change the default wire that you are going to write one extension box to that, like some put, and as well as with that spike extension you are going to connect to the plug, isn't it?
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPath provides .NET online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
But actually then you can see the two wires separately or not. First actual wire plus extension wire, both actually you can see separately or not. Because why it is, what are the manufacturer given na, that wire size I cannot change it. That's why actually I'm extending from the outside, isn't it? The same one actually here we have to do with respect to this, because see if I have a class there, the class contains only the two methods, assume that, but actually say I want to extend the functionality of the class from the outside the class with respect to this. So that is the situation. Actually what we need is we need the help of this, what it calls as extension method. So far fine. So see we have, you can extend the methods of a class from outside class so far. So this can be done by using extension methods with respect to this. So you can extend the methods of the class from outside the class with respect to this. This can be done by using this extension methods with respect to this so far. So see how actually we are going to make the extension methods here. So let us see that. So this is with respect. Now same way, see how we are going to work with respect to this extension methods with respect to this string. See how we are going to make the extension method with respect to the string. So let us see there. So see here class demo something we have there. Now after that, see here how it will come. See there is, see s1 equals to hello we have, see s1 we have with respect to this. Now s1 dot length we have with respect to this. Now I want to add one more method, because the string is actually, it's the API class, isn't it? Now for the string class I want to write some methods. Now what I will do, say hello, after that this string s we have there. Now return good morning I wrote. Okay, see here in the extension methods the concept of static class never comes into the way. Static class basically it's going to act as a utilizer kind of the thing. Okay, except that no other things there. Okay, next thing we are going to discuss there is see inheritance. So see what is actually the inheritance and why we need the help of inheritance. Let's see there. The concept of deriving a new class from already existing known as inheritance so far fine. Now the class derived class comma the class from which it's derived known as base class so far fine. So the class which is derived known as derived class and the class from which it is derived is known as base class so far fine, because see, through inheritance size of the program so far fine, because see, without writing the code again and again, now once the inheritance is there, from this actually we can reduce the size of the program fine. Now see how it will come. See there, class first we have with respect to this. Now in this some code, now class second colon is for extends purpose, colon first we have there with respect to this. Now see in this what will happen, once you create an object to second class, you can access public, protected, internal, and as well as members of first class so far fine. So once you create an object to this second class, then you can access all public, protected, and as well as internal members of this first class so far with respect to this. So see how actually we are going to work with respect to this inheritance. Let's see there. Inheritance demo we have with respect to this. Now class first we have there. Now public void show we have this. Now see we have 3w show method with respect to this class first so far with respect to this. Now class second colon first we have there display method from class second we have with respect to this. Second obj equals to new second we have with respect to this. Now after that see we have obj dot, then see here we are giving show and as well as display. These are the two methods we are able to make with respect to this obj dot show. Now next see how see there, this is the way we have with respect to this show method with respect to this class first. So once we run the see automatically this is the way we are getting. So show method from class first, show method with respect to this class first, and display method with respect to this class second so far with respect to this. So that is the way it comes into this picture. Okay, now next in this see we have here is how actually we are going to work with respect to this inheritance using constructor. Because see, inheritance using in the constructor, see what will happen if I have the base class there and if I have the derived class with respect to this. So both base class and derived class both are having the constructors with respect to this so far. Now once you create an object to the derived class, whose derived class will be called either base class constructor or derived class constructor or both. Let's see with respect to this. So see we have inheritance using constructors with respect to this. So class first we have there. Now after that see here I have with respect to this as first as a constructor we have there. Now 3w base class constructor we have with respect to this. Now class second colon first we have with respect to this. Now second we have there, so cw derived class constructor we have with respect to this. So now public second with respect to this. So now see here I have base class is there, base class is having a constructor, and next we have derived class is there. Derived class is also having a constructor with respect to this. Now let me create an object to this derived class right now with respect. So now see what is the derived. So second obj equals to new second we have. Then now which constructor will be called, either base class one or derived class one or both. In this case both will be called with respect to this. Okay, now here if I have here if I have the static constructors also here with respect to this. Now here we have static first we have there. Now constructor so far. Now in the same way see here I have see there stat second I have there. Now cw derived class static constructor so far with this. Now if we run this see there debug start without debugging, see which one will be called. See this is the way we have first derived class static constructor, next static constructor, next base class constructor, and next we have derived class constructor. So static from derived and as well as constructors from base, like that order it comes into the picture. Okay, now next see in this we have see there, see how actually we are going to handle the inheritance with respect to this ambiguity here. So let us see there inheritance with respect to this ambiguity. Now see, for suppose if I have class first I have there, then in this I have public void show. Now here we have show method from class first we have with respect to this. Now in the same way class second extends first we have. Now second is there. Now pay your attention, if I create, so till the time actually see we have the base class and derived class both are having the different methods. That's why not a problem. But here the base class and derived class both are having the same methods. Now if you create an object to the second class, see second obj equals to new second we have. Now if I give obj dot show. Now whose show method will be called? Either base class show one or direct class show one. So whose method will be called? Either base class show or direct class show here. Because direct class automatically override the base class things with respect to this. Okay. So see show method from class second we have. Derived class method is going to override the base class things with respect to this fine. But now here what I want to do is I want to call the base and derived both. That situation what we need is we need the help of this base keyword. If you give here as base dot show, then automatically first it will call the base representation of the method first. Okay. So now base dot show means what is the superclass to this second first now. So the first method whatever the show is there that would be executed with respect to this. Now show method from class first and as well as show method from class second with respect to this. So this is the way it comes into this picture. Okay. This is the way we have with respect to this. So class first is there, class second, so like that we are getting with respect to this. Okay. Next part comes into this we have see there with respect to this is, and now base actually see what is the purpose of base keyword. See we have see there, see if you want to pass values from derived class to base class, then we need the help of base keyword, and it has two forms as base as a keyword and second we have base as constructor. So far fine. So it has the two forms as base as a keyword and as well as base as a constructor. So like that these are the two forms we have with respect to this. Okay. So now see here. So now class employee we have there, and in this we have emp and o string name double basic we have with respect to this. Then after that see we have emp and o double basic we have with respect to this. Now after that see we have this dot emp and o equals to emp and o, this dot name equals to name, and this dot basic equals to basic we have with respect to this. Okay. So now class employee we have there int emp and o string name and as well as double basic with respect to this. Now public employee of int emp and o string name double basic. So this is the constructor we have there. Now after that we have public override employee number plus name with respect to this plus basic we have with respect to this. Okay. So employee number, name, basic, these are the values we are having with respect to this. Okay. Now next thing is we have to make it see there from the employee class. Now let me have one derived class here with respect to this as C class Sahil extends employee support. Okay. Now in this see here what I have to do that is public Sahil of int emp and o comma base of emp and o comma name comma basic we have with respect to. So this is the base constructor we are going to call. So then what will happen? See there public Sahil of int emp and o string name double basic. Then after that see here we have to give it as int emp and o string name double basic we have with respect to this. Now with respect to this base keyword now the values will, so with respect to this base keyword the values will go to the base class there. What is the base class to the Sahil? Employee class is there now. To the employee class automatically they will go with respect to this. Now see here if you give here as Sahil obj equals to new Sahil of 1 comma. So now next we have here with respect, so now coming into this we have so CW obj we have with respect to this. Now once you print this object now see there debug start with our debugging. Then see this is the way we have employee number 1 name equals to Sahil and basic equals to so and so thing we have with respect to this. Okay. Next in this see we have see there with respect to this is what are the polymorphisms we have. See method. So in polymorphism we have two types as one we have compile time, run time. So like the two types are there. So compile time means what will happen? The data will be binded to the existing context at compile time only with respect to this so far. Okay. Now multiple inheritance will not support. Okay. That's why we have the interfaces concept. Next we have this compiled. What are the types of polymorphisms we have? See there. There are two types of the polymorphisms we have as first we have the compiled polymorphism and second we have this runtime polymorphism. So like the two types are there. So in compile time see what will happen is data binding will happen at compile time with respect to this. So what are the examples we have is method overloading and as well as constructor overloading. These things are comes with respect to this as compile time polymorphism with respect to this. But whenever it comes to this C, that is comes with respect to this as compile time polymorphism there with respect to this. String versus string builder we have with respect to this. So what is the difference between string and as well as string builder? See, the difference is strings in .NET are immutable, means once they are assigned, we cannot change them by using any string methods. But by using string builder, we can change or alter the value. So alter the value in the sense what will happen if you want to add any new data or modify as well as delete. So such kind of operations actually we have to do with respect to this. So that is the situation actually what we need is we can do with respect to this as string builder so far fine. So that is the difference actually we have between this string and as well as string builder with respect to this fine. So now next comes into this C we have with respect. So how the way we are going to work with respect to this string builder, let's see there. So now next we have with respect to the C there. So now next we have with respect to the C there. So now next C here we have C there with respect to this. So let us do the string builder examples with respect to this so far C there. So string builder SB equals to new string builder of, so something we have here see there, string builder of, here we have welcome to .NET training we have with respect to this. Now let me print the data there. So CW SB we have with respect to this. I'm just printing the string builder there. Now debug, and after that start without debugging. So now see welcome to .NET training. This is the one first we are getting there. Now after that see here how we have to make it. See here in this just give here as SB dot. So in this see we have append means what will happen if you want to add anything with any kind of the append line means, so if you want to write any kind of this new line to this one, then this is why sp dot append line, okay, collections concept with respect to this. This is the one we are able to make it. Now you please print it. Then after that see we have /n. We are going to give this. Then see just give CWSP there. See automatically see here we are getting like this. Welcome to .NET training, and today we are going to discuss about collections. That is the one first we are getting with respect to this. So now same way different methods are there. See here sb dot delete, sb dot remove is there. Remove purpose is if you want to remove the words from so and so characters, 5, 10 words if I want to remove, then just give sb dot remove something. Then after that see we have CWSB is there. Then automatically see they will be removed with respect to this. See now this is the way. Well here it is removed now. See automatically 5 to 10 characters it would be removed with respect to this. Okay. Now, which situation actually we have to use the string builder? In the real life situations, we are going to use the string builder. Let me give a simple example. For suppose, see, I want to take one class as employee.java, employee.cs file. In this, see, what are the things actually we have with respect to this serial? See here, we have, see, employee number field is there, name, department, designation, basic. So like that, these are the fields are there with respect to this. Now, what I want to do is, I want to print, I want to perform the validations with respect to this so far, because see, I want to add the fields to the array with respect to this. So see, if I have these values with respect to this, then what I want to do is, I want to do the validations. By means, see, what are the validations if you want to implement C is employee number greater than or equals to 0. That's mandatory. Name minimum 5 characters we have to enter. Now department either .NET or SQL or Angular. Now designation as manager or team lead or something we have here as a trainee. Now basic greater than or equals to 1000 and less than or equals to 50,000. So these are the validations actually I have to implement, and then only I have to print that object with respect to this so far. So if everything evaluated, then only we have to print them with respect to this. So that is a situation actually what we need is we need the help of this what it calls as that is a situation actually what we have to do, that is we need the help of this what it calls as this string builder there. So see this scenario how we are able to make it. So now see create a project, see there. Now regular expressions I will teach, but actually see regular expressions I will give some examples there. Based on that one you have to build. That is actually a supportive thing, because the advantage with the regular expressions is if you get the regular expressions, it is common to all the applications there. That is the advantage. Okay. So now see employee project first actually how to make it. So see how we are able to make it. See here in this now, see here I have, let me read this. So now how to add a class now, here what will happen is whatever the data is there in your project you have to get, please go to the Solution Explorer. See in Solution Explorer, see this is the employee project is there. In this actually I have to create a class. Now right click on this one and as well as add, and as well as here we have class will be there. See add class is there. Now in this actually you please make a class with respect to this so far. Employee.cs with respect to this. Now after that, see you please declare the variables public int emp and wo, public string name, public string department, public string designation, public int basic. So like that, these are the things we have with respect to this. Then after that, see here how we have to make it. See that, see here, this is the one is comes into the picture. Now after that, see here we have to make with respect to this. See there, see here. Let me read the employee values. Suppose see employee equals to new employee we have here. Fine. So now in this, see what I have to do that is now first read the value. So CW enter employee number. So employee number, see how we will do that. See there employee equals to employee dot emp and o equals to, because object we have to read now, convert dot to in 32 of console dot read line we have with respect to this. Now same way, see enter name we have with respect to this, employee dot name equals to console dot read line we have with respect to this. Enter department we have there, employee dot department equals to console dot read line we have with respect to this. Now designation, employee dot designation equals to console dot read line we have with respect to this. Read line we have with respect to this. Okay. Now, so this is the one first we are able to make it. Now here actually how to validate this one with respect to this so far. So see how we are able to validate that one with respect to this. So let us see there. Okay. So here I want to evaluate this one with respect to this. So see how I am going to evaluate. See there. Here now the return type I have to give here as public string builder. I have to return as validate of employee object we have. Employee we have with respect. In this see so public string builder validate of employee we have. Then after that, see here how we have to do with respect to this. See there. So now in this what validate v capital now sorry. Now create a string builder object. String builder sb equals to new string builder we have with respect. Now first of all, see what I have to do with respect to this. See there boolean flag equals to true. I'm assuming that all validations are correct. That's why actually I'm giving with respect to this as boolean flag equals to true. Now employee dot empno less than or equals to 0. Then what you have to do that here you please append that sp dot append. Here we have employee number invalid, enter rather than, this is the one we are putting. Then after that flag equals to false. This is the one we are putting there. Now after that, see here how it will come. See there now in the same way, if employee dot name dot length less than or equals to 4, because minimum 5 characters now. So now here you have to do sb dot append line, and in this we have name must be minimum 5 characters, something we are putting there. Okay. Now after that, see we have flag equals to false. Then after that, see here what will happen. See there. So if employee dot department, so if employee dot department dot equals, what are the things we have? .NET employee dot department dot equals, only these are the two things are there. Then after that, see we have sb dot append line, something we have. So now first let us check the 3 validations with respect to this. Now in this what I have to do that is, if flag double equals to true means, then what I have to do that sb dot append line all validations, okay, and return sb so far with respect to this. Now see here, see with respect to this as c, now just give here as cw. So create an object to this one. So what is the object? See we have here demo class na, demo obj equals to new demo we have with respect to this. Then after that, see here we have to give cw obj dot validate of employee wala I have to give. Okay. Now see here. So first actually I will give all the correct things with respect to this. So see here we have employee number, file name, .NET. This one is missing. Two validations we got right now, isn't it? If I give something there, name must be minimum characters. So something either .NET or Angular only allowed. See, all the validations we are getting like this, isn't it? So such kind of the things actually we do with respect to this, what it calls as string builder with respect to this. Because if you want to return more than one value over the time with respect to this so far, so that is the situation actually we are going to do the things with respect to this so far. Fine. Okay. So next in this, see we have to make with respect to this, see here, what is actually the exception handling and why actually we need the help of this exception handling. That is the one first we are going to see with respect to this. See, exception handling purpose, see what will happen now. See, it is a mechanism of handling the runtime errors during execution of the program so far. Fine. So what are the types of errors? See, we have, there are two types of errors as, so first we have with respect to this as compile time errors, and second we have as runtime errors. Compile time errors anyway CLR is going to take care of that, but when actually we have to go to the runtime errors with respect to this, see here, these errors are going to occur with respect during the runtime now. If you want to pass invalid values now, the kind of errors we are getting, we are known as exceptions so far. Fine. So by using this exception handling, we can overcome this runtime errors with respect to this. So there are two types of errors. First I have the compile time errors, and second I have this runtime errors there. So by using this exception handling, we can overcome the runtime errors with respect to this. But see how to handle the runtime errors. See, to handle runtime errors, we have three blocks as, so first we have with respect to this as try block, and second we have with respect to this as catch block, and third we have with respect to this as finally block. So like that, these are the three types of the blocks we have with respect to this. Now what is the purpose of try block? See, we have with respect to this, see there, this block contains statements in which there is possibility of getting runtime error so far. So that's why, see, the statements which are placed in this block are treated as heavy weighted statements as CLR allocates access memory to them. Because see, these are actually not normal statements. These are the statements actually I may get some exceptions with respect to this so far. So that's why, see, what we are going to do is these statements actually we have to put with respect to this as try block there. So that's why, see, this block contains the statements in which there is a possibility of getting the runtime errors. Means in which statements there is a possibility of getting the runtime errors. Now those statements actually how to put with respect to this as try block with respect to this so far. Fine. Okay. So that's why, say, don't put all the statements in the try block there. In which statements there is a possibility of getting the errors, only those statements you please put it in a try block. That's it. Now next we have is catch block. What actually the catch block contains? We have this block contains statements that needs to be, say, sorry, once exception raised in try block, then control will be forwarded to catch block so far. Now this block contains the alternate statements for exceptions raised in try block so far. Fine. So this block contains the alternate statements for the exceptions to be raised in try block there. Now one try block can contains multiple catch blocks so far. Fine. So one try block can contain the multiple catch blocks, because see what will happen, see, every time I cannot throw only one common error with respect to this. So that's why, see here what will happen, one try block can contain this multiple catch blocks with respect to this so far. That is with respect to this catch block there. And next we have is finally block. So when the finally block works, see there, see here, this block contains statements that needs to be executed mandatorily irrespective of try and catch blocks. So see here what will happen, sometimes all the statements in the try block are not executed and all the statements in the catch block are not executed so far. But I want to execute the statements mandatorily irrespective of try and catch block there. So that is the situation. By means, see, mostly resource deallocation code we are supposed to write in finally block with respect to this. So mostly what kind of the code actually we are going to write there is Any kind of the resource deallocation, such kind of the code actually we are going to write now. These kind of the code actually we are going to put with respect to this, what it calls as finally blocks are with respect to this. Now see what is the syntax for this. So exception is a topmost class from which all kinds of exceptions are derived. So exception is the topmost class from which all kinds of the exceptions are derived with respect to this so far. Now let's see how actually we are able to work with respect to this exception handling here. So let us see with respect to this. This block is not mandatory. All the statements which are placed in this block are executed as mandatory statements. So far fine. So this block is not mandatory, but all the statements which are placed in this block are executed as mandatory statements with respect to this. So last we have with respect to this as finally we have with respect to this. Okay. So now see how actually we are going to work with respect to this one. Let us see there. For suppose simple program, I want to do the division of two numbers program. I have to do that. So without exceptions, how it will work, and with exceptions, how it is going to work. Let us see there. So see here I have. So in A comma B we have, and the two numbers are there. Now
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of .NET by answering this question. What is CLR responsible for? A. Garbage collection. B. Code access security. C. Code verification. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
now value plus CIQ. Okay. Now see here debug start without debugging. So now 6 and 3. So my program is correct. If I give some wrong value. What is the wrong value is second number if I give 0. Division by 0 is not at all possible, na? It is giving. What is the exception it is giving? See, unhandled exception. System dot divide by 0 exception is coming like that, isn't it? And see, it is giving here as in 17th line, it is breaking the program. What is the 17th line? See here, C equals to A by B. In this actually, my program is getting halted. So this now actually we have to handle. So see how we are able to handle now. See, these are the statements are causing the exceptions, isn't it? Now these things we have to put it in try block there. So how to put it is select all the lines and right click, and as well as see here we have with respect to this as a snippet, and as well as surround with is there, the surround with, and you please give here as, then automatically it will generate like this. Okay. So now next we have see finally block we have to write finally CW program from Maxwell something we gave it. Now see here what will happen, program success or program failure, this finally will execute with respect to this. See for so if I give correct voila, finally will executing with respect to this. So same way next if I give wrong voila, now see again the finally block is getting executed with respect to this. So like that we are able to make it. Okay, this is the way we are able to work with respect to the simple exception. Next see we have, for suppose if I have a table there, so some field actually I have to make it. Well, for everything OLEDB will work. Now see if I want to establish the connection there, then how actually the try catch block is going to work it out, I will show. See, now after that finally we have to use, see here this is the one. Now just we have CW connected, some message I'm giving. Now see if we run this, see there, say it's connected because I don't have any issue. Now after that actually see, so now in this database level, see here Vibhuti, see how we are doing. First of all actually say I'm establishing the connection. So SQL connection con equals to null, then actually I'm putting the connection there, try as well as these are the things, and as well as console.writeline. Finally these are the things actually you have to make it respect to this. So now how actually it is going to come into the picture, so let us see there. So first actually in the try block, it is checking database connected or not. And even database connected or not, at last, what is the thing? We have to release the resource with respect to this, isn't it? That is the releasing resource actually here we are putting there. Okay. So how actually we are releasing the resource kind of the thing, we are able to make it see there. If connection not equals to null, please close this, because this is a mandatory step we have to use. That's why releasing the resource I am putting in the finally block. Okay. Next part, see here we have to do in this picture, see there, see how actually we are going to throw the errors, or how we are going to handle the errors with respect to this address. So let's see there. Actually address is 2 elements here. In the 10th position,
Yes, sir.
actually I want to add that will throw the error or not. See what is the error we are getting. Select this line, right click and snippet, surround with. Now see here, index out of range exception we have there. So how actually we have to throw the exceptions here. So let's see there. See, write a program as accept a number, and if number less than 0, then throw divide by 0 exception. Now if number equals to 0, then throw index out of bounds exception. These are the errors actually if I want to throw, because see till the time what is happening there, try block is actually throwing the corresponding things with respect to this. Now if I want to throw the errors with respect to this so far, then see how we are able to throw that. Let's see there. Public void click of intent there. Now see here first what I have to do. If n less than 0, then please throw new divide by 0 exception as negative numbers not allowed. Now else if n double equals to 0, so like that we put it. Now see that, see here, then after that see we have obj dot check of n. Now this check method, let me put it in try catch block there. Now in this we have to give catch of divide by 0 exception e. Then what I have to print cw e dot message. Now catch of index out of range exception e message we have to put it. Now debug, start without debugging. Now if I give c 4, it is correct, fine, no problem. But now see if I give here as c there minus 6. So it is giving here as c negative numbers are not allowed, isn't it? My own error message it is printing with respect to this, isn't it? Same way if you put here as 0 there, 0 is invalid kind of the thing. This is the way actually we have to throw the exceptions based on the condition. By means see, because previously see number format and all actually it will handle fine, but whenever actually the system exceptions, so sometimes actually I have to validate and as well as I have to handle the errors with respect to this. So that situation actually we need the help of this one. How to create the customized exceptions? Okay, see custom exceptions by using application exception class so far. So any class that which derived from exception can be treated as custom exception. Fine. So any class that which is derived from this exception can be treated as custom exception so far with respect to this. System exceptions are inadequate to handle in all situations. So we need the help of custom exceptions so far. So system exceptions are inadequate to handle in all the situations with respect to this. So that is the situation actually what we need is we need the help of this, what it calls as a custom exceptions so far with respect to this. So see how actually we are able to make the things. So let us see that. But see the thing is, if you define the custom exception, you have to define your own error message also with respect to this. So see how we will make it. For suppose see what I want to do that is, let me do the simple program as write a program to perform sum of two numbers. But if any number less than 0, then throw negative exception. Now if any number equals to 0, then throw number 0 exceptions over, else print sum. So this is the one first you have to make it. So if any number less than 0, then please make it. If a number equals to 0, please do that with respect to it. So see how it will come. First of all, you please create the exception classes like this. See project we have negative exception as a class I have there. Now in this constructor, now you please add it. Application exception so far. Now after that, see how this is the way first we are creating this one. So public class negative exception of string error, colon base of error. Because why I am giving the error? Whenever you create your customized error messages, that is your responsibility to give your own error message. Because see, system classes, they are giving the exceptions fine, but whenever you are defining, now you have to define your own error message. That's why we are giving a negative exception with respect to this. Okay, of string error message. Okay. Now create one more class there. Yeah, because once you give the error message in constructor, then automatically it will go, because what is the virtue of constructor will be invoked automatically, and as well as value passing will happen, isn't it? Okay. Number 0 exception we have there. Now in this we have public class number 0 exception extends, application exception is there. Now go to the program.cs. In this you please read two numbers. In the a comma b we have there, enter two numbers. Now a equals to convert that to int32 of. Now after that, see we have public void. After that, see we have if a less than 0 or p less than 0. Now after that, see here how it will come. See there, new negative exception of negative numbers not allowed. Now in the same way, see else if 0 is invalid, we are able to make it. Now see here with respect to this, see there. Now after that, see we have try catch block we have with respect. Now exception E is there, find number 0 exception E. Now in this just give CWE dot message we have with respect to this. Now let us see with respect to this, see there. Now if we do this, see first you please add the data. See sum is coming fine. Now if I give one number as negative number, so see how it will comes. So it is giving negative numbers not allowed. My own error message we are getting there. Now if I give here as 0 is invalid value with respect to this, like that we are able to make it. Now let's start with respect to this. See what is actually the inheritance and why actually we need the help of inheritance. Let's see there with respect to this. The inheritance purpose, see we have see there the concept of deriving a new class from already existing class known as inheritance. The class which derived known as base class. The class from which it derived known as the class which is derived is known as derived class. Derived known as base class. So far fine. So see we have through inheritance we can reduce the size of the program. So far fine. So through inheritance actually, see we can reduce the size of the program with respect to this, because without writing the code again and again, once the inheritance is there, through this actually we can reduce, we can reuse the already existing code with respect to this. So far fine. So see how actually we are able to work with respect to this inheritance. So let us see there. So see what is the syntax for inheritance, see there. So class first we have there, in this we have fine. Now class second, colon is for extend symbol with respect to it. Okay. Now once you create an object to second class, you can access public protected and internal numbers of base class. So far fine. So see how we are able to work with respect to this inheritance. So let us see there. So see we have first we have there, then in this we have public void show method is set. So CW show method from class first we have with respect to this. Now class second extends first we have there public void display, we have display method from class second we have it. So now next see we have with respect to this, see there create an object like this, see second obj equals to new second we have with respect to this. I just created an object like this. Then after that, see we have obj dot. So what are the things we are getting? See I'm just getting show and display, both the methods we are getting there. So see we have obj dot show and as well as obj dot display, both the things we are getting with respect to this. Now run this, see here debug, start without debugging. Then see these are the things actually we are getting with respect to this. So see we have show method from class first and as well as display method from class second. So like that we are getting with respect to this. Okay. Next we have see inheritance using constructors. Inheritance using constructors means what will happen, see there, if base class and derived class both are having the constructors, because what is the virtue of constructors will be invoked automatically once you create an object, isn't it? So now here I have a question with respect to this. If I have a base class there and as well as if I have the derived class. So both base class and derived class both are having the constructors. Now once you create an object to the derived class, which derived class will be called? Either base class one or derived class one or both. So let us see with respect to this. So see we have, so class first we have with respect to this. Now see we have public first we are getting there. Now see we have CW base class constructor we have with respect to this. Now class second colon first we have with respect to this. Now here we have C public second is there. Now in this we have derived class constructor have with respect to this. Now see here we have class first is there, class second we are getting with respect to this. Now let me create an object. See there second obj equals to new second we have with respect to this. So now, so once we create an object to the second class now, whose second class will be called? See there. So debug, start without debugging. So now next, so this is the way we are able to make with respect to this. Now till the time, see what is happening with respect to this. We have the base class and as well as derived class, both are having the different methods, that's fine. But actually see, if base class and derived class both are having the same methods, then how actually we are going to handle the scenario there? See here. So here we have class first is there. Now public void show we have, so CW, so method from class first we have with respect. Now in the same way next we have, see there, class second colon first we have with respect to this. Now public void display we have. Now see we have, see that CW display method from class second we have with respect to this. So this is where we have show method from class first and as well display method from class second. Now if I create an object to the second class, see here second obj equals to new second I have with respect to this. If I make that one with respect to this, see then, and after that if I have so here also let me give the show method there. Now show method from class second we have. So base class is having a show method and as well as derived class is having a show method there. Now just give here as obj.show. So now debug there. We start without debugging. Then see automatically see the derived class one will be called. See here what is happening there is the derived class show method is going to override the base class things with respect to this so far. This is the way we can ensure them with respect to this. But actually see, if I want to get both the things with respect to this so far, so here what I want to do is I want to execute the things as both base class and direct class, both the things actually I have to execute with respect to this. Then what we need is we need the help of this base keyword there. So see here if I give in this now, if I give base start show there, then automatically see here how it will come debug start without debug. So automatically see we have show method from class first and as well as show method from class second. So like that we are able to make the things with respect to this.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides .NET online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So now base keyword purpose, what will happen? If you want to pass values from derived class to base class, then we need the help of base keyword, and it has two forms as, so first we have as base as a keyword and second I have base as a constructor. So like that these are the things are there. So base as a keyword, see how it will look if I have the base class and as well as I have the derived class there. From the derived class, if you want to send the values to this base class, that actually we do with respect to this as base keyword, that already we did there. Now base as a constructor, see how we are able to make it. So let us see there. Now see here we have class employee we have with respect to this. Then in this see we have empn string name. Now in this see we have the constructor now public employee of. Now this start empn equals to empn this start name equals to name and the start basic equals to basic we have. Now how to print the data? We have to override the toString method. In this we have to print it. Now see we have public override and in this toString method is there. Now return plus basic we have with respect to this. So here we are getting see employee as a class there. Then in this see we have in this employee number name basic all the things we are able to make it. Now after that see here I have to make it see there. So class location extends employee we have. Now from location class actually I have to send the values to this base class there. Now place the cursor there. Show here see you can generate automatically. Place the cursor there. Now show potential fixes we have. In this see max add x. So now wanted of this one minute. Access. So now see here we have public location of int mbo comma string name comma double basic colon base of empno comma name comma basic we have with respect to this. Then see automatically what will happen from the derived class. Actually I will send the values to this base class there. Fine. So now let's see how it will come. See there, see here. Now let's see here we have employee even equals to new location of 1 comma location comma so on thing we have with respect to this. Then we just give this cw even with respect to this. Now if we run this, see that, see here, start without debugging, then see we are getting the data like this. See employee number, name, basic, all the values we are able to print like this with respect to this. Okay, this is the one by means by using the base keyword now we can send the values from this derived class to the base class with respect. Now next concept we are going to discuss will be what is actually the abstract class and why we need the help of the abstract class. Let's see with respect to this. The main purpose of abstract class now, see there, a class that which can be created but not implemented and instantiated, known as abstract class are fine. So abstract class contains abstract and non-abstract methods. The abstract class contains abstract and non-abstract methods. Abstract methods needs to be overridden mandatorily derived class are fine. Abstract class contains abstract and non-abstract methods. Only the abstract methods needs to be overridden mandatorily by the derived class with respect to this. So see, simple example, when we are going to use the abstract class, for suppose you are attending the training, then assume that, see, I just want to pass a rule that actually attends the training, please give your name and email address mandatory, isn't it? So simple, see, for suppose you want to go by flight. So what are the mandatory things you have to make it? You need to carry your ID proof and as well as ticket, isn't it? Then only you will be allowed into the flight, isn't it? So such kind of the mandatory things, because whatever the methods actually we have to ensure that actually we have to whatever the methods actually we are going to implement define in the abstract class, and these methods needs to be implemented mandatorily in the derived class there. So such kind of the thing actually we can do with respect to this as abstract class so far fine. So abstract class contains both abstract and non-abstract methods. Only the abstract methods needs to be overridden by the derived class. So see how we will make it. See there. Now here I have to give it as abstract class training we have with respect to this. Training as an abstract class there. Then in this, see what are the methods we have: abstract void name and abstract void email. These are the, so what I have to do is who falls. So here see we have to give here as see. So here we have seen I have to implement the two methods as name and email. These are the two methods I have to implement mandatory. So who falls under the abstract class training now? They have to implement the two methods mandatory there. So see how we will make it. See with respect to the C. Location class needs to implement the two methods mandatory, isn't it? Now please place the cursor here. Now show potential fixes is there. Click on show potential fixes, then implement abstract class there, double click, then automatically it comes like this with respect to this. Okay, this is the way auto generated code we are able to make it. Okay, so now in this we please write the things. Now let's say now email as a class Rahul extend. So now see we have show potential fixes, implement abstract class there. Then see here we have, so something we have there. Then what is happening there? See here. So training is a base class we have there. From the training class actually we have this location as well as Rahul. These are the two classes actually how to make it. Now after that, see training array arr equals to new training array arr equals to new training array of, this is the thing we have. See there, new location comma new Rahul we have with respect to. So now after that, see you have for each training t in arr with respect to this. Now t dot, so like that we are getting there. So t dot name and as well as t dot email, these are the two methods we are printing. Now see here how we will ensure. See there, debug start without debug. Then see here, this is the way we are getting. See name is location as well as email is so and so thing. So far name is Rahul and email is so and so thing with us. This is the way we are able to ensure that. Okay, so now the next part in this we are going to make it. See there, see here. So let me take one more example with respect to this as abstract class. See there, abstract class animal is there. So now this the animal, let's see what are the things actually we have abstract class animal. So something is there. Now in animal, see here I have abstract void name and public abstract void type. So these are the two methods are there. So what is the animal name and as well as what is the type of animal, both we have to make it. So see how we will make. So now next in this we have see there. So class Shivam extends animal. So now see here we have see there with respect to this CW name is sorry name class line we have to give line. Line actually it's a wild animal we have to give it now. It's a wild animal. Now same way see if I have class crocodile something we have extends animal with respect to this. Now implement the things there. Name is crocodile we have. So now how we are able to make it see there animal array arr equals to new animal of see here we have what are the things. So animal array arr equals to new animal of. So see here I have as comma new crocodile with respect to this. Then see what will happen. So now see here we have animal a in arr. Now after that see a dot name a dot type we are getting with respect. Now see here see automatically we are getting like this. See name is line and as well as it's a wild animal name is crocodile and it's a water animal with respect to this. So this is the way we have to ensure that. Next. So now next concept we are going to discuss is interfaces. So what is actually the interface and as well as why we need the help of this interface. So let's see with respect to this. C Sharp does not support the concept of multiple inheritance. So to achieve this we need the help of interfaces so far. So C Sharp does not support the concept of this multiple inheritance there. So that's it. Such kind of the thing you have to ensure actually see the help of this what it calls as an interface so far fine. So see what is actually interface. See we have an interface contains method declaration and the implementation can be done in the corresponding class. So an interface contains a method declaration and the implementation can be done in this corresponding class and you can add more than one interface to the particular class. So you can add more than one interface to this particular class with respect to this. So actually see as the name says interface and as well as abstract class which are to be used for the same purpose kind of the thing there. But see what is the difference actually we have here. So but actually see there will be lot of difference, not only the basic difference, there would be the lot of difference is there between this interface and abstract class. So see what is the thing see there. So differences between interface and abstract class see there. An abstract class contains both abstract and non-abstract methods where interface contains only abstract methods. So an abstract class contains both abstract and non-abstract methods, but whenever it comes to this interface, interface contains only the abstract methods so far. Now interface methods are public and abstract by default. Interface methods are public and abstract by default so far. Now multiple inheritance can be achieved by using interfaces. So multiple inheritance can be achieved by using this interfaces so far. And next we have see there is see an interface can be called from anywhere to anywhere. Means see an interface you can add to the direct class, an interface you can add to the abstract class, an interface you can add to the derived class so far. So any place we are going to use this interface there. But when actually we are going to implement the interface, when actually we are going to use the abstract class, that is the thing. Question is when to use abstract class and when to use interface. That is the question. See the answer is abstract class can be used for hierarchy of classes representation where interface can be used for specialization purpose. So now one thing actually see what is the advantage actually we have with abstract classes is abstract class provides the security to the data. What is actually the security to the data in the sense for suppose we assume that you belongs to the BTech CS group. Now in your BTech CS group any other group person can come and sit like MCA person or MBA people will come and sit because that is the security they are providing, isn't it? See right now actually this is a .NET training as an abstract we have there. So in the .NET training, who belongs to the .NET training, they only can come and sit, isn't it? Remaining people will not come and sit with respect to this. So that is the security. That is called hierarchy of the data. Because see, once we fall in the abstractness, then what is another advantage? Once you are falling into an abstract class, another abstract class will not come and disturb with respect to this. So that is the another thing we have there. So that's why see, abstract class can be used for hierarchy of classes, where interface can be used for specialization kind of the thing with respect to this. Now, next see how we are, so let us see how we are going to implement the interface. See here.
Sir, can we derive extract class?
Can we? Yeah, we can make it. That is possible. Extends by using, we can extend, but then the corresponding whatever the next class is there, that it has to implement all the methods. So suppose if I have abstract class demo we have there, and this we have public abstract void name we have. Now abstract class void email we have. Then if I have C data, then he needs to implement the two class methods mandatory with respect to this. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of .NET by answering this question. What is boxing in .NET? A. Which converts value type to object. B. Converts reference type to value type. C. Converts primitive type to value type. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPath to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So he has to implement both the things with respect to this. Okay, that is possible. Now let us see how the way we are able to implement the interface here. So let us see that. So now see here we have interface data we have with respect to this. Now see we have void name and as well as next we have void email. These are the two things we have with respect to this. Now see we have class Rajanish colon data we have to clear. Then say Rajanish class needs to implement the two interface methods mandatory there. Now place the cursor. Now show potential fixes. Implements interface we have to see automatically it is given public by default. Because see, as I said, interface methods are public and abstract by default. So that's why see public automatically comes there. Now see here we have this we have with respect to this. Now class. Now after that see we have Shivam class also needs to implement this two things. So potential fixes. So like that we are getting with respect to this. Okay. So now after that see here comes into this picture, see there. Now create an object like this. See we have data array arr equals to new data of. So now after that see here how it will come, see there Rajnish comma no Shivam and with respect to this. So then after that see here we have in arr. Now after that see we have I dot name and as well as I dot email so far with respect to this is the way we have. So for each I data I in arr we have there now I dot name and as well as I dot email. So like that we have with respect to this is the way you have. See name is Rajneesh and as well as email something, name is Shivam and as well as email something we are there. This is the way we are able to implement that. As I said, multiple inheritance is possible. So really how the multiple inheritance is possible. So let's see there. Interface I1 we have with respect to this. Void name we have there. Interface I2 we have with respect to this. Then see we have void email we have with respect to this. Now class increments I1 comma I2 we have with respect to this. So now this is the way we have. So now after that see we have see there Vijay question new we have with respect to this. Then Vijay dot name. See this is the way we are able to make it. Name is Vibhuti and as well as so and so thing. So this is possible with respect to this so far. Okay. Next concept we are going to discuss with respect to this is we are going to discuss about properties so far, because see properties are very important with respect to this object oriented approach and as well as real-time programming with respect to this. So before going into the properties, if you declare a variable int as x, what is x is a variable, into the x variable actually see you can read the data and we can write the data, isn't it? So but actually see that is the sometimes actually it is a problem there, because variables actually you cannot represent them as a fields. Okay, what is actually the properties now see there. So properties provide an opportunity to protect a field in a class by reading and writing it through the property there. So that's why if you want to read the data or if you want to write the data, So such kind of things actually you have to do that. That thing can be done with respect to this as properties. So far fine. So that's why properties provides the opportunity to protect a field in a class by reading and writing it through the property there. So now see how actually we will do that is that thing can be done by using the getters and setters with respect to this so far. So see how actually we have to make the property here. So let us see there. So see here getters and setters. So first small property, see how we are able to make it. Let us see there. So now for suppose if I have class employee something is there. Now see here we have int empno name we are having with respect to this. Now I have to set the value there. So see we have public get empno we have to give. Now return empno we have. This is the way you have to represent the property there. Now public void set empno of int empno we have. Now this start empno equals to empno we have there. So now this is the way we are able to make for employee number. Now same way see we have public string get name we have with respect to this. Now see here we have return name we are getting with respect to this. Now public void set name of string name we are getting. Now this start name equals to name we are having with respect to this. So this is the way we have getter and setter we are able to. So get empno is used to read the value and set empno is used to write the value with respect to this. Now get name and as well as set name we have with respect to this. After that see how actually we are able to make it. See there, please create an object for employee there. Employee dot set empno of 1. Now employee dot set name of. So this is the way we are able to set the values. Now print the values there. Employee number employee dot get empno we have with respect to this. So employee dot set empno we have there. Employee dot get name we have to make with respect to this. Okay. Now so see here how we are able to make the things. So these are the things we are getting there. So now this is the way actually we are able to make the things. So see here debug, start without debugging. I'm just giving this getter and setter. This is the data we are getting with respect to this. So now what are the types of properties we have there is first actually we have the read only properties. We don't have any setter. For write only properties we don't have any getter with respect to this. But if a property is capable of having the both getter and setters, that we call it as an auto implemented properties with respect to this. We are going to start with respect to this as generic so far. Generics purpose, see what will happen. Now see up to this time, see what is the drawback with collections. Collections if we have typecasting mandatory. Now will not restrict data and as well as next so and next we are going to have with respect to this is see we cannot apply for multiple data types. This kind of the things actually you have to overcome there because see assume that previously actually I added the employee class there. So there what I have to do is only if I want to add the employee data only with respect to this. Such kind of the things actually we cannot make with respect to this so far. So this kind of the problem actually you have to overcome there. That is the situation actually what we need is we need the help of this what it calls as a generic so far fine. Because see for suppose right now actually this is a .NET training so far. So except .NET training people, no other people not supposed to entertain with respect to this. So such kind of the things actually I cannot make over with respect to this. These are the things actually you have to make with respect to this. That is the situation actually what we need is we need the help of this what it calls as generic so far fine. So that's why see what is the thing we have to do. What is the generics we have to do? See there generics allows you to the main purpose of generics see with respect to this see there see here generics allows you to add to pass provide data types at runtime. So and if you want to write methods and apply for all types then we need the help of generics so far fine. So and generics will be represented by using Angular T annotation. So with respect to this, so now see what will happen in place of T we can pass any data type at runtime with respect to this. So in place of Tina actually we can pass any text. So generics allows you to provide the data types at runtime and if you want to write the methods and as well as apply for all types by means write once and apply for all types. That is the situation actually what we need is we need the help of this generics there. Fine. Now generics will be represented with respect to the how actually we are going to represent the generics is, see, generics will be represented with respect to this as Angular T annotation. So we are giving the Angular T there. Then what will happen? See, in place of Tina, I can pass any type with respect to this. So in place of T, first actually I will pass integer. In place of T, I will pass double. In place of T, if I want, I can pass the class object also with respect to this. These are the things will be possible with respect to this so far. Now let us see how actually we, so now what are the advantages of generic C with respect to this? See there, what are the advantages we have, see there, with respect to this? See now, so first we are having with respect to this as write once and apply for all types, and provides the security to the data and reduce the size of the program, and next we have no typecasting required with respect to this. These are the advantages actually we have whenever we are working with respect to this as generics so far. Fine. So now let us see one program how we are going to do without generics, and the same program how we are going to do with generics. So let us see there. So now see there. Now see here we have with respect to this. So now see in this we have gen swap. So simple program. First we have to do the swapping of two numbers program. Actually how to do that. So see how we will make it. So now see how actually we are able to make it. See with respect to this, see there demo I have with respect to this. Now in this, see we have public void swap of reference int a comma reference int b we have with respect to int t we have there t equals to a equals to b, and b equals to t we have with respect to this. So now after that, see here how it will come. See there int a equals to 12 come 12, int b equals to 15 we have with respect to this. Then after that, see we have create an object. See demo obj equals to new demo we have with respect to this. A comma b we have with respect to this. A value is plus a plus b value is plus b. So far fine. So now see here, see automatically the values are swapped here, isn't it? Simply actually I just wrote the swapping of two numbers program, isn't it? But actually if you want to do swapping of two double, same logic we have to apply, right? Same as swapping of two strings, and as well as swapping of two objects, two boolean. For everything actually this is the same rule. So that is the situation actually what we have to do is, then you please make one method here as swap with respect to this as. Now actually see what I am doing is swap of t I gave there with respect to this. Now reference t a comma tb we have with respect to this. Then what will happen? In place of t, now if I pass integers, integer swapping will happen. Now in the same way, see we have double d1 equals to something. Now double d2 equals to. Now after that, see we have obj dot swap of reference d1 comma reference d2 we have with respect to this. Okay. Now automatically see how cw d1 value is plus d1 plus d2 value is plus d2 we have with respect to this. So now, so if I make it, see there debug start without debugging. See automatically this is a swapping is happened with respect to this. So d1 value is so and so thing and d2 value is so and so thing with respect to this. So now next in this, see we have to do is if I make some employee class objects. For suppose see we have project add class, and in this we have see create a class. Employee class is there. Now in the employee class, now let me have the getters and setters here. Public int empno get and set, public string name get and set, basic get and set we have with respect to this. In this I have to print the values. How to print the values? To string method we have na, the to string na, you please print it return. So like that we have. So now this employee objects also I have to swap here with respect to this. Now let me write the constructor also. No need of constructor. Employee e1 equals to new employee we have e1 dot empno equals to 1, e1 dot name equals to e1 dot basic equals to something is there with respect to this. Now same way, see we have employee e2 equals to new employee we have there. So now after that, see we have with respect to this, see there swap of reference e1 comma reference e2 we have with respect to this. So I'm just calling this one. Now see, let me print this one. See there, so cw first object plus E1 plus second object plus E2 so far. Now see here we have, see automatically first object I'm getting as 3 there. Actually that is a thing, second one there. It gets swapped and as well as we are able to print them with respect to this. Okay. That would be applied for value types, reference types and custom types. That is the advantage we have with respect to this generics there, fine. So now next in the C, same way generics with respect to this list, generic list, how actually we have to make it, because generic list is most important thing. So see how actually we are able to work with respect to this generic list. Let's see there. For suppose let me create one class object as employee there. Now in this employee, now see here we have name, we have public override toString with respect to this return. So now this is the way you have. So EMP-NO name basic all the things we have to make it. Now public override string toString with respect. Now see in this what we have to make it. See there, see here. Now so strictly what I want to do is I want to add only the employee list with respect to this so far. So see how we are able to make it. See there. Now in this we have list employee. This is the way first we are able to add this one with respect to this. So now what is happening there? List employee, in the sense what will happen? Except employee, no other things. Actually I'm going to add the things with respect to this so far. Now see we have into this, actually I want to add the operations with respect to this. So see how actually we are able to add them with respect to this so far. See there. So now in this we have with respect to this employee list dot add new employee of, what are the things we have? Employee number 1, name. Let me add the objects. So if you want to add the list of objects, now see how we will do is here itself I can add there. So see here we have, so this is the way we have added this one. So actually I added the 4 objects with respect to this. Now let me print the data with respect to this. So see we have W employee list is, so here we have, see the for each employee in employee list we have there. Now you please print them. Now debug, start without debug. I didn't call this one now. So see here we have, let me give class name as an employee there. So this is the way we are able to add the generic list with respect to this. Next, see we have to do with respect to this is, I want to add the items dynamically with respect to this. I mean, see what I will do is, I will add 5 records by using the user inputs kind of the thing with respect to this. So as soon as I add this one, then it will go to this generic list with respect to this. Like see, I want to store 10 people's record at a time, or 5 people at a time. I have to do that. So see how we are able to make it. So let us see that. So see here we have. So now see here we have with respect to this there public int EMP-NO we have get and set, public string name we have get and set. So now after that, see here how we have to make it. See there. So now in this now go to this program there, list employee list we have with respect to this. Now why I am putting the static here with respect to this, because if 10 objects are there, the 10 objects needs to access one common element with respect to this. So that's actually here what I'm doing is I'm just making one static list with respect to this so far. Now in the static constructor, now see there. So in the static constructor I'm adding this one with respect to this employee equals to new. These are the things we are having with respect to this. Now after see we have here we have with respect to this. Okay, so now after this you have to begin. Now in this I have to give here as something we have. Now after that, see we have, so before that, see what I have to do is I want to add a public void add employee of employee we have with respect to this add is a predefined method we are adding there, employee record added so far with respect to this. So this is the first thing we are giving there. So public string add employee we are putting there. Now in the same way, see next actually how to show this one. So how to show this one? So here what I have to do, I have to use not the toString method, show method I have to call it. We have with respect to this. Then in this C, please use the for each loop there, for each employee in So now see here we have with respect to this. Now after that see we have, so now see we have debug, start with our debug. If I'm giving 3 there, then automatically it's getting the data with respect to this. Now in this add employee, actually how to read the data. So see how we are able to do that. So see we have public void add employee input we are giving there. So now in this add employee input, now see there how we are giving employee equals to new employee so far with respect to this. So I'm just giving the employee object with respect to this so far. After that, see here how we will do, say there employee dot basic so far with respect to this. Now employee dot basic equals to console dot readline we have. So now after that, see here how we have to make it. See there, now just give here as a CW. After that, see here I have with respect to this, see there, so CH we are getting with respect to this. Now switch off CH is there. Now case 1, what I have to do with respect to this, see there, add employee input. What is the class name we have? Demo. Now create an object to demo here. No, case 1 we have obj demo dot add employee input break we have there. Now after that, see we have another result give it as show employee. So now see here, start without debugging. What is that? Let me see. Double quotations missing. So now debug, start without debugging is there. Then first we have add employee. Then see it is the enter employee number 1, name and basic something we go. Now again see again I will give employee number 3. Now after that location. Now again employee number 1. Now something. Now show employee. See all the records I am able to print here with respect to this, isn't it? Again I will do add employee there. Then after that, see we have employee number 5. Then we have Shivam and basic. All the things, this is the way we are able to print with respect to this. Okay, this is the way we are able to do the CRUD operations, because see this is the one actually we are able to use in real time with respect to this so far. Okay, return is so 3, if we give invalid twice it is giving there. If I give case 3 I have to come out now. Then see we have case 3 we have to give return. That's it. Then see there, now give 3, it will come out of the program like this with respect. This is the way. Now let me come back to this program, how actually we are able to make it. See, let's see here. So now instead of, now let me change like this. See we have list of employee list we are getting there. I'm just writing the employee list here. Then after that, see here we have in this now, so employee. Now let me write one more method as so employee details here. No, as of now I'll keep it like that only. Let it be there. I don't want to change it. This is the way we are able to make the things with respect to this. So this is the way we are able to make it. Now next in this, see we have to do in this picture with respect to this, see there, see how actually we are going to work with respect to this DLL files. So see what is actually the DLL stands for. See we have, because till the time actually what we are doing is I'm not at all implementing any kind of a layered architecture kind of the thing, and as well as see two-tier architecture kind of the thing we are not implementing there. So now let us see what actually we are going to happen with respect to this two-tier architecture, and as well as what is the layered architecture actually we have to make it. Let's see there. So first of all we are going to discuss with respect to this as DLL so far. What is actually the DLL stands for? Dynamic Link Library. So a DLL is used to write business logic, and that logic can be used across multiple projects. So basically see till the time what is happening there, I am writing the code, but what are the code I am writing actually only I can use with respect to this so far. But actually see here what I want to do that is I want to make a DLL file with respect to this, and the advantage with respect to this DLL file I cannot execute directly, but actually see I can write the core business logic in that, and that business logic actually I can access in multiple projects with respect to this. Example, see right now Vikas wrote some logic, assume that logic actually see Manu wants to access, so she can access what he will do is he will make a DLL, and that DLL path he will give. Then what will happen? Whatever the logic he wrote actually never exposed it to the outside world, but actually see she can access whatever the methods he wrote, everything actually she is in the position to access with respect to this. So such kind of the things actually we do with respect to this, what it calls as DLL so far. So that's why see a DLL is basically it is an entity which can be used for reusability purpose. So write once and as well as use across multiple projects with respect to this. So far fine. So now let us see how actually we are going to work with respect to this DLLs here. So let us see there. So now see how actually we are able to make a DLL file here. So let's see, file, new project is there. Then after that, now see here we have, till the time actually we are using this console application, fine. Now just use class library here. See here we have class library .NET standard now, that we have to use with respect to this. So double click there. Then after that, see, just give the class library name. So CLS demo we have with respect to this. That is a class name we are having there. Now create here. Then automatically see it is created in day5 folder, fine. So now this is a class one we are getting with respect to this. But here see, let me rename this one. Anytime you have to rename now, please rename here. Right click and as well as rename we have and give the class name as demo so far with respect to this. Because if you rename here now, in all places actually it is going to apply with respect to this. So see, it's changed. It's a bit slow. So now this is the way. Anytime we have to change it, please go to the solution explorer. You have to change it. Now in this C we have so simple sum of two numbers program, sum subtraction multiplication will do. Int B we have there. Now return A plus. Now after the C again we have public int sub of int A comma int B. Now return A minus. So now A star B with respect to this. So these are the things we have there. So sum subtraction multiplication we wrote. Now build it now. Build solution we have with respect to this. Now so automatically this is the thing we build with respect to this file. So now after that, see here how we are able to make it. See there, see this is the one first we have there, fine. So now after that, seeing this how we are able to make it with respect to this. See here, file, add new project we have to give, add new project we have to do that, not a new project, because for that solution actually we are adding a new project. Now you please select the console application and as well as just give it as calc demo something we have there, click create. Now here actually how to refer this DLL there. So see here how we will do with respect to this. See now CW, enter two numbers. Now A equals to convert dot to in32 of console dot read line. So these are the two things are there. Now how actually I'm going to add this one. See there, here we have now calc demo is there. Now right click on this one and as well as make it as set as startup project. Set as startup project we have to give, because here I have CLS demo is there and as well as this one is there. Now I want to refer this one. So see how we will refer this one. See, right click and in this we have, see in the calc demo na, right click, add reference we have with respect to this. So right click, add reference with respect to this. Then in this, see, you please go to the browse there. Just let it be loaded. Now click on browse. In this, see here where it comes into this picture. See there in this we have na, there it is in .NET underscore Intel day 5. In this we have CLS demo is there. That is the project we did, CLS demo. In this we have bin debug is there. In that, this is a DLL we have. Again I am telling where it is there. See here, see in the CLS demo we created a project. Go to the CLS demo, bin debug is there. In that net standard 2.0, in this we have, see CLS demo, that is the one we are adding there. Now click on OK. Now whatever you are added, it comes here with respect to this. See, CLS demo is there. Now this CLS demo you please add in your program. So see here we have using CLS demo so far here, fine. So now after that, see, you please create an object. See there, see here. So C equals to obj dot. This is the way we have. So CW sum is plus C we have with respect to this. Okay. Now after that, see how C equals to obj dot sub of A comma B with respect to this. Then sub is plus C we have there. Now C equals to obj dot mult of A comma B with respect to this. Now let's see with respect to this. So now see here what is happening there. See, previously in another project, so I wrote the DLL file separate. What is the purpose of DLL? Just write it once and as well as you are going to use it in different places with respect to this so far. So there actually I wrote the code that code actually I'm going to use it here with respect to this. So see now let me run this. See, enter two number. Automatically I'm getting sum subtraction multiplication that everything we are able to get it with respect to this. Employee crude. So I'm giving employee crude is all the crude operations actually we are able to add it with respect to this. Now let me make one entity class here. So see here we have right click. So now see here we have employee public int empno. These are the things we have with respect to this. So employee number, name, and as well as basic, all the values we are able to display the things with respect to this. Now in this see here, let me print the data see there. So now see this is the way we have empno, name, basic, all the things actually we are able to make with respect to this so far. Now next see in this so what I have to do is see employee code is there. Now in this you please make a static list here. So static, so blah blah system dot collections and static list employee list is there. So now after that see we have static employee code is there. Now in this see here, so let me add this one, see employee list equals to list of employee. So this is the one first we are adding there. Then after that see here how it will come, see that see here we have public add employee of employee we have with respect to this. Then after that see we have employee list dot add employee we are having with respect to return employee added. This is the way you have to make the things. Okay, so here I have to give public employee. Now same way see here we have public list of employee as well as show we have with respect to this employee list we are getting. So I'm just returning the employee list over there with respect to this file. So now after that see here how it will comes. Now please build this one. So now file add new project with respect to this. Now see here we have. So now after that see here how it will comes into this picture, see there, please make this one as a. So now after that see here I have DLS employee DLS is there. So now after that see here we have with respect to this see there. So in this C let me add the data C with respect to this as C.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of .NET by answering this question. What is CLR responsible for? A. Garbage collection. B. Code access security. C. Code verification. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPath to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session. Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPath provides .NET online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Before that let me add one static method here. So public static void add employee input. Then in this see how we will do, see the employee equals to new employee we have. Then after that see here I have enter employee number employee dot empno equals to convert dot to int 32 of console dot read line. Now same way see we have with respect to this as CW enter employee name we have. Now after that see we have with respect to this, these are the things are there with respect to this. So first actually I'm having the employee number, and next we have this name, and next we have this basic everything we are adding there. Then after that see we have employee crude we have with respect to this. Then we add employee of this employee we have having with respect to this. I'm just adding this one there. So put it in CW. So now after that see we have public static void show employee main. Let us name the methods properly. Add employee main. Now in this I'm just giving see there. So now after that see we have for each employee into ch we have with one we have add employee we have with respect to this CW under your choice we are putting there. Now convert that to int 32 of. So now in this say let me add this one with respect to this which of ch we are getting there. Case one what we are giving see here add employee main and break Case 2 we have show employee main break. Case 3 return default. So now after that, see here we have with us debug, start without debugging. See add employee 1. See once I will give this to then automatically all the values we are able to print there with respect to this. This is the way we are able to work with respect to this DLLs and as well as these things with respect to this. Okay. Now what I want to do is I just go to the program there. Now in the program now I'm just writing the code. See here I'm just putting that. So now first you please import the DLL wala using CLS employee DLL. So something we are added with respect to this. Okay, using CLS employee DLL there. Now into this program now see I'm adding this one. So static list of employee list we are getting. Then after that see here we have in this. See first what I'm doing is add employee main because input actually how to do. That's why I just put it in a main method. So public static void add employee main we are getting there. Then in this I'm adding the 3 records and I just created a DLL object there. See we have employee crude equals to new employee crude. Now console.writeline employee crude dot add employee of something. Then automatically it would be added with respect to this. Okay. Now next see here we have to do public static employee. Now we have search employee of int empnvo we are getting with respect to this. Why I'm returning a single object? It returns search employee means what is the thing? If it is null, then if it is not found, it returns null. Otherwise, it returns the employee object. So that's why see we have employee equals to null we have with respect to this. Then see how we have to make it. See there for each employee list. Now see here we have if e dot empnvo double equals to empnvo. Now here I have to give employee equals to e. Now return employee. That is the way you have to make it. So now see here how it will come public static employee search employee we are putting there. Now in the search employee now, what is the thing we are giving employee equals to null. So first I'm just nullifying this one. Now for each employee in employee list with respect to this. Now if e dot empnvo double equals to empnvo, then you please return this with respect to this. Now build we are getting there. Then automatically see. Now after that see here let me update this one. So how you will update now? Right click on this DLL and remove it, and now you please add the new DLL there. So right click add. Now again we are adding this DLL there. Now in this DLL see here we have public static void search employee main we have there. So now after that see here how it will come. See there employee crude we have with respect to this. Then after that see we have employee result equals to employee crude dot. The search is not coming. So now after that see we have search employee of empnvo we have with respect to this. Then what we will do see here if result not equals to null, then you please print it. So CW result we are getting there. I'm just printing the result with respect to this so far. Then so in this please put one more option there. Case 4 exit. Now see we have search employee main we have and break. So now see in this picture see there. So now start without debugging. Add employee 1, employee number 1. Now show employee. See these are the records we are getting. Now search employee 3 I give 1. Then employee record it is coming with respect to this. Why it's exiting not equals to 4. Here I have to change it now. So now see here how it will comes 1 employee number 1, and let me give the names here. So now say this is the way you have with respect to this. Now 1 we are getting, it is giving there. Now again 3 we are getting, and as well as 4 if I give there. See the corresponding record actually I'm able to print with respect to this. Now in this if I give as 8, it's not there, so it has to give the message as record not found. So what we have to do there in the search employee main now, you please go there, record not found with respect to this. This is a message they are giving. Now debug, start without debugging. Now 1 add employee 1. So now see in this picture see there 3 we are getting, then 3 we are getting. Now so employee, then 3 we are getting, employee number 4. Now 3 I am giving and Q66. Now see automatically it is giving record not found with respect to this. This is the way we are able to make it. Let us do the delete operation. So for delete, what are the things we have to do? See there, string delete employee of int empno. So first delete, actually what we have to do, I have to search that one, isn't it? So if search is successful, then only I will delete, because if the record is not there, I cannot delete that, isn't it? That's why see what I will do, employee equals to search employee of empno. Search method I am calling there. Now if employee not equals to null, then proceed, else return record not found with respect to this. This is the way we have to make it. Now if employee not equals to null, then what you have to do, that employee list dot employee. I'm just removing this employee object there, and after that just give here as return record deleted successfully. So now build this one, not happened, return value. Okay, now let me build it again with respect to this. Let me call this one in main. So what I will do is I will remove this reference here again. So now after that, see here I have to make it, see here in this I have public static void delete employee main we have with respect to this. Now in empno we have there. So now after that, see we have with respect, so delete employee main we have employee number first we are making with respect to this. After that, see here I have with respect to this, see employee crude. So now dot delete employee of empno we have with respect to this. So I'm just calling this one there. Now case 4 we have there. So now add employee, we have employee number 1 name Vivek and Rajinish. So now after that, see we have set employee. Now see if I give here as see, so let me give 1 employee record deleted. Now so show, then automatically see 2 and 3 are getting, only 1 actually I give 1 removed with respect to this. This is the way we are having with respect to this. So add employee, show employee, search, delete, and now one more operation is left. What is the operation left here? Update. Shall we do the update also? So
Yes.
for update, actually see what we will do is we have to pass the object here. So see first we have public string update employee of employee, update employee with respect to this. Now after that, see here I have with respect to this, see there, then just give boolean flag equals to false. I'm assume that it's a not found case. Then what I will do, for each employee in, this is the first one we have. So for each employee in so thing. Now if employee dot empno double equals to update employee dot empno, then what I have to make, see with respect to see. So now see here we have with respect, then what I have to do, see there, see here. So if employee dot empno double equals to so thing there, then what I have to do is see employee dot name equals to update employee dot name, employee dot basic equals to upd employee dot basic we have with respect to this. Okay, so before that, actually what you have to do is let me search the data. So see we have res equals to search employee of update employee dot empno we have with respect to this. Now res not equals to null, then only proceed, return record not found. Okay, now see here we have, so flag is not required there, update employee there. Then so now after that, see we have the return record updated. This is the one first we are giving there. Then see here with respect to this, see, so now let us do the delete employee main there. Now after that, see you have cw employee group dot update employee we have there. So now let me run this, see here. So now here we have to show employee is there. Now search it is working fine. Now to show employee 1 3 Rajnish and as well as, so third record actually I have to change. Now see we have 5 enter the employee number 3, employee name I'm going to give here as Manu, basic, record updated. Now it's updated or not, see, third record updated and the basic also updated with respect to this, isn't it? So next thing, see, we have to make with respect to this, see here, but the same one actually have to do with exceptions and as well as layered architecture, because see, in this actually I did not perform any validations with respect to this. So I have to perform the validations, and with respect to this validations actually I have to handle the things with respect to this so far. So see how actually we are able to add that one. So for this, see, what I will do is, let me make one class here as see customer so far with respect to this. Now customer is having customer ID, customer name, and as well as next we have with respect to this as a order item, and as well as quantity and bill amount. These are the things are there. Now what I will do, what we are going to do is, we have to make 5 entities. The above code we have to do with respect to 5 layers as, so first we have as entities, and next we have exceptions, and third we have DAL, and next we have BAL, and next we have as main. These are the five things we are going to make it. Now entities, in the entities purely we are going to have the model with respect to this. Whatever the classes, getters and setters that we have to do in entities there. Now in exceptions, what we are going to make with respect to this is, please create some exception with respect to this so far, because see here what will happen, see there is validations as customer ID not to be negative. Now next we have customer name, minimum 5 characters. Now order item, minimum 5 characters, quantity not 0 or negative. Next we have to make it is price not negative. Bill amount no validation, because we will calculate, so that's why bill amount actually not the thing. So these are the validations. So these are the things actually we have to implement. Okay. So now in the entities, now we will make all getters and setters and toString there. Exceptions, we are going to create one custom exception class, like see customer exception, something we are able to make it. Then in DAL, now please write actual crude operations like add, search, all the things we have to add it in DAL there. Now in DAL, what we are going to do is, please do the validations. If the validations are successful, then only we have to call it. That we have to write it in DAL with respect to this. These are the operations you have to do. Next thing we are going to discuss will be, we are going to start with respect to this as link topic, LINQ. Link stands for, see, we call it as language integrated query. Now see in this what I have to do. In this, see what we have to do is, see here we have, so I am in the SQL practice database. In this, see if I have the tables with respect to this as, see the employee table is there, MB table is there. Let us see, this is the table I have there. Now execute. Now see, this is the table we are getting there. So now this is the database, so select star from MB is there. Now these are the records actually I have to get with respect to this in the front there. So that is the situation actually what we need is, we need the help of this ADO.NET so far. So what is actually ADO.NET? See there, ADO.NET is a disconnected data architecture, means it connects to the database whenever you want to send any data or retrieve. Disconnected data architecture means it connects to the database whenever you want to send any data or retrieve any data so far. So always 100% open connection, not at all required with respect to this. Now to deal with ADO.NET, we need 2 packages, system.data and system.data.SQL client. So these are the 2 packages we have to use with respect to this. So to deal with ADO.NET, now we need to use these things as system.data and as well as system.data.SQL client. These are the 2 packages actually we have to use the things with respect to this. Now first of all, see we have here is, we are going to discuss about connection interface. So what is the purpose of connection? See here we have, it is a pipeline through which we can connect it to any backend so far. So there are 2 types of connections known as, so first we have with respect to this as SQL connection, and second I have here as OLEDB connection. There are 2 types of the connections as, first I have this SQL connection there, and second I have this OLEDB connection. So like that, these are the 2 types of the connections we have there. So by using SQL connection, we can connect to SQL server only. But by using OLEDB connection, we can connect to any backend so far. But SQL connection performs 70% faster than OLEDB connection so far. Fine. So SQL connection performs 70% faster than this OLEDB connection with respect to this. Fine. So that is the purpose of this connection there. Basically, that is a connection which allows you to establish the connection with respect to this front end and back end here. Fine. Now, next we have this data adapter. So now, adapter purpose allows you to database and retrieve data from DB so far. It performs following commands as. So first we have here as a C select command, insert command, update command, delete command. So these are the things are there with respect to this. So it will follow this separate things as select, insert, update, delete. All the operations we are able to make the things with respect to this. And next we have here is the data set. So what is the purpose of data set? See, we have here to store the records that which are retrieved by the adapter. Then we need the help of data set so far. Fine. So to store the records that which are retrieved by this adapter, then actually what we need is we need the help of this data set so far. Fine. So now see what is my job is this SQL server is there. In this we have select star from EMP is there. All the records actually how to get with respect to this. So see how we will make it. Employee show we have there, create. So you please add them with respect to this. See here using system.data SQL client we have there. Now first of all, see please establish the connection like this. SQL connection con equals to new SQL connection of. Now pay your attention here. So new SQL connection of C. What are the things we have to do that? See there new SQL connection of C here we have. So first see we have file connect. I'm just connecting in Windows authentication because I'm not giving any username and password separately. Now this is server name. You please copy that. It's a Windows authentication. No? So for Windows authentication, see what you have to do that. See there integrate security equals to true, data source equals to so and so thing. And now which database actually I'm using this one with respect to the C? I'm just using in the database as the C. I'm in SQL practice database. So this is the one I have to use it. Initial catalog SQL practice we have with respect to this. That is the first thing we are having there. User ID and as well as password. And next we have initial catalog. So something we have with respect to this. Then after that, see we have adapter there. So see we have SQL data adapter. Adapter equals to new SQL data adapter of. What is the command we have? What is the table name? Select star from EMP comma con. I'm just asking to please open the select command with respect to this particular connection there with respect to this. I'm just opening this connection. Fine. So SQL data adapter equals to new SQL data adapter of select star from EMP we have with respect to this file. So now after that, see here I have see there data set ds equals to new data set, because see to store the records that which are retrieved by this now, then you have to go for this data set there. So data set ds equals to new data set with respect to this. Now ad.fill ds comma emp we have with respect to this. Adapter.fill data set comma emp we are getting with respect to this. Then after that, see here how it will comes into this picture. See there, see here we have for each data row dr in ds dot tables of emp dot rows. All the rows actually have to get now, so that's why I'm using the for each loop there with respect to this. Then after that, see we have cw employee number plus dr of emp and row so far. First I'm getting the employee number. Okay, now run this. See here NAM not NAM. Automatically see all the records they are able to get like this with respect to this. Okay, next in this, see we have to make with respect to this. See here how actually we are going to do systematically that also, because first we will do in a normal way, then actually we will do with respect to this as object oriented programming way that we will do with respect to this. So now see in this we have with respect to this either just using system.data and using system.data.SQL client. So these are the two things actually we are able to add it first. Now In this, see first actually how we are going to connect, see there. So first you please go to this file and as well as connect Object Explorer. Now this is the server name we have, and see authentication, it is giving Windows authentication. What is actually Windows authentication means what will happen na? Windows username and password are taken as a default username and password with respect to this. So now in this, see what we are going to make it, see here, see there. First you please create a connection like this, SQL connection con equals to new SQL connection of. What are the things, see we have here? First of all, actually I don't have the username and password for SQL Server separately. That's why we have integrated security equals to true. That is the first thing you have to make it. Then after that, see we have data source equals to initial catalog equals to SQL practice so far with respect to this. What is data source means what we have to do in the server name is there. Now in this, see we have file connect, and as well as here we have this is the server name we have with respect. This is the server name actually we have to make it. Initial data source equals something and initial catalog equals to SQL practice we are getting with respect to this. So that is the thing first we have to make it. Then after that, see we have with respect to this, see there SQL data adapter adapt equals to new SQL data adapter of select star from EMP comma connection so far with respect to this. Now after that, see we have dataset ds equals to new dataset we have here. Now ad.fill ds comma so far here fine. So I'm just filling the records because see select star from EMP means lot of records will come that I'm storing in the dataset, and I'm just giving the alias table name called EMP with respect to this so far. Then after that, see here we have each and every row, see how we will get, see there for each data rows we have here fine. So for each data row dr in ds tables of emp data rows we have with respect to this. Now you please print all the things with respect to this. So see we have employee number plus dr of empno. The data row of empno first I'm printing. Then in the same way employee name plus dr of NAM. Because see here we have NAM we have to make with respect to this. NAM department plus dr of designation plus dr of DSIG. This is one we have. Then now see here debug, start without debugging we are given there. Okay, see all the records we are able to get like this with respect to this. Okay, now I want to search the data. So now, but actually see you can't write the connection string like this with respect to this. So how you have to write the connection string? Because if you write the connection string here like this, now what is the drawback there is it's a hard coded. By means the same program if you want to run in your system, what you have to do, your SQL Server instance name is different, isn't it? You have to change it. So you can't change in all the places. If I write 10 files in 10 files, you can't change those with respect to this. So that's why see what you have to do is you have to write them with respect to this as app config file. So see how we will make it. See there, let me create one more project here as employee search. So now in the employee search, see here we have, see here in the solution explorer, we have an app config file is there. Okay, in the app config file actually you have to open the connection strings. So see here we have connection strings are there. In this we have add name equals to SQL practice con and connection string equals to add name equals to SQL practice con. That is the key name we give. In that you please write the connection string with respect to this. What is the connection string? See we have integrated security equals to true, data source equals to, what is the data source? See we have, now after that here you have to give provider name equals to system.data.SQL client we have with respect to this. So this is a way how add name equals to so on so thing and connection string equals to so on so thing so far with respect to this, and provider name equals to this one we have with respect to this. So now this is a connection. See how we have to get with respect to this. See there, see here, use please give here using system.data SQL client configuration. This is the one first you need to add. Then after that, see here we have string str con equals to configuration manager dot connection strings of, what is the connection string name? See we have SQL practice con dot connection string we have with respect to this. So string str con equals to configuration manager dot connection strings of, in that what is the key actually here? See we have, see there in this we have, I created a key as SQL practice dot connection string with respect to this we have here fine. Then after that, see we have SQL connection con equals to new SQL connection of strcon so far. Here fine. So SQL connection con equals to new SQL connection of strcon. So I'm just making the connection string like this with respect to this. Then after that, see, then I have to search the data. So see how I'm going to search the data. See in empno, so cw and that convert dot to in32 of, so employee number equals to convert dot to in32 of console dot readline with respect to this. Now after that, seeing this, how we are able to make it. See there, see here, adapter equals to new SQL data adapter of, see here we have, see there, here how to pass. Normally see how you will get the data, select star from emp where empny equals to something we have to give, isn't it?
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of .NET by answering this question. What is boxing in .NET? A. Which converts value type to object. B. Converts reference type to value type. C. Converts primitive type to value type. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPath to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now the same one, see, we will give like this. So select star from emp where empny equals to @empno comma con, because in SQL server na each and every parameter will be prefixed with @ symbol with respect to this. So select star from emp where empny equals to, so something we are giving with respect to this so far. So now after that, see in this, this is the one we are able to make it. Then after that, see in this, what you have to see there, see here, adapter dot select command dot parameters dot add with value of @empno comma empno we have with respect to this. Then what will happen? Adapter is there. Adapter will have the 4 commands: select, insert, update, delete. So in the select command I am giving, so adapter dot select command dot parameters dot add with value. So we have to give this add with value there. Then because add with value purposes, in that parameter whichever the value we have to pass, then we have to give @empno comma empno. So in this variable we are passing this employee number with respect to this. Then after that, say we have dataset ds equals to new dataset. Now ad dot fill ds comma select star from emp where empno equals something. Now what will happen if employee number, here it is a primary key, fine. So now what will happen if one record, if I want to find out the count, if count equals to 1 means record found, if count equals to 0 means record not found, isn't it? So that's why, see, we have int count equals to ds dot tables of emp dot rows dot count we have with respect to this. So if count double equals to 1, now you please print this records there, record not found with respect to this. So now next, see here we have to make, so now debug, start without debugging. Now employee number 1 if I give, see, automatically it's giving the data there, record not found with respect to this. So this is the way it comes into this picture. This is the way we are able to make the things here fine. So now how to insert? So till the time, see, what we are doing is we are just doing the searching the operations. Now I have to insert that one. So see how I am going to insert this one. See there. Now create project, add class with respect to this. Now see here we have employee insert dot cs is there. Now in employee insert, now first let me read the values first. So now first actually let me read the values first of all with respect to this, and then actually I will make it. So now see here we have with respect to this int empno comma basic, enter employee number is there, convert dot to in32 of console dot read line. These are the fields first we read with respect to this, fine. Now actually we made a connection, fine. Then after that, see, we have SQL data adapter equals to new SQL data adapter. First you just give select star from emp comma con. Now see, till the time actually for DML operations na, we need to use the command builder with respect to this. So what is the purpose of command builder with respect to this? See here, to reflect the changes, because see, from front end to back end na, if you want to make the changes to be reflected with respect to this, that thing can be done with respect to this, what it calls as command builder so far. So that's why, see, we have SQL command builder cmd equals to new SQL command builder of adapter, we are able to make it. Then what will happen? Command builder actually is going to work in the background with respect to this. What is in the background in the sense, see, whatever the front end code you are going to write now, further the equivalent back end code will be generated with respect to this, what it calls as a command builder so far. Here fine. So now after that we have dataset ds equals to new dataset we have to put there. Then Till the time what? So now just let me go ad.fill ds comma emp. This is the filling the data we are giving there. Fine. Now what we have to do now, see, I have to add a new row. After adding the new row with respect to this, in this I have to map the values. After mapping the values with respect to this, then what we have to do is I have to update the adapter. Then only the data will be reflected in the database with respect to this. So that's why see we have data row dr equals to dstart tables of emp dot new row. Then automatically what will happen? One new row will be added. As of now, the new row is empty with respect to this so far. Then after that changes, how we have to make it? See there, see here, dr of empno equals to empno and dr of nam equals to name and dr of dept equals to dept and dr of dsig equals to dsig and dr of basic equals to basic we have with respect to this. So this is the way you have employee number, name, DEPT, and as well as next we have this DSIG, and next we have this basic with respect to this file. So now after that, see we have with respect to this, see there dstart tables of emp dot row start add dr with respect to this. I am adding the data row here with respect to this so far. So dstart tables of emp dot row start add dr with respect to this. Then after that, see we have ad dot update ds comma emp with respect to this. So ad dot update ds comma emp with respect to this so far. Okay. Then automatically see here. So ad dot fill the ad dot update ds comma emp we are getting with respect to this. Fine. Then only the data will be changed. Now see we have CW record inserted employee number 903 Sahil .NET programmer something we give. It's already 903 already there. That's why it's throwing the error. Let me give the new record right now. 9024. See record inserted successful 9024 na. You see here your record came here with respect to this. Now how to update the data? First let me give where empno equals to @empno we have. So after that select command dot parameters dot add with value of so and so thing with respect to this. So now after the changes how we have to make it? See there, so let's start from emp where empno equals to something we have. And after that select command dot parameters dot add with value of so and so thing with respect to this. Then data set we are filling with respect to this so far. Now after that see here what you have to make it? See there, see here ad dot fill ds comma emp with respect to this so far. Now next in this see we have to do see with respect to this, see there. Now what will happen? Data row dr equals to ds dot tables of emp dot rows of 0 because I'm just getting the data there. Now if dr not equals to null, then only proceed to modify that. Now please read it. Next thing we have to make with respect to this, see here if dr not equals to null with respect to this, then we have to give dr of name equals to name, dr of dept equals to dept, dr of basic equals to basic we have with respect to this. So now see here we have employee number, name, department, designation, basic, everything we are able to put. Now after that see we have just give here as CW record updated. Now else we have to give here as CW record not found. Okay, so this is the way you have to make it. Now see 9024 record actually I have to change it to, I want to change him to MVC manager something, I have to change it. So let's see there employee number 9 record updated. See it's updated or not? See here it's not updated. Why it's not updated? I skipped this one because if you don't give update really it works or not, that I want to show you. These values are changed, isn't it? So this is the way we are able to make the things here. Fine. So now we have to delete the record with respect to this. So see how we are able to delete the record. See there. Okay. So now see here we have there dr dot delete we have there. Then after that ad dot update ds comma emp we are getting with respect to this. Then after see how record deleted. So now let me delete one record there. See here 1024 I have to delete. Okay. Let me delete this one. See automatically it's giving record deleted. So see here select star from emp5 1024 wala. It's removed, isn't it? That is the way we are able to make it. Is we are going to work with respect to this as connected architecture, because it till the time actually work with disconnected architecture. But in this disconnected architecture, what is happening there? Why we call it as disconnected? Once we fetch the data, everything we are going to look after with respect to the data set part. As soon as I am updating the adapter there, then only the records will go to the database kind of the thing with respect to this. So that is the way it comes into this. But whenever it comes to the connected architecture with respect to this, let's see here, connected architecture, now what will happen is we don't have the data set with respect to this. So in connected architecture, .NET Core will directly interacts with database, and here we use one valid SQL command to write and insert data into the database. So we need to write one valid SQL command with respect to this. Now, but actually see here what you have to do is, so allows you to write valid SQL statement or call stored procedure. So far fine. If you want to write any valid SQL statements or if you want to call any stored procedures, that actually we do with respect to this as SQL commands, so far fine. So now next in this see we have to do the is see SQL data reader. So what is the purpose of data reader? See we have here allows you to read data with respect to read only and forward only direction with respect to this. So which allows you to read the data with respect to this as read only and as well as forward only direction. Then what will happen? Read only and forward only means I cannot edit the data there, and as a forward only means I can go to the previous record, but I cannot come back to the previous one with respect to that. Is the way it comes into this. So see how actually we are able to make the things see there. Console applications or something we have here. Now see here. So I'm just making a stored procedure kind of. So I have to make a stored procedure kind of the thing, and as well as I have to get it done. So make it there. Create. Okay. Now let me write this one. So dot data using system dot configuration we have with respect to this. Now create procedure PRC EMP show as start from EMP so far with respect to. So this is the way we have. So create procedure PRC EMP show as begin. So select start from EMP we are getting with respect to this. Now, so this is a procedure actually I want to call with respect to this. So see how we are able to make it see there. So now, so see here we have here connection strings I have there. Now add name equals to SQL practice con connection string equals to here we have integrated security equals to true. Now data source equals to what is the data source? See here we have. So this is the one you have to make it. So initial catalog equals to so and so thing and provider name equals to so and so thing so far with respect to this. Then after that see here I have comes into this because see there program.cs we have. Then configuration manager dot connection strings of SQL practice con dot connection string we have with respect to this. So this is the first connection string we are getting there. So SQL con equals to configuration manager or connection strings of so and so thing we are getting with respect to this so far fine. So now after that see here we have with respect to this see there. So that is the first thing we have there. Now after that see here I have in this picture see there see SQL connection con equals to SQL connection of strcon. That is the connection we are getting with respect to this. Now in disconnected architecture actually no need of open the connection because adapter.fill we are using there automatically it comes, but here explicitly we have to open the connection there. So see we have connection dot open we have to give with respect to this. So once you give this connection dot open automatically the connection will open with respect to this so far. After that see here I have with respect to this see there see here SQL command cmd equals to new SQL command of what are the things see we have here. What is the stored procedure name? PRC EMP Shona. This is the one, comma, connection we have with respect to this. So SQL command equals to new SQL command of PRC EMP show, comma, con we are getting with respect to this. Then after that, say I have to specify what we have to give in this. So command dot command type equals to command type dot stored procedure. I'm just telling because why I have to say that is That PRCMP show is what actually I don't know. That we have to say like this as command type equals to command type dot stored procedure. Then after that, see we have SQL data reader dr equals to command dot execute reader. This is another thing is there. So SQL data reader dr equals to command dot execute reader. Now while dr dot read, while if we are putting there, so while dr dot read is as soon as the record exists. So while dr dot read we have there, then see what are the things actually we have to do that. You please print them, see there all the things you have to print. Employee number plus dr of empno. So now see we have debug, start without debugging. See, it's getting the data. So now let me explain, see what is happening here is, now I want to search that one. So see how we will do, see there, create procedure PRC EMP search. Here we have to give the parameters at rate empno int as begin and end, where empno equals to at rate empno. So for this procedure we have to make it. Okay, so create procedure PRC EMP search at rate empno int as select star from EMP, where empno equals to at rate empno we have with respect to this. Now let me give this one. So at rate empno we have, not this is the one you have to give. Add class we are getting. So now in empno we have, so CW enter employee number. So employee number equals to convert to int32 of so and so thing so far with respect to this. Then so now after that, see what is the stored procedure. See we have here PRC MP search we are giving there with respect to the SQL command cmd equals to new SQL command of so and so thing. Now command dot command type equals to command type dot stored procedure I am giving with respect to this. Then in this, see we have to add a parameter. So see how we are going to add the parameter. See there command dot parameter start add with value of at rate empno comma empno, because see in this stored procedure actually I have a parameter called empno there. That parameter actually I am getting like this. So command dot parameter start add with value of at rate empno comma empno with respect to this. Then after that, see here I have with respect to this, see there SQL data reader dr equals to command dot execute reader. So SQL data reader na command dot execute reader. Now if dr dot read, if the record is there, then we have to print else. Now see if I give one there, see automatically it's giving like this. Create procedure PRC EMP insert we have to make it. Now we have the parameter at rate empno in comma at rate EMP values at rate empno. This is the one we are getting with respect to this. Now see here we have to make with respect. So now see here we have PRC EMP insert we are getting there, fine. Now after that, see here I am getting with respect to this real and we are getting with respect to this. So these are the phases are there: employee number, name, department, designation, basic, everything we are getting like this with respect to this. Then after that, see here here see we are getting in the picture, see there. So now this is the way we have, so in EMP and comma basic we have string name comma DEPT comma DSIG we have. So 5 text boxes we are getting there. Then after that, see we have connection dot open we are getting, fine. Then after that, see here I am getting with respect to this, see there the SQL command cmd equals to new SQL command of what is the stored procedure. See we have here PRCMP insert na comma I am getting with respect to this. Then actually see next we are having command type equals to command type dot stored procedure I am getting. So I am just saying this one as a stored procedure there. Then after that, see here I am getting, see with respect to this, see.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPath provides .NET online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Let me add that command parameter start add with value of at rate empno we are getting command dot parameter start add with value of at rate name we are getting add with value of at rate DSIG comma designation basic we are getting with respect to this. So now after that, see we have command dot execute non-query we are getting. So I'm just going command dot execute non-query we are getting there. Record inserted. This is the one we are getting. Now debug, start without debugging. So it's giving record inserted. So go to the database and see this record actually added with respect to this. So this way we are able to make it. Okay. Now, same as let me do with respect to create procedure. ERC emp delete at emp and int as begin and end, delete from emp where emp and equals to at emp. That's it. Okay. Now automatically that would be created fine. So now, but actually see, till the time actually whatever we are writing now, that is not at all the correct way actually how to write the code with respect to this. Because see, one thing actually we are missing is we are not implementing the object-oriented programming, isn't it? Everything we are writing the code, but that is not the correct way, isn't it? So how actually we have to make the things to be happen. So that is the situation actually what we have is, see, that is the thing actually we have to ensure. We need the help of this, what it calls as the layered architecture. How we did, same way we will do with respect to this in a single application first. Then after that, the same one we will do with DLLs with respect to this. So see, we have ADO, EMP, SP. This is a program is there. Now in this, now you please the app config file. What you have to do, you please add the connection string there. So how you will write, see, add name equals to SQL practice con and connection string equals to data source equals to. So this is the one first we are making with respect to this. So add name equals to SQL practice con, connection string equals to, this is the one we are getting fine. Now this is the SQL practice con we are getting there. Then we can't write here. We have to write the code. So now connection always actually we have to make a static, because see, for all operations only one single connection needs to be happen there. Now please make one class as connection helper here. Okay, class we are getting here as C. Yes, I'm giving that one as C connection helper. This is the file we are putting there. Now after that, see here, public static SQL connection get connection, because I'm writing the code in this C. SQL connection is a return type I'm getting with respect to it. So public static SQL connection and as well as get connection I'm getting there. Then what will happen now? SQL, it returns the SQL connection object with respect to this by default. So now see, in this we have with respect to this public static SQL connection get connection we are getting there fine. Now in this, see how actually we are able to make it with respect to this, see there. So string str con equals to con dot connection string. Now SQL connection con equals to new SQL connection of str con. Now return con we are getting with respect to this. Now next in the C we have to make it, see there, see here, go to this one entity class there, add class here we have, and make one class as employee there. Now in the employee.cs, now you please make all getters and setters, public int emp and o get and set with respect to this. So these are the things we are getting there. So employee class is there. Then this we are getting emp and o name, department, designation, basic. So everything we are able to make it. Now in this C here we are getting C with respect to the C there. Now write the toString also here. So these are the things first we are making with respect to this. So now after that, see in this what you have to make it, I have to make a class as employee CRUD. In the employee CRUD actually I have to get all the things with respect to this so far. Okay, so now see here we have employee CRUD I am giving with respect to this. Now in employee CRUD, now see here we have with respect to this, see there. Now first write this method, because we have to return a data table for all the records there. In data table show employee we are getting. Then after that, see here we have putting there connection helper dot get connection we are getting there. And after that, see here I am giving connection dot open. And so connection helper dot get connection means what will happen? Connection helper is a class that which is going to contain and as well as establishes the all connectivity information with respect to this. So connection equals to connection helper dot get connection, and then we are putting connection dot open we are putting there fine. Then after that, see here I am putting with respect to this, see there, see here command equals to emp show comma con. Now command type equals to command type dot stored procedure I am giving. Now after that, see we have loaded data table dt equals to new data table we are getting with respect to this. Then dt dot load dr putting with respect to this so far. Then return dt. I'm just putting the I'm returning the data table with respect to this. After that, see here I'm getting with respect to go to the program.cs there. Then see just do it as employee CRUD we are getting with respect to this. Then so now put a data table here for each data row we are in widget dot, sorry I can't call like that. So for each data row dr and dt dot rows. Then after that, say we have, so now see this is, now let me run this, see there all the records we are getting like this. So this is the flow we are using with respect to this. Then last what we will do in this, see the employee code. Now one thing we have to we missed one thing, after that connection dot close, because that is a resource now, we have to close it. So now see the flow how it is happening there. See here we have connection helper class is there, that which will take care of the connectivity information with respect to this. Then after that, see here I have with respect to this employee.cs file, which is going to contain all getters and setters for employee there. Now employee CRUD is there with respect to this, which contains all the CRUD operations kind of the thing with respect to this. That is the way we are able to ensure that. Okay, this is the way it comes into this picture. So next part in this, see we have to make it see there. This is how we are able to ensure that. Fine. Now in this, how to fetch the data and as well as how to insert the data. Let's see there. Already the stored procedures are there. Now here actually see. So let me return one single record now. So that's why what I have to do is I have to return the employee class with respect to this. So in this, see we have employee CRUD is there now. Now same way, see let me do this insert operation here with respect to this. CW enter employee number. Now employee dot empno equals to converter to int32 of console dot read line. So employee number we are getting, name, department, and next we have designation. Next we have enter basic we are getting. Now employee dot basic equals to this one we are getting there. So now after that, see we have please make an object to the CRUD. So this is the record actually we are able to add in the picture with respect to this. Okay. Next in this, say we have to do that is see we are going to discuss now. Next thing we are going to make it out is we are going to discuss with respect to this as some bank project we will do in this. Okay. Just forward this database to you. Okay. Let me upload the database. So now this is a bank database actually we are putting there. Now let me attach this one. So what I will do is first of all, so now let me attach the database. So now here we have see accounts table we are getting with respect to this. Now see in this what are the things we have to do. See here account number, first name, last name, city, state, date of opening, anyway date of opening, and as well as amount, check facility, account type. This is the banking fields we are making there. So in the bank now first actually you have to create an account. So now how we will create an account with respect to this. So once you create an account, now account number you will enter, account number bank will provide. So how they will generate the account number, what is the last account number, and +1, isn't it? That is the code first you have to write. You have first actually you have to write the code for create an account number. So how you will do the create account number, you will just get the maximum account number is there, then +1. That is the one you have to make it, isn't it? Auto increment you have to make it, okay, in the programmatically. Okay, so that is the first thing actually you have to do that. Then after that, see next thing, after that next what we have to do that you will do the search account. Search account is like how actually employee search you did, same way search account. Now update account means what will happen, you may modify part of the records or all the records that comes with respect to this as a modify account with respect to this. Then next we have with respect to this is also modify account. Then close account. Close account means you cannot close the account because see you cannot delete the record directly. What you will do is see in that last column you have status now, that status make it as a false. If status false means it's a deactivated account. Okay, like that you have to do. So these are the 4 operations you have. Next after that what we will do with respect to this, so that is the thing is there. Now next what we will do, deposit. Deposit means what will happen, you just get the account number there, then account that in that account actually how to deposit the amount that comes with deposit there. Now same way you have to do for withdraw also with respect to this. Okay, but deposit means what will happen, old amount plus new amount will be added. But for withdraw what is going to happen with respect, so old amount plus new amount will be added. But for withdraw what is going to happen there, if the minimum balance is there then only the withdraw will be possible, otherwise we have to say that it's not possible kind of the thing. That is the thing first of all you have to make it. See here this is the stored procedure actually I have here. So bank database, in the bank database now, so see here, see this is the stored procedure we have. So see select case of see this is a create procedure PRC account number generate. In this, see this is the one we are getting. So select case when max of account number is null, then none else max of account number. Then see here what will happen, exit PRC account number generate we are giving with respect to this. Okay, let me execute. Then see, it is giving 10 because see last account number is 9, so 10 is coming. So this is the one we need to get, isn't it? So see
Yes,
how
sir.
we are able to do that. So first of all, see, let me do a new project again with respect to this. See, in that app config file, let me write the connection string equals to bank con and connection string equals to integrated security equals to true, data source equals to provider name equals to SQL client selected. This is the one we are getting with respect to this. Then after that, see here I have in this picture, see their project. So now after that, see we have system.configuration we are getting. So now see here we have configuration, so we have here fine. Now public static get connection we have with respect to this. Then after that, see we have return new SQL connection of. So see here we have configuration manager dot connection strings of. So now this is the connection we are getting there. Then after that, see in this what you have to do, project add class, and after that, see here I have what is the class, what is the table name we have, select accounts now. So create a class as accounts we have to give it. Then this account class now what you have to do, that everything you have to give get run setup. So see we have public int. Let me see the table first of all. First name, last name, city here we have. So like that, these are the things we have there. Then after that, see this comes into this, see there. Then what you have to do, see create a class as account crude. Account crude we are getting. Now in this, see first procedure actually how to get is I need to get a public int generate account number we are getting with respect to this. Now in this you have to use system.data. Now after that, see have SQL connection EMD we are getting with respect. Now connection equals to, now after that, see we have command equals to new SQL command of. So see what are the things we have, see there. This is the one we are getting, isn't it? ERC account generate, comma, con we are getting with respect to this. Then after that, see here we are getting command dot command type equals to type dot stored procedure. I'm just telling it's a stored procedure with respect to this. Then data reader dr equals to command dot execute reader.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of .NET by answering this question. What is CLR responsible for? A. Garbage collection. B. Code access security. C. Code verification. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now after that dr dot. Then after that, see here I have to get this account number there. Then after that, see in ACCNO equals to convert dot to in 32 of dr of what we have here, see ACCNO. Now then let me add this one. Here we have create is there. See what are the values actually I have to pass here. So see account number, first name, last name, city, state, amount, check facility, and account type. Okay. Right now, see, let me go to this account code there. Let me pass it here. Public string create account of. So now see in this what we will do. So let me get this one. Okay. Now what is the stored procedure? See here I have. Here see account number create, isn't it? Add with value of account start. Account number is there. Now command dot parameter start add with value of at rate first name, comma, account start first name. Now command dot parameter start add with value of at rate last name. So first name, last name, next we have city now. Account start city, account start state we have amount, comma, account start amount. Execute non-query we are getting with respect to this. And then after that, see we have return record inserted with respect to this. So now see here, if I want to read now, what I will do in the program.cs, I'm just giving accounts equals to new accounts I'm giving. Now account start ACCNO. So this is the one first we are send with respect to this. Accounts dot first name equals to console dot read line with respect to, so first name last name account dot amount equals to console dot read line with respect to this. First name last name city state amount, and next we have, so first name last name city state amount check vessel, and next we have, so now after that, see here I have to call this stored procedure. So now what I have to do is, see here cw obj dot create account of accounts I'm getting with respect to this. So now let me run this. See here, see it's giving record inserted. So now see it's going to this database or not. Automatically the record came, isn't it? Now one thing, actually you are getting the withdraw also issue, isn't it? So withdraw, actually what you have to do is, the logic I saw, but actually everything you are handling in the front end. That is not the way. What we have to do is, we have to create a procedure itself for this withdraw there. So see how we will do this. Create procedure PRC account withdraw, and in this you have to give here as @ account number integer comma @ withdraw amount integer comma @ result varchar of 30 output begin and end we have to give with respect to this. Now first of all, see here what you have to do is, I want to get the original amount, declare @ amount integer we have. Then after that, see we have select @ amount equals to amount from accounts where account number equals to @ account number with respect to this. Okay, now after that, see in this, so now after that, see here what you have to do, that see there, now here you have to give if @ amount minus @ withdraw amount, okay, greater than or equals to 1000. Then what you have to do that, okay. So it is a successful thing, isn't it? So in this, what you have to do that, update accounts amount equals to @ amount minus @ withdraw amount where account number equals to @ account number we have to give. Okay, now after that, just give here as set @ result equals to amount, else what you have to do that, begin and end we have to give here as set @ result equals to insufficient funds. This is a procedure, first you have to make it. Then let me check this one. So now this is a procedure, actually how to call there. Now see how to handle the output parameters that I will tell. So now see here account period is there. Then after that, see we have public string withdraw amount of, what are the things actually we have here, see there, in account number comma int withdraw amount we are getting with respect to this. Okay, account number first I am giving there. Okay, now after that, see here I am giving with respect to this, see add with value of @ account number you are getting there, fine. Then after that, we are getting withdraw amount, withdraw amount we are getting there. Then after that, see what you have to do, how to handle the output parameters. See there, command dot parameters dot add SQL parameter of @ result varchar comma 30 we are getting with respect to this. Now because that is the size we gave, varchar of 30. Now this is the output parameter. So command dot parameters of @ result dot direction equals to, it's an output parameter. Now that's why I'm giving parameter direction dot output we are giving. Now after that, see we have command dot execute non-query. We have to execute this one. Then after that, see here we have to give string result equals to command dot parameters of @ result dot value dot toString we are getting with respect to this. Return result. This is the result I have to return there with respect to this so far. Okay. Now next, see we have to do that project add class there. And one thing is, whenever I saw your examples, you are using data reader and all. So SQL data reader and all for loop we are using. That logic you don't entertain there. Just in that procedure, you please call this one. So now after that, see here we have, just give here as cw obj dot withdraw amount of account number comma withdraw amount. This is the one we have to make it. Now see here, see for Karthik, actually I have this 72,000 something. Then let me withdraw 10,000 from Karthik account. Okay. Now 10,000 amount debited. Now see here, see it becomes 62,000. Okay. Now in this, see, let me withdraw for account number 1. If I give 1 lakh, now see insufficient funds. If it is insufficient funds needs, it will give old balance only with respect to this. Okay. So this is the way you have to do that one. Okay. Next, let me explain. So first what I am taking here, account number, withdraw amount and result we are getting there. Now, first of all, so now see in this what we have to give. First actually see what I want to get the amount. That's why see I declared one variable as at-rate amount integer so far there. Now select at-rate amount equals to amount from accounts where account number equals to at-rate account number. That is the one first we are getting with respect to this. Now if amount minus at-rate withdraw amount greater than or equals to 1000. If the difference is greater than or equals to 1000, then please update this one with respect to this. Then after that result equals to amount debited. So this is the output parameter. What is the purpose of output parameter? If I want to return some value from the stored procedure with respect to this, that is the situation. Actually what we need is we need the help of this what it calls as output parameter so far with respect to this. Okay. So next thing see we are going to discuss with respect to this is we have to start with respect to this as link and lambda expression with respect to this so far. So let's see what is actually the link transfer and why actually we need the help of this link with respect to this and how the way we are going to. So how the way actually we are going to. So link transfer see we call it as language integrated query with respect to this. Okay, that which allows you to data from any generic list or database or XML format. So because see sometimes what will happen till that time if it is in generic list we are using the for each loop there. If it is database is there with respect to this, I am using the connected or disconnected architecture kind of the thing. Now it is XML with respect to this. We have to follow the various methodologies there. But actually see I need one common solution. That means either it is database or anything with respect to this. I need one common solution to make the things with respect to this so far. So these kind of the things actually we have to make it. Then actually what we need is we need the help of this link so far with respect to this. So that's why link actually we call it as a language integrated query with respect to this. Now in this now see we have a data type called var. Var is an anonymous type that which allows you to any return type so far. So what are the any return? So var is basically it's an anonymous type that which allows you to store any return type, because means either value type or return type or custom type, anything actually how to store with respect to this. That is the situation actually what we need is we need the help of this var there. Now how actually the link syntax comes into this, see there. Link syntax, see how it will come, see there. Normally database means what will happen? The select will come first and as well as from will come last, but here from will come there from object in gen list and select items. This is a syntax actually comes into this from so and so thing and select so and so thing we are getting with respect to this. Now so same way see how actually we are able to get with respect to this link here. So let us see that. Example, see for suppose let me have one class here with respect to this as employee class. Employee we have there. Now after that see we have, so now next see here we are in this picture, see there. Now after that see here we have, let me add the record, see here employee list equals to new list of employee of. So see here what are the things actually how to make it. New employee of comma name equals to Rajneesh and department equals to .NET. Okay. So these are the records actually first we are getting with respect to this. Now after that changes how it will come here with respect to this. See, I want to get the records with respect. So now how actually I'm going to get the data? For suppose see first actually if I want to print all the records there. Now where result 1 equals to res from em in employee list we are getting there. employee list and select em. Then automatically see all the records. Em is actually the iterator object with respect to this. In employee list, select em we are there. Then after that, see how to cw where we in result 1. Then you please print them with respect. So cw v dot mpno plus space plus v dot name. So automatically see these are the records we are getting with respect to this. Employee number, name, department designation, and as well as basic, all the records we are able to get like this with respect to this. Okay. Next we have here is where result 2 equals to from em in employee list. And if you want to get only the projected values, then just give select new we have to specify. In that select new now you please give all the things em dot empno comma em dot name comma em dot basic. All the values I have to give. Then see we have for each where we in result 2 with respect to this. After that see here we are getting. So let me print the data. Please see here where result 3 equals to from em in employee list where em dot net and select em. Now after that see we have so cw dot net records. Result 3 we are getting there. See only the dot net records we are getting here with respect to this. Now in the same way see I have to sort with respect to this. Basic wise if I want to sort then see we have where result 4 equals to order by em dot basic. Select em. Then see automatically it is coming with respect to this sorted way. Sorted records we are getting here as see automatically we are getting like this with respect to this. See basic wise we are getting with respect to this order. See 8486. So 1993. So like that we are getting that. Okay. So this is the way we are able to make the things with respect to this. Now next in this say so this is the way we are able to make the things here fine. So now next in this say we have to do is how to connect to the database. Project, add new item, and first what you will do is please add the EDMX file. So what you have to do in this picture is see entity framework you have to make it. ADO.NET entity model. ADO this one you have to select first. So what you have to do is project, add new item there. In this you have to type entity you type there. Now it will give ADO.NET entity model it will come. Now click on next. In this we have EF designer from database. Now you please make a connection here. Microsoft SQL Server. Wait, it's not that entity framework we have to select now. In that let me add like this, right click, data is in the data tag now. You please go to this ADO.NET entity model. Yes. In this click on new connection, SQL Server, and you please give the connection server name. Copy this one. Now in this you please paste it. Now select the database. Now click on OK. Now tables you please select which table you want. All the tables are not required now. Only I will select the EMP table and finish. So now see this is the one will be generated here. Model this is the one we are getting with respect to this. Now create an object with database. See here we have SQL practice entities. Entities equals to new SQL practice entities we have with respect to this. Now see we have here where result res1 equals to from em in entity start emps select em. Now cw employee list we are getting see there for each where we in res1 you please print them with respect to this. So now print it here. See automatically this is the data we are getting like this with respect to this. Okay. Now what we are going to discuss with respect to this, how we are going to work with respect to this, link with respect to this database part. Let us see with respect to this, because see in this we are going to use the entity framework wala we are going to use here with respect to this so far. So let's see. Yeah, DB example first. Let us see how we are going to work with respect to this database example here. So let us see there. First we will retrieve, then how to update and all that I will show you. Insert, update, delete, all the operations easiest way will do. first actually we'll do all the retrieving operations, then I will talk to the lambda, then after that I will tell how to search, insert, update, delete, all the things we are able to make it. Okay, CRUD operations wala. Now EMP table, we took it first. First actually see, this is the one we have SQL practice entities, entities equals to new SQL practice entities. Now see here how we have to get the data there. So where result 1 equals to from EM in entity start EMPS and select EM we have to give with respect to this. Then all the records will print there. So see, we have CW employee list. So see here we have for each where we in result 1. Now you please print all the things. So CW employee number plus v dot embno plus name plus v dot name plus department plus v dot department plus designation plus v dot DSIG basic. So like we have with respect to this. So now this is the data we are getting with respect to this file. So now same way, so now see only the projected data we have to get with respect to this. So see how we are able to get the projected data. See there. So here we have where result 2 equals to from EM in entity start EMPS select new of what are the fields actually how to get it there. So select new of EM dot EMPNO comma EM dot name comma EM dot basic we have with respect to this. Now see here we have see there employee number plus v dot EMPNO. Now v dot name plus basic v dot basic we have with respect to this. So now see here, see automatically this is the projection data. This is the projected data we are getting with respect to this. Only the 3 fields we have to make the things fine. So now next in the same way, see next we have to do that where class. So see we have here after that see we have where result 3 equals to from EM in entity start EMPS. Now where basic greater than or equals to 50,000. Now select EM I have to give. Then what will happen? Whose basic is so now filter data I have to get. Filtered records we have to get. Now automatically see these are the filter records we are going to get employee number, name, and as well as basic everything. So whose basic is greater than 50,000 now? Only those records we are able to get with respect to this so far. Okay. Entity start EMPS order by EM dot select EM I have to give. Then automatically see we have so CW. So result 4 we have to give. Then sorted records, see how we are able to get. So automatically see these are the sorted records we are able to get with respect to this. So sorted records, see how we are getting this. See sort with respect to this as department as we are getting. EM dot name if I give with respect to this. Name wise we will get with respect to this so far. Now, but actually see in the link actually na. So this is the link data we are having with respect to this. Now next part see here we have to do this. How actually we are going to join the data also with respect to this. So by using the link now, see how actually we have to join the data. That part we are going to see there. Example, see for suppose if I have 2 classes and the 2 classes are having the one common field with respect to this so far. So see how actually we have to work out with respect to this. So let us see there. See here. First I will do the normal join there, then actually we will do with respect to this database join next. So now let me take one more example. So now class EMP we are getting there. So EMPNO name, DEPT, DSAG basic, all the things we have to get with respect to this. Now class DEPTS we have there. Now DEPT branch and as well as city. So these are the things actually we have to get with respect to this. So here we have the classes EMP class and as well as next we have this DEPT. These are the 2 things actually we have to make it. Now after that seeing this what we have to make it see there. So can you tell me what is the common column between these 2 things? The EMP and DEPTS na? DEPT is a common column na?
Yes, sir.
I have to join them with respect to this. So see, first let me have some dummy data here with respect to this. This is the dummy data we have. So list employee, LST employee and list DEPT, LST DEPTS. So like that, this is the dummy data first we have with respect to this. So now see how you will do where result equals to from EM in LST EMP join dp in lst depts on em dot emp em dot dept equals dp dot dept and select new of what are the fields actually how to use it. So let us see that. See, this is the syntax we have from field 1 from alias from parent join alias from child on what is the key you have to join, which is a common column. Dept is column in both the things, that's why on em.dept equals dp.dept we have there. Then after that select new of what are the things we have see there, em.empno comma em.name comma em.basic comma dp.branch comma dp.city. So these are the fields actually I have to print with respect to this. Okay, means see 3 columns from the table 1 and 2 columns from the table 2 we have to print with respect to this. Now after that see we have so cw records are, so see here we have for each where we in result with respect to this. So automatically say, so here I have to print that. So for each where we in result, so please print them cw v.empno basic. I'm not printing the department now, basic I will take. Then in this what will happen, department is there, .NET Java and as .NET Java SQL Dynamics are there, so only the records will come. If that is not there, then it will not come. Then we have to apply the inner join and left join and all also we can apply here. Join by default takes the inner join only. Employee number, name and as well as basic and as well as branch, city, everything actually we have to make the things with respect to this. The common records we are getting there, isn't it? Okay. This is the way we are able to make the things fine. So now, so this is the way we are able to make the things here fine. So now, next in this C we have to do in this way we are able to make with respect to this fine. So now, next in this C we have to do in this picture C there with respect to this. So now, but actually the thing actually see what is the problem actually here we are having here is link basically we are writing the queries with respect to this complicated way with respect to this so far. But actually see that is the thing actually we have to overcome with respect to this. See there, then what we have to do that is we need the help of this. So that is the situation we have this lambda expressions we have to do with respect to this. So see how actually we have to work with respect to this lambda expressions. Let's see there, see here. So lambda expression, so what is the link code actually we are going to write? The same link code how actually we are going to do with respect to this lambda expression that we are going to see now. Entity framework actually which is used to connect to the database. By using the link actually we are extracting the data. Normally see previously how we have to get the data either stored procedure or disconnected architecture, isn't it? But we didn't wrote any single command there, but actually we are retrieving the data from that database or not. Such kind of the thing will be provided with respect to this link there. Because see, as of now, the data will be available in different ways. So now actually I joined the two lists, isn't it? Employee list and department list I joined. But tomorrow I have a situation that employee list contains 10 records and database contains 20 records. And I will ask you to please join the two things and as well as display. But actually see, database wala you need ADO.NET. But link wala we have a generic list. Two things actually not compatible. But whenever we have the link, link will be compatible with database and as well as the generic list with respect to this. So automatically we can retrieve them with respect to this. That is the advantage we have. If you want to retrieve the data from any data source, irrespective of the data source, you have to retrieve the data there. That is the situation actually what we are going to use is we need the help of this, what it calls as link so far fine. Okay. Let's see the simple example here with respect to this. Assume that this is the data we have. Now how actually we are going to get the values from link C where res1 equals to from p in x select p. See automatically we are printing the records like this. Now but the same code actually see how we are going to do the above code by using the lambda expression. Now how easy we are going to do that, let us see there. N equals to x dot select p tends to this p, all the records I have to get. So simple way, because select is a predefined method we have there, so that's why see we have where a result one equals to x dot select of p tends to p with respect to this. Then automatically what will happen, this equal to greater than is a lambda operator we are going to call it with respect to this. Left side expression is just like how the from p we are giving the anonymous variable. Same way p tends to this is the one we have to give. Now see if we run this one, see there automatically we are able to get the data like this with respect to. Now if I have the class is there, data is there. So see how we are able to get them with respect. So see class EMP is there. Now previously by using the link actually we retrieved the data. Now let me get the data here. So now next thing is we have to do with respect to this. See there, see here result 1 equals to lst dot select x tends to this x. Automatically see we'll get all the records. So we have employee records for each where we in result 1 we have to get. So now after that you have to give. So now see automatically this one employee number, name, department, and as well as designation and as well as basic everything we are able to make the things with respect to this.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of .NET by answering this question. What is boxing in .NET? A. Which converts value type to object. B. Converts reference type to value type. C. Converts primitive type to value type. D. None of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPath to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now see this is the
Yes, sir.
lambda operator. Now same one how to do the projection there. See we have where result 2 equals to lstmp dot select x tends to this. See here we have to use new operator. In this you please give what are the things we want. X dot these are the values we have to give. Then employee number plus v dot empno plus name. See automatically this is the projected data we are able to get with respect to this. Okay. So what you have to write is see LST. Normally how we are writing, see where result 1 equals to from x in LSTMP select x, isn't it? The same line here we are writing by using lambda expression. LSTMP dot select. Select is a predefined method is there. Which values you have to select? So from x we are giving now that's why x. This arrow operator colon x all the values. That is the way means hyphen equal to that arrow operator is going to act as a method. Whatever the functionality you have to write, everything you have to write with respect to this as arrow operator inside that with respect to this. That arrow operator is going to work like that with respect to this so far. Okay. So now same way see it's a projection. See how we are giving. Normally we are giving new something. Na? There we are giving like this with respect to this. Now where class see how we have to give. See there. See here where result 3 equals to what are the records actually we have only the .NET records I want to print. Okay. lstmp dot select x tends to this x dot where x tends to this we have x dot dept dot equals .NET so far. That's it. We have the select operator and as well as where class we are going to use where x tends to this x dot department dot equals .NET we have to give. Then automatically see we have so CW here we have .NET records. So see how we have to make it. See there for each where we in result 3 with respect to this. Then see here debug start debugging. This way we are able to make it. Only the .NET records, 2 records are there. So only 2 records we are able to make with respect to this. Okay. Whose basic is greater than 60,000. Now only those records I have to print. So see how we have to make it. See there where result 4 equals to lstmp dot x tends to this. See we have x dot where x tends to this. See we have x dot basic greater than or equals to 60,000 we have to make it. Okay. So CW now see we have here as a so this is one we have lstmp dot select x tends to this x dot where so x dot basic greater than or equals to 60,000 we are able to use with respect to this. Okay. Now after that see here we have with respect to this see there how to get with respect to this order by here. So see order by record see how we are able to make it. See there now where result dot select order by x tends to this x dot department wise I have to give. So from E we are giving the same way here. Here left side value without before arrow operator you can use any kind of the variable there because that x is going to contain each and every value which is there in the entity of lstmp with respect. Let us do that one. So now see here we have to make it see result 5 we have to give. Now sorted records we have to give. Now for each where we in this way we are able to maintain .NET as well as Dynamics, Java, SQL. So everything we are able to make like this with respect to this so far. So now descending you have to do with respect to this. So see we have where results is equals to lstemp dot select extends to the c x dot basic so far. So basic wise we have to print it in descending order there. So see this is the data we are getting with respect to this. So employee number, name, department, designation, basic with respect to this. This is the way we are getting there. Okay. This is the way you are able to print them with respect to this so far fine. Okay. So next part see here we have to do in this picture see there how to connect to the database. Then can't we add the search operation as well as insert, update, delete? We can't do.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides .NET online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So how to make a project? Add new item now. In this we have ADO.NET entity model. We have to make it. Left side you have data there. ADO.NET entity model. So EMP table we have to get. Okay. So now the first make like this SQL practice entities equals to new SQL practice entities we have there. Now let me open the database once SSMS. Now see how actually we have to add a record. I'll give the static records first of all. So create a employee object there. emp equals to new emp we are having emp dot empry equals to something, department equals to something we give. Then after that see we have to give is entities dot emps dot add. First you have to do add emp. This is a record we need to add to that. Then I have to, this is the DML operation na? That's why I have to give entities dot save changes. I have to give the save changes value I have to give with respect to this. Then you please give here as CW record inserted. That is the one actually we have to make it. Now see here we have first select star from. This is the data we are having in this. Manu record is not there. 9034 Manu. 5664. Now let me run this one. 5664 record to be added. Record inserted it is giving. Now see here. EMP table na apostrophe s will come because see whatever the table is there for this s is apostrophe s will come here automatic because EMP table I dragged and drop here na into this suffix s will come automatic because that's
Yes, sir.
employee table. That suffix s will come automatic here. Okay. This is for adding the data. How to search the data? Now let us do the search operation here. Now see here we have EMP result equals to entity start EMPS dot select extends to this x dot where extends to this x dot empno w equals to empno we have to give. It's coming like this. See search also how much easy. Let me see here. Lambda search wala na employee one I give. Now entities dot emps dot select extends to this x dot where x extends to this x dot empno equals to empno. Till the time this is a lambda normal filter operation. Here what is the possibility? You will get 0 records or 1 record, isn't it? That's why how to use the predefined method called first star default we have to use. First star default of EMP. Then what you have to do? Result not equals to null. Then only you please print this. Now see here. Start without debugging. One I give. Then see assist record we are getting. Now previously I have your record. Now what is your record number? 5664. Let me give you words with respect to this. See your record you are getting now. Now let me give the data which is not there here. I'm doing with the EMP, the same you please do with the bank also. Now I have a thing. Can we call the stored procedures also here? Now the stored procedure is there. Now the stored procedure, see how to get it. Now I have to get the bank database now. Now what I will do? Project, add class, add one more model here. Add class not, add new item I have to make it. In this we have data, ADO.NET entity model wala. New connection from which database? Give the name as bank entities. The name came as bank entities now. See here. Next, which table actually we want? Here we have to get the stored procedure. Instead of table na, let me get the stored procedure. PRC account number generate we are getting na. Instead of table we have to get this. Let us make it. See here with respect to this, see there now bank entities we have with respect to this. Then after that, say we are having with respect to this, see there equals to entity start without debugging. See 11 we are getting with respect to this. Let us call that create account wala stored procedure with respect to this. This account number generate either give null or zero, isn't it? The null value you have to store, just give question mark there. Question mark is for nullable types, because see what is the default value for integer 0. But sometimes I have to store the default value as null, because database will not return the 0 as a default. It will return the null as a default. That situation we have to use this question mark there. Question mark is for nullable type with respect to this. See, let me add that one with respect to this. Model bank is there, na? This let me add one more procedure. If you want to add new procedure, na, right click and update model from database. You have to give update model from database. We are getting there. Now make this one DBO TRC account create. We have to give. Now automatically see it would be added automatically. Now see here what we have to do here is see entity start TRC account create. What are the fields we have to give? RES comma first name I want to give here as C debug start without debugging. See, that's it. Account created automatically. Now here, see automatically this is the data we are getting here with respect to this. Okay.
So let's begin with the first question on the Top.NET interview questions, which is of course the very important question that you might be asked as soon as you face the interviewer. It's what is .NET Framework? Well, you can answer this in a very concise way as shown on your screen. It's one of the platforms which is actually provided by Microsoft. It wasn't open source before, but then they made it open source. So why is .NET Framework used? Well, it's used to build a lot of applications that are supposed to be used, on Windows. But the main advantage here is that you can work with a couple of programming languages of your choice, from C#, there's VB, there's Basic, there's Perl. There's so many languages here that you can work with when you use this framework in a way where it will not add any sort of native dependency to the system that you're working on. For example, you can sit on a Linux machine and still make use of the .NET Framework, as all the code gets converted into something called as intermediate code, and so this intermediate code gets converted into the actual machine code that will be read and understood by the machine. So one very important thing to talk about the .NET Framework is how the object-oriented model is used here, because all of the programming languages here, and mostly when you're generally working with the .NET Framework, the entirety of the object-oriented model, the paradigm, can be seen here. With this, we can come to the second question that states, what are some of the common components of .NET? There are many components that you can actually state for this question. In fact, there's lots and lots. I can fill up this entire screen and I would still not be done with it. But then it's very important that you mention the top 3 or top 5, and that's what I've put up on the screen right now. We have the .NET class library, we have the .NET Framework, of course. We have something called as the language runtime, application domain, and profiling. These form to be some of the very vital components that form to be a very important part of the .NET Framework. With this, we can come to question number 3, which states, what does JIT stand for in .NET? JIT you might have heard of. It's something called as the just-in-time compiler. So what it does is it takes the intermediate code which is outputted after you have executed the programming language, and then it helps convert this code into native code very, very easily. It does not take much effort, as it's independent of the local operating systems, the local runtimes, the local frameworks that it is attached to in your computer as well. So when we talk about execution generally in terms of .NET, right, the code gets converted into the native language, what we call as bytecode, and then the bytecode is actually processed by the CPU, and the framework will help to make sure that the CPU and all of the other devices in the chain understand this particular code. So to do this, we need a compiler, and this compiler is JIT. So with this, we can check out question number 4. Question number 4 states, what is MSIL? Well, MSIL, or IL as it's mostly called, is short for Microsoft's intermediate language. So this intermediate language that we've been talking about for a while actually is a set of instructions per se, because these instructions are required for a variety of operations such as memory handling, for example, even exception handling, and a lot of other tasks. It will provide a very good, clear, concise set of instructions on how to store values, how to use values, and eventually even the same for methods as well. So all in all, MSIL is actually a very, very important, I can say that it's a key part of the Microsoft .NET framework. With this, we can come to question number 5, which says, what is CTS? Well, the next 2 or 3 questions are very, very important, so please do concentrate. So CTS is actually a short form for Common Type System. So what CTS actually is, in a very simplistic way, is nothing but a set of rules that are used to govern what the data types are. See, for example, we have integer data type, right? So integer data type will not contain the floating value, and then floating values also have a range. If it's a double, then even that value will have a maximum minimum range. So all of these rules that we attach to data types are actually given by the CTS. So it will describe all of the data type that you've been using to build your application, and eventually tell you if there is something out of bounds, or if you have missed something out. So it would not make sense if you have 2 string variables and if you try to add them and expect a mathematical output, right? So all of these rules are governed by the CTS, and CTS is common throughout. As I just mentioned, the .NET framework supports a variety of languages, and for that, the CTS actually applies to all of these languages where it's mostly common. Hence the name Common Type System. Next, we're going to check out another common entity, and this one's called as CLS. CLS actually stands for Common Language Specification in .NET. It's a bit different to CTS. And what is CLS at the end of the day, if you have to answer it in a very concise way, is that it is a common set of rules followed in the .NET framework where it'll allow you the capability to work with multiple languages at the same time. What we call as interlanguage operations or interlanguage compatibility as well, or in fact it's also called as cross compatibility if you're aware of the term. So to make sure that multiple languages can be used in the development of an application, and this cross language compatibility can apply throughout the entire application that you're developing in the .NET framework, we have something called as the Common Language Specification that makes way for the ability to have these interlanguage operations. Well, with this, there's another important question. Again, the C here stands for common as well. So what does CLR stand for? CLR actually stands for Common Language Runtime, and this is, again, if I have to pick from all of the 3 things that we discussed, CLR forms to be one of the most important components of .NET. It is like a foundation. It gives you the scaffolding on which a lot of applications are built and run in the .NET framework. So to give you an example, let's say there's a user who writes an application in the language of C#. Then of course, as soon as it gets compiled, we have the JIT, and then it's converted into the intermediate code. Until here, we do not have the CLR interpretations, and after this is when CLR comes through. So it takes up this intermediate code and it makes sure that all of the things are fallen into place. So what are these things that CLR takes care of? If you're asking, it's memory management, it's security protocols, it's libraries for loading, what libraries have to be loaded, and if it's a multi-threading environment, then of course you have to check out about thread management as well. So all of these form to be, these 4 especially are very vital after your code gets converted into intermediate code, and you have to work with the code. When that's the particular case, then CLR plays an extremely vital role among all of these 3 common entities that we discussed. With this, we can check out the 8th question that states, what is the difference between managed code and unmanaged code? This is a pretty simple question, but then it would always add value if you add 2 more points instead of just the primary point. So the main answer that you can say is, hey, managed code, this is the code which is completely managed by the runtime. The runtime has authority over this code, and unmanaged code, of course, is not being managed by any entity. Do not stop at this, because there are many more points where you can show the interviewer that you know the topic clearly. See, for example, in managed code, right? So garbage collection is a part of managing the memory. So destruction of variables which are not using to clear existing memory, that's garbage collection. And then when we talk about unmanaged code, So for memory management, we do not have garbage collection, but we have the entire runtime environment, and that itself takes care of the management. And if we talk about one very important difference here that you should mention, it's the third one. It says the .NET framework is necessary for execution whenever you have managed code, because you have an entity managing the code, right? So without which it wouldn't make sense. With unmanaged cores, of course, it does not depend on any sort of .NET framework to run, because it's not being managed or looked over or having an authoritarian entity on the top of it guiding it or anything like that, right? So these 3 points form to be very vital differences between managed code and unmanaged code. Now, if we talk about the next question, it talks about how managed code actually executes in the .NET framework environment. And if you're wondering about how to execute managed code, then it's pretty simple. It's about 4 steps. I've mentioned it in the order on the screen right now. So the first step will involve you choosing a compiler that can execute the code. If you've written your program in a C#, in the C# language, you will of course require a C# compiler. And after your code gets compiled, this post compilation piece of code gets converted into what we call as the MSIL or the IL intermediate language, or the Microsoft Intermediate Language, right? And this is done using a compiler. What is this compiler? It's called JIT. We already discussed this. And then, of course, what happens after this is CLR takes over. The intermediate language gets pushed into the CLR, which converts it into the native code using our just-in-time compiler, of course. And lastly, this native code can now be run on the .NET framework, and these 4 steps are very vital to make sure that your managed code executes flawlessly in the .NET environment. With this, we can come to the 10th question that states, what is the meaning of state management in .NET? Well, state management, it's very clear with the name that it is used to manage something, right? So it is an entity that monitors and maintains all the states of all of the objects in the runtime. Since we spoke about how object-oriented paradigm is a very important part of it, even when you think about it, a web page or a web controller can also be considered as an object as well. So to manage all of these objects, we have this entity which monitors it, and that is called as state management. And of course, there are actually 2 types of state management that are very important. One is the client-side management, and the other one is the server-side management. Client-side management, as the name suggests, will store all of the information on the client machine itself, and it is mostly comprised of simple objects, or let's say reusable objects as well. It's a little different on the server side, and here again, as the name suggests, the data is stored on the server, and at the end of the day, what we're trying to make sure here is that we're trying to preserve all the information of the server on the server itself, and on the best methodologies on how you can manage and maintain all of these information. So this is the subtle difference that lies in between the client side state management and the server side state management in the .NET framework. So now we can come to the 11th question. The 11th question states, what is the difference between an object and a class in .NET? See, when you think about it, again, as I'm reiterating on the object-oriented nature, everything is an object in the world of OOP. But then there's subtle differences between objects and a class, as you'll see on the screen. What an object is actually one particular instance of a class. And what is a class? A class is basically defining what the object is and instantiating that, then it becomes an object, right? So, class will give you the basic scaffolding or the basic foundation of what an object is supposed to be like. And then the object itself will then morph from a class after it has been instantiated. So first we have the definition of an object, which is defined as class, and after the definition, once we go about instantiating it and giving it some meaning, then it becomes an object. And of course, objects are used to access properties from a class, while the class itself are the description of all of the methods and the properties that get attached to every single object in the particular discussion. So this is the very simple difference that lies in between an object and a class in the .NET framework. Then we have another very small difference with the 12th question. It says, what is the difference between system.string builder and system.string in .NET? Well, these are 2 subtle string operations that are very much used by most of the .NET developers out there. So understanding the difference is very vital. So with string builder, what you can do is the data is actually mutable. So after compilation, you can work with the data, and the data is actually changeable as well. But then when we use system.string assuming the data is immutable. That means the data cannot be changed. And sometimes when you're working with strings, it becomes very important that you attach data one after the other, or one data to the end of the other. And this operation, what we call as append, is supported by string builder, while system.string does not support the use of the append keyword. So you cannot have two strings merging when you make use of system.string, but then it is possible when you make use of string builder, guys. So this is, and again, as I just mentioned, is a very subtle difference between these two operations when we talk about strings in the .NET framework. Now, coming to the 13th question, again, there are a lot of abbreviations in .NET, as you can see, and here's another one. It's called as LINQ or LINQ. So what is LINQ? LINQ is basically the abbreviated form of what we call as the language integrated query. And when you think about it, it's not a new thing. It's about 12 years old. It came out in 2008, and what it does is it provides users with these extra set of features that make sure that when you work with the .NET framework, things go easy, things go smooth, and that you can do a lot. You can have a lot of output by putting in a little amount of effort. So that is the main use of the language integrated query system out here. One thing to talk about LINQ that you are supposed to say to the interviewer is that it will make sure and it will provide the users with the ability to work with the data, change the data as and when required, and make sure that there is no dependency or there is no tie to the data source. This is a little bit of isolation that LINQ brings, and it is very, very vital, because if there are certain dependencies and these dependencies can cause a lot of problem as well. So for that, LINQ is very vital. Now, with this, we can move on to the 14th question that states, what is an assembly in .NET? What is an assembly? When you think about the literal term, an assembly is a collection, right? So it's mostly a collection of people. In .NET, it's similar as well. So assembly is actually a collection of all of the logical units that are used and work within the .NET framework. Now, with that, you'll have a question saying, what are logical units? Well, logical units are these very, very important entities that are actually required. They form a very key role in building applications, and later we have an activity called as deploying an application. So building application is one phase of making use of the .NET framework, while deploying it for active usage is another. So logical units are required to do all of these. So logical entities can be a collection of executable files, it can be a collection of DLL files, and much more. So with this, we can check out the 15th question. The 15th question states, what are some of the components of an assembly in .NET? When you ask this question, again, as I've mentioned, we discussed the components of .NET, but then here are the components of an assembly. There are 4 very, very important components that you're not supposed to miss. So make sure to take a note of this. The 4 very important components are resource, the intermediate language code, the metadata, and the manifest. Resource, of course, talks about all of the files that are required to build the application, and MSIL deals with the intermediate language code that we previously discussed. And then we have metadata. So metadata is data that describes the data itself. So if that seems convoluted, think about having a certain piece of data and you have another file which further describes what is happening with your original data. So that's metadata in a very simple way. And then we have manifest. Manifest is where there's a lot of information regarding the assembly itself. So we're talking about the components of an assembly, right? So manifest is again a very, very important file, a very important component of the assembly, as it contains a lot of information about the assembly itself. So these 4 are some of the very important components of an assembly when you talk about .NET. Now, coming to the 16th question, it states, what is the meaning of caching? I'm sure you've heard of the term cache before, right? So it's a term which is very frequently used, and the meaning is, again, you might already know it. So it's a term where whenever we have to talk about storing a piece of data temporarily so that it can be accessed quicker, this exactly is what caching is. I'm sure you're already aware that the read-write speeds of your random access memory or RAM is exponentially faster than what is the read-write speed of a hard disk. So what we try to do is we take certain amount of data and we store it temporarily in this smaller, tinier entity called as RAM, where we have faster access to it rather than checking it on a conventional hard drive. And since this is making it fast, the goal is that we're trying to speed up the entire execution, and we're speeding it up at a very, very rapid pace, and this in terms of performance is mostly unbeatable. Now, if you're wondering about why not move all of the data to a faster entity, well, in that case, we already know that there are certain limitations of making use of RAM, and you can have a maximum of, say, 64 GB, 128 GB of RAM, but then if your data is a lot more than that, then it does not make sense to do that. And of course, random access memory does not come cheap as well. Anyway, there are three types of caching that you're supposed to know about. One is the data caching, we have the fragment caching, and we have the page caching as well. Guys, it's called caching or caching as well. So in case if you're asked about caching, well, it's pretty much the same meaning as cache as well. These are two pronunciations and both mean the same thing. Moving on to the 17th question, it says, what is the difference between a function and a stored procedure? Well, this is a very interesting one because the difference is very simple, but it is very vital that you state all the points. So a function has the ability in .NET to give you only one value. So it can have only one return value, while a stored procedure is an entity that can return any number of values that is required. This is the first most important point. And then when we talk about functions, there is no support for the usage of exceptional handling. So exception handling, what we do is we make use of try blocks and catch blocks and then try to see if we can find any exceptions, catch it, and then resolve it. But this is not supported in functions, while it is supported in stored procedures. And when we talk about inputs that can be passed to the function as well, the arguments that that make up the input part of it can only have one input parameter in the case of a function, while for a stored procedure we can actually declare what the input parameters are and what the output parameters are required as well. And that is very important. Now, when we talk about the last point, a function can be called from a stored procedure, while the reverse is not possible. You cannot call a stored procedure from a function. So remember this very important point. A function can be called from a stored procedure, while a stored procedure cannot be called from a function. So make sure to mention all of these points when asked. Well, with this we can come to the 18th question that states, what are the different constructor types that are present in C#.NET? Again, you do not have to explain all of these types to a very detailed explanation, but then make sure to not miss the types when when stating it out. So there are 5 main types of constructor classes when we talk about C#.NET, and they are the copy constructor, the default constructor, we have something called as the parameterized constructor, we have the private constructor, and we have the static constructor as well. So make sure to mention what the constructor types are. Then of course, if you are asked to explain any one of these, then you can just state a statement or two where you indicate about what each of these constructors are. So with this we can come to the 19th question that states, what are some of the advantages of making use of a session? Now, again, there are so many advantages whenever you make use of a session in .NET, but then let me give you the top 4 or the top 5 advantages, the most advantageous things of making use of a session. The first thing is that a session can hold all of the user data which can be used throughout the application, right? So you can be using multiple languages to code your applications, and then data can be shared, stored very easily by making use of a session. And then the second point is that it is very easy to implement and store and work with, in fact, any kind of object that you require while working with the programs. And if you're wondering about the group of data that has to be stored, or let's say even individual entities of user data, does it always have to be stored together? The answer is no. When you make use of sessions, there's another advantage where you can store all of these separately in case if that kind of a localization is required for that programming aspect as well. Session, when we talk about the security, is very secure, and the objects get stored on the runtime server, just adding to the very important aspect of data security and data access protocols as well. So these found to be some of the very well-known advantages of making use of a session.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of .NET by answering this question. What is CLR responsible for? A. Garbage collection. B. Code access security. C. Code verification. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPath to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now, coming to the 20th question, your interviewer might ask you if it is possible to, manually set a timeout for a session in .NET. So, can you set a timeout manually wherein, let's say you want to end a session whenever you want it? Is it possible? Yes. The answer is yes, because it is actually possible to manually set a session's out time. And how can this be done in the easiest way possible? Well, there is one file called as the web.config file where you can edit a certain parameter where you can manually set the sessions out time as well. So it is as simple as that. So when asked this question, just say yes, it's possible, and then denote about how it's possible and talk about the web.config file as well. With this, we can come to the 21st question that states, what is the meaning of boxing and unboxing in .NET? This is a very interesting question, and I'm sure this is the question that will be 100% asked, in most of the interviews as well, because boxing and unboxing are very, very important concepts. Now, let's talk about boxing. Boxing is actually a process where you can convert a value type into a reference type easily. It's just like taking your value types and putting it into a box and converting it into a reference type without having to perform any large operations or put in a lot of effort as well. And unboxing, as it literally states, is the exact opposite of boxing, where you have all of the reference types that you want to be a value type, right? So converting these reference types back into a value type can be done very effectively when we talk about the concept of unboxing as well. So you can do it directly, you don't have to put much efforts, and there is a direct contradiction and a very, very big difference in terms of boxing and unboxing, as they're literally the mirror images, the opposites of each other. Now with this, we can come to the 22nd question that states, what is the use of a manifest in the .NET framework? We checked out assembly, we checked out the components, we checked out so many things about .NET, and manifest is again a very important thing, because manifest, as I just discussed before, actually stores all of the metadata, all of the data that describes the actual assembly. Metadata is of various types as well. So all of the metadata that's required, there's a lot of things where metadata is required. And if you're wondering what kind of data is stored here, we have the assembly version information, you have security identification protocols, then you have the scope checking of the assembly to see if all in a check, then you have reference validations to all of the classes to make sure that there's no errors there, or any throw off warnings as well. So manifest will contain a lot of details about the assembly, and the details are the 4 very important points as shown on your screen. So make sure to mention all of these in a clear and a concise way to the interviewer. Now with this, we can come to the 23rd question that says, what are memory mapped files used for in .NET? There are entities called as memory mapped files, and there is one very important use of it. It is to make sure that it can instantiate all the contents of a logical file and then convert this into the address of the application. So when we talk about memory mapped files in .NET, they used to instantiate the contents of a logical file and convert it into the address of the application. So this is a very important thing done to make sure to actually help the user, where you can run multiple processes simultaneously and you do not need multiple machines to do it. You can have a single machine to work with a lot of data, to share the data between all of these processes and work with it easily as well. We have one very important function that we have to talk about, is the create from files function. This is actually used to obtain the memory mapped file object very, very easily. So you do not have to type in say 50 or 100 lines of code to actually obtain the memory mapped file object. With this particular function, it is as simple as 2 or 3 lines of code and you can be done with that. Well, moving on to the 24th question. So there's another short form for you guys this time. It's CAS or CAS. So what is the meaning of CAS in .NET? CAS actually stands for Code Access Security, and again, as the name suggests, it is extremely important entity that is present to make sure that there is no unauthorized access to your code, unauthorized access to your programs or resources in the runtime. So giving limited access to certain points of certain aspects of code is very, very important, because if it can do with limited access, then it's good enough. Why do you have to provide all the access to all of the data, right? It is not only a security aspect. Even when you talk about performance and efficiency, this plays to be a very important role as well. But then CAS is part of the native .NET security architecture. So when you talk about security and when you prefer this, CAS takes the center stage, guys. So with this, we can check out the 25th question that states, what is the meaning of garbage collection? Garbage collection, as the name suggests, is probably you collecting something which is not required anymore, right? Well, it is exactly that. It is a process where we try to collect a lot of things in the memory that we are no longer using, to make sure we do not have any memory leaks or we do not have any sort of inefficiency. So there's an entity that does garbage collection, and this entity is actually called as the garbage collector. The garbage collector has the ability to allocate memory to variables or objects and then deallocate it whenever it's not required or whenever there is a requirement from the application as well. So the garbage collector keeps checking on the reference of the variables and all of the objects that are used by the application. So whenever let's say there is an object or a variable or a reference which is no longer required and it is not being used anymore, what the garbage collector does is that it actually takes away the memory, and it's also called as so what that actually means is that it is deallocating the memory, freeing it up and making sure that it is available for the next entity to use. So this is the entire process of garbage collection that happens in the .NET framework. So coming to the 26th question, it states, what is the use of GAC or GAC as we call it in .NET? There's another abbreviation, and this time GAC stands for Global Assembly Cache. It's actually a part of the CLR where we actually take all of the assemblies and we store the assemblies and make sure that these assemblies get shared across all of the applications. That's all there is about GAC. And then, whenever the user decides to make use of it, then there's the GAC util or the GAC util application that can be used to add any file to this particular global assembly cache as well. And again, make sure to talk about the abbreviation, make sure to talk about why it is used, and make sure to talk about how you can add a file into GAC by making use of the GAC util application as well. With this, we can come to the 27th question that states, what are the 3 generations of garbage collection that happen in .NET? Well, there are 3 generations as discussed. There's Gen 0, Gen 1 and Gen 2, or Generation 0, Generation 1 and Generation 2. So Generation 0 is the first round of cleaning that happens where, all the short-lived objects get removed. And then Generation 1 will make sure to check what are the objects that got removed or left behind by Gen 0. And then, whatever object gets moved from there will actually live in the Gen 1 cleaning. And Gen 2 is very similar. All the long-lived objects that are no longer required and then which were moved around by the Generation 1 of garbage collection will be stored here. So all the Gen 0 objects are stored in Gen 1, Gen 1 objects are stored in Gen 2. Well, with this we can come to the 28th question that states, what is MVC? MVC is a very common question. It stands for Model View Controller, and it defines an entire architecture or the architectural model which will govern on how one should build applications in .NET. It is the foundation, it is the scaffolding for creation of all applications, and as the name suggests, it's actually 3 entities. It's not one entity, it's 3 entities. It's model, it's view, and it's controller. So model is to make sure that you store all the data and pull back all the data that you have stored in a database as and when required. The view is to make sure you display all of the contents of the application that you're developing, and the controller is used to make sure that you can handle all of the user interactions that happens. And of course, controllers will be in touch with the model and the view aspect of it as well. So this is a very simple, clear, concise definition of what MVC is. And then you can of course talk about MVC for a really long time, but then as I suggest, make sure you keep it very clear, concise, and to show to the interviewer that you do know the concepts and that you can reproduce it in a very pithy way as well. With this, we come to the 29th question that suggests, what are the types of memories that are supported in the .NET framework? This is a very simple question with a very straightforward answer. There's only 2 types of memories that are present in the .NET framework architecture. It's stack and heap. Whenever we talk about static memory allocation, where the memory is allocated at the start of it and is not changed throughout the running of the application, we make use of stack. And then of course, we make use of heaps wherever there's a requirement for the data in case if the size changes, or what we also called as the dynamic memory allocation requirement. So it's stack and heap. Make sure to mention that stack is used for static memory allocation while heap is used for dynamic memory allocation. With this, we come to the 30th question that states, what is the use of delegation in .NET? So a delegate, works very, very simple and very similar to what the delegation means in real life as well. So whenever, let's say, there's a function pointer of any other programming languages, moving it across to make sure, the function values are all encapsulated, the references are correct, and the references are made in a particular object, right? So all of these need to be taken care of, and this is done by delegation. So what actually happens is that we have a delegate object that can be passed into a program after the creation of the object, and then of course the method which was referenced earlier is, right? So that is actually called at this point of time. And custom custom events can also be created in a class when making use of a delegate is again a very, very important point to mention, because custom events are found to be a very vital part, whenever you're working with programming in .NET as well. Now, moving on to the 31st question, it states, what is the difference between an abstract class and an interface in .NET? As the name suggests, abstract classes are not the complete implementation of a function, right? So it only gives you the partial implementation of functionalities that is done by inheriting other classes. An interface is different because an interface will tell you, or it is actually used to declare the behavior of the implementing class. So it will tell you what that class is supposed to do, what that is not supposed to do, and all of that. And when we talk about abstract classes again for a second, it is make sure it is actually used to declare all the methods, let's say events, fields, properties, and all of these. So the abstract class is actually used to define all of these. But in an interface, you cannot do that because fields cannot be declared whenever you're making use of an interface. And these two form to be the very vital, the basic foundational differences between abstract classes and interfaces in .NET. Moving on to the next question, it states, what is the meaning of auto post back in .NET? Again, a very straightforward question. Auto post back is actually a property in the .NET framework that will make sure that there is a provision to provide automatic post back whenever, let's say, there's an event that gets started in its execution cycle. So post backs are very, very important. They form to be a very key role in the .NET framework and in its execution, especially whenever there is event handling in the picture and how events are handled after the start of its execution as well. So how can you use auto postback? To use auto postback, there's actually the property, and again a very simple binary flip. All you have to do is set the property to true, and then you can make use of it and make sure that there's automatic postback whenever there is an event that gets started with its execution cycle as well. So it's as simple as this. Now with this, we can check out the 33rd question that states, what are the parameters that control the connection pooling that happens with the behaviors in .NET? There's actually 4 very, very important parameters that have the ability to control connection pooling behaviors in .NET. And there's pooling, there's minimum pool size, there's maximum pool size, and we have something called as the connect timeout or the connection timeout as well. So these 4 parameters have the most control when you talk about handling connection pooling behaviors in .NET. So make sure to mention all of these. And then when we talk about the 34th question, it speaks about the requirements that are needed for connection pooling. So we spoke about connection pooling in the last question as well. To add on to that, this can be a follow-up question. So there's actually 3 main requirements that have to be fulfilled whenever you think about connection pooling. And these 3 requirements, are stately. First of all, the first one is to make sure that there is the presence of an identical connection string on both of the entities that are present for connection. And then the second requirement is to make sure that there's multiple processes with the same connection parameters to make sure that the connection goes on flawlessly. And the third thing is to make sure that there is actually some sort of concurrence when you think about security protocols or settings in between the entities that are connecting. So these 3 requirements will make sure that your connection pooling goes through very smoothly without any obstructions as well. So of course these requirements are not very hardcore, as in that you have to have it, but then having this in the creation of the .NET framework, they've done a very good thing to make sure that this is actually a provision where you can use all of these. And at the end of the day, what they're trying to do is to make sure that the users will not have to bear the brunt of let's say if there's any errors or warnings or any mismatches in the protocols or the settings as well. So to avoid all of that, these requirements are put in place. Coming to the 35th question, it states, how many elements can a tuple hold in .NET? Well, there's a maximum of up to 8 elements that a tuple can actually hold in .NET. If you're wondering about what happens if there is more than 8 elements, well, if there's more than 8 elements at a time, each of these extra elements get defined into separate tuples. So there's another separate tuples which will contain another 8 elements, and so on. So what are the advantage of making use of tuples in .NET is that so that they can actually be used as parameters, or let's say even return type specifiers whenever it's required as well. So tuples are a very, very vital part of the .NET framework, as you can tell. Now with this, we can check out the 36th question that states, what's the difference between user control and custom control in .NET? So whenever you talk about control in .NET, it's very vital that you understand the subtle differences that lie in between user control and custom control. With user control, the layout is static and it does not change. With custom control, it is dynamic. And with user control, you will have no support if you have to make use of the toolbox, but then custom control will provide you all of the support to make use of the toolbox. So when you talk about user controlled, the control access is actually very tightly coupled, and there is no amount or there's no place for any play there. But then when you talk about custom control, it's loosely coupled control access methodologies and protocols here. And if we talk about the origin, well, user control actually branches out from the same name, while custom control actually branches out from what we call as the control group. So these four are very simple, subtle differences that lie in between user control and custom control in the .NET framework.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPaat provides .NET online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now, coming to the 37th question, it states, what is the meaning of role-based security in .NET? Role-based security, again, when you think about the name, is actually an entity that is put into place to make sure that there is security access that's provided based on the roles that the user or the programmer actually provides. So you have to provide certain security access to certain data, certain applications, certain usages, abilities to build and deploy as well. So all of these is done by making use of role-based security. Let's say there's guests in your framework that have to make use of something, or let's say there's administrators, there's users, there's programmers, there's testers, and there can be so many people. So you can actually set the security based on these roles, and that's all about role-based security. And now coming to the 38th question that states, can themes be applied to ASP.NET applications? Can you theme them manually? In fact, would be a better way to state the question, and the answer is yes. A lot of themes can be applied to the ASP.NET applications, and again we come back to the same file, which is the web.config file that you have to play around with to add the themes. There's a small snippet of code that's given in your screen. We have to talk about the configuration, the system.web, and you can see the third line which states pages theme equal to Windows. So this is where you actually change the theme of your .NET application. All you have to do is edit the part that's given in the double quotes, and that will easily change the theme of the application at hand. With this, we can come to the next question that states, what are some of the templates that are present in the repeater control? Again, this is a question which has a lot of ways you can answer it, but then the most commonly used templates that are present in repeater control are these. You have the alternating item templates, you have the item templates, you have header template, footer template, and of course the separator template as well. So when you're asked to mention these templates, make sure to mention at least 3. So, but then I would recommend you would mention, at least 5 that are present in the repeater control as well. Again, this is a very straightforward question asking you to state it. So you can state all these templates. And of course, if you do know more templates, then you're very welcome to add on to this as well. Now, coming to the 40th question, it states, what is the status of a data reader that gets checked in .NET? The ability of having to check this is a very big advantage in .NET, because the status of the data reader can be checked without much effort, because there's a property which is called as is closed. So with this property, you can find out if your data reader is open, if it's actually actively reading data, or if it's not reading data. If it is reading data, then it's going to be open. If it's not reading data, then it is going to be closed. So if it's closed, there's going to be a true value which gets returned, because the property we're talking about is closed, right? So if it's closed, if the answer is yes, then the value true is returned, and if the reader is actually open, it will return a value which is called as false, because again, if it's open, it's not closed, right? We're checking is closed. So this is again a very, very simple question, but then this is a question that is asked a lot in the .NET interviews. So make sure to get this one right. Now, moving on to the 41st question. So the 41st question states, what do you mean by cross-page posting? To answer this question, let me talk about a scenario. So let's say there's a situation where you have to press the submit button on any sort of web page, right? So what happens here is that the data is actually stored on the same page. But then if the data has to be stored on a different page, but it has to be linked to the current button or the current page, then this concept is what we call as cross-page posting. It's as simple as that. In fact, there's one property that is called as the postback URL that you can make use of to achieve this cross-page posting, where you can have the data for that to be stored on a different page while linking it to the present one as well. It's as simple as this. Now, moving on to the 42nd question that states, what is the use of MIME in .NET? MIME is again another abbreviation that stands for Multipurpose Internet Mail Extensions. So it is actually an add-on to the already existing email protocols, which will provide you the ability to easily exchange files over emails. So, whenever there is a web transmission that's happening, then servers will have the ability to actually add on something what we call as the MIME header to the beginning to denote that particular web transmission is actually a MIME transaction. Again, this is happening in the backend, but then you can also manually attach that header as well. So what happens is that all of these email protocols are to be handled, files are supposed to be exchanged over emails, and MIME is one particular add-on that helps with all of this. Moving on to the 43rd question that states, what are the types of cookies that are available in ASP.NET? There's actually two very important types of cookies that you have to discuss about. One is called as the session cookie and the other one is the persistent cookies. Session cookies are actually present on the client machine and they are only valid for one particular session, as the name suggests. So session cookie valid for one session present on the client machine. When we talk about persistent cookies, well, persistent cookies are actually present on the user's machine and it has one particular period that denotes its expiry. So let's say there's a cookie that can be active for, let's say, 2 hours, and then after 2 hours, after the period has ended, the cookies get its expiry. So either depending on the ending of the session or a custom time, you can actually choose to work with either session cookies or persistent cookies. Well, coming on to the 44th question, it states, what are some of the security controls that are present in ASP.NET? There are many security controls, but here are the 5 controls that are very important. See, we have password recovery, we have login name, login status, and login view. Password recovery, as the name suggests, is used to send an email to the user whenever, let's say, you have to perform a password recovery operation. Let's say you've lost your password and you have to recover it again. Login will make sure that all the login controls are provided. There's the ID field, the password field, and all the credentials that's required to make a login operation. And then you have the login name. This security control will make sure to display the name of the user who logged in. And then there's the login status. It's actually to donate the authentication flag of that particular user who has logged in. Then you have login view. Login view discusses about all of the varieties of views that are actually provided to the user after the login based on the themes that are active in that current ASP.NET framework as well. So when you talk about the security controls that are present in ASP.NET, make sure to mention all of these. Of course, you do not have to pick each and every one of them and explain them, but then of course it'll add a lot of value if you mention what they are and what they do at the same time. With this, we can come to the 45th question that states, what is the order of events that take place in a page life cycle? Well, since it's an ordered event, you have to think about it in a particular order from its initialization to its rendering. We begin with the operation of pre-initialization, then there's initialization, thirdly we come with initialization complete, then there's the preload operation, the data gets loaded, loading gets complete, pre-rendering operations take place, and at the last, rendering operations takes place. So take a moment, pause the video at this point of time to check out the order. We have pre-init, init complete, preload, load complete. We have pre-render and render. At the end of the day, render complete itself will become the order. So no need to mention that specifically as well. So these are the 8 events that take place in the order for a page lifecycle execution as well. So with this, we can move to the 46th question that states, why are you applying for this .NET developer role in the company? Whenever you ask this question, the interviewer is trying to understand why .NET and why you. Because he or she is trying to find out your interests, your goals, or let's say even your career prospects in the field of .NET. What makes you tick? Is it actually .NET? Do you want to build a career in it? Or did you learn .NET, found it interesting? Do you want to wrap a career around it now? Or are you a person who is switching from another programming language? Or think things of that sort. So make sure that you provide your reasons of why .NET is right for you, and how .NET has been there for you, and how you plan to make use of it to your fullest ability for that particular organization that you are interviewing for as well. That is going to be impressive, and that should add a lot of value to your candidature as well. Coming to the 47th question, it states, can you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 depending on your proficiency? Guys, this is again a very tricky question. Here again, the first point that I'm going to talk about is honesty. Make sure you honestly rate yourself. Think about it for a moment and give yourself a rating, because if you overrate yourself, then there's a good chance you might be asked extremely complex questions and you might not clear the interviews. But then if you honestly rate yourself, the interviewer will have an understanding of how much you know about the subject, what proficiency you have about handling all of the tasks, or say even solving all of the problems. So one very important thing that I will reiterate on is honesty. Make sure you honestly give out a rating, and based on that, in fact, your entire interview can be based on as well. And this question can be asked at the beginning of an interview too, so that the interviewer can have an idea of how and what questions to ask as well. Coming to the 48th question, that suggests, has your college degree helped you with .NET development in any way? Now, this question will be asked to you if you're a fresher, but then if you're an experienced person who's moving on to .NET, well, this question might not be asked. But then it's very important that you know how to answer it in case you're asked as well. So what the interviewer is trying to assess here is making sure that you've done something in your degree with respect to .NET, and in case if you have, then how has it helped you in your practical life after your college education? So if you have ever learned .NET in your degree, make sure to mention that, and do not talk about what you learned, in my opinion. Rather talk about how you made use of what you learned. So this way, you will be actually adding a lot of value to your answer, and that you can denote that, I'm going to use all of this learning when I join your company as well. So this way, the interviewer can be impressed with your ability to answer the questions effectively. Moving on to the 49th question, it states, what skills should a successful .NET developer possess? So there's many skills that a .NET developer should possess, So this is only asked to make sure to check your understanding on the depths of the role that you're applying for. You can mention 4 or 5 very important domains and skills that you're supposed to have. Starting with the ASP.NET MVC architecture, you need to know how that architecture works, and you have to have an understanding of how you can work with data and databases, client-side web development, a little bit about it, and the entirety of .NET Core as well. So these 4, form to be very important skills that you have to have as a .NET developer. At this point of time, if you're wondering what if I do not have all of these skills, well, do not worry. Question number 50 is going to add on to that, because I'm going to explain how. There's a good chance your interviewer can ask you saying, hey, have you had any sort of certification where you've improved your learning or your implementation in the process? With a certification program, of course, it is as you might have already known by now, it's the thing that will add a lot of value to your knowledge, to your education, and about the skills that you gather, be it in the field of .NET or anywhere else as well. To the interviewer, it'll be showing that you have very good career aspirations, that you're very serious about having .NET as your primary thing. It'll show that you are very much into career advancement as well, because you have the ability to learn something new in case you've started from scratch, and then do something out of it. So learn something new and do something productive out of it. And it'll also show that you're an effective learner, you're a quick learner. At the end of the day, the certification program will give you a lot of knowledge, will give you a lot of projects to work with, and be it a casual enthusiastic learner or someone who's very serious to build a career upon it, you can have it both ways. So do not talk about the listing of the certification, say, I did this certification, I did that certification, etc. What you need to talk about is what you learned from that certification, because that is what your interviewer wants to find out, what you actually learned and how it has been helpful to you. Or in fact, you can even talk about how you're planning to use that learning in the firm that you're applying for as well. So this again is a very important question, and in my opinion, you should answer it this way.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides .NET online training mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. So guys, we have come to the end of the session. If you have any doubts, please put down in the comment section below. We will try to answer it as soon as possible. Hope you all enjoyed the session. Thanks for watching.